Going live now. So apparently we are live. So holy shit, hold on to your butts, people.
Hello, people, if you're out there.
Hopefully. Okay. So.
Yes. Where is Bo?
I don't know. What the Christ, Ransdale? Alright. So, we're sitting here and Bo is not here for some reason. I don't know where the fuck Bo is. This is what happened.
Perhaps he's stirring up his whiskey dews.
God damn it.
This is not time. This is not the time to be fashionably late.
For serious. Okay.
So, although it's probably going to take a few minutes for people to figure out how to do it anyway.
Yeah.
Because I told you there are lots of buttons to push.
There are.
I made like a 32-ounce gin and tonic because I don't want to have to be getting up a lot. Then I'm just going to have to get up to pee a lot. Remember how many times we've talked about doing a drunk show?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, people can hear us apparently.
Oh.
Sweet. John, I think it was John.
John, hi John. I know he was going to be here. And Brian was going to be here too. Hi Brian. Ooh, there was an echo.
Okay, so.
Where are you seeing them? Like, I don't even.
Oh, I have the event open as well on the side. So I have the actual Hangout itself in one window, and the other one, the event page in the other.
Oh, I see.
Yes. So I don't know how you guys are supposed to join the group chat, because I can't really access this thing from the outside.
Brian just asked me if I can see his comments, and I cannot. I can't see anything except that, except David's going, "Are you there, Jamie? If you're talking, are you talking, Jamie? If you're there, whatever. You can't hear me." But Brian has apparently made some comments, and he's done Google Hangouts before.
Okay, I figured it out. Shit, I closed the window. God damn it. Okay, so there's a bit of a delay for anybody who's listening, compared to us talking and what they're hearing. So that's going to be a little weird.
Well, when you guys hear us, tell me what future Jamie's like. I can't wait to get there.
Okay.
Aww. It's okay, baby. It's coming. We're fixing it. Apparently, there was quite a review, and in an interlude. What is it? Relay.
Yeah.
Delay. Yeah. Because he just answered what I said many seconds ago. Okay. Okay, so I see.
No, we cannot hear you guys. So yeah. But apparently you can hear us. So make sure, like I said, click that play button over there. Where the fuck is Ransdale?
I keep getting. Aw, love you too, baby.
Okay. So...
See, that's a hell of a delay.
Yeah, I know, right? I don't know why there's that much of a delay.
I also don't know why no one's in the group chat. What do they have to do to get into the group chat?
That I don't know, because apparently that's not a thing that is available on the thing, which is fucking stupid.
Now, I have done this before with Evil Episodes, and people were there.
Future Jamie sounds drunk.
What? What'd you say?
Oh, okay. So they have to click in the Q&A.
Who said I sounded drunk?
Gil.
I'm not yet. I'm only like 16 ounces into my gin and tonic. I'm just in a very good mood. Unfortunately, if I do get drunk, then I won't have far to fall because I have wee legs.
How am I supposed to answer the question? How do I answer the question? Oh, God. How do I Google? Christ. This was a terrible idea.
No, it wasn't. It's just an interesting idea. Okay. Ryan says there's like a 20-second delay.
Okay, that's not
and
too bad.
He says there's no group chat, only the main Google event chat. So do you have to create a group chat? I mean, I'm looking at the group chat right now where you were talking to me.
I think that, that may just be for us.
But no, I mean, when I've done it before, we've had other people in it.
I just don't know anything. A live hangout or just a hangout?
It was a live hangout. Okay. Oh, okay. Brittany Shepard said, "Can you guys see this?" Yes, I can.
Yes.
Okay, you have. Okay, so you can see that too. Okay, so I had to click on the Q&A button, and then Chris Ernst said, "Is this how you ask a question?" It will be, yes.
Yes.
Mark said, "Congrats on 100." Aw, thank you, Mark, and thank you for being here. Mimi says, "Can you see this?" Also, happy 100. Yes, I can see this now, and thank you. Brian says, "Hello, everyone. Happy 100. Thank you." Oh, Ashley Blackwell is here. Oh, I'm so glad you're here, honey. I love you. God, she is a dream. And yes, John, this is the Q&A spot.
Yes.
You guys are all doing it right. I was doing it wrong. I couldn't see you, but I can see you now. Andrew says he's drunk too. Well, good.
Yeah, so it seems like we may have to do the chat in the event page for now, just because this is fucking stupid. Gil says we have to actually add people to the thing to have actual chat, which is fine, but we're probably not going to do that because that's more complicated than it needs to be.
Brittany says the viewers don't have audio. But
that should not be... I have audio because I clicked the thing and I was hearing it just fine, so make sure your speakers are on.
And where is Bo? Because he's supposed to be doing the chat.
No.
That's his job. He has one job.
You had one job, Ransdale.
Hello, Andrew. He says hello to our people. And, aw. Jerry, I love you too. In Bo's absence, the Where's Waldo feature we've been waiting... Oh, is Bo's absence the Where's Waldo feature we've been waiting for? Vanessa is drunk too. Well, good. That's the only way to do this.
Yes, seriously. I also am not sure how to actually answer your questions in the question window because it doesn't give me any way to type anything. So.
Well, we answer them by talking to them.
Okay.
That's the whole point.
Got it. Rockatan or goddamn Ransdale.
Fuck you, Rockatansy. It's fine too. It works.
It's true. God damn it, Bo. What the fuck are you doing? I'm gonna go ahead and open up Skype just to see what the fuck he is doing. So you knew what time was supposed to start?
Yes, he did. Hopefully he didn't think it was 9 o'clock his time. Because he would be wrong.
Yeah. Oh, Duncan's gonna miss the show. Boo!
Oh, Duncan.
No, Ransdale is not on Skype. What the shit, sir?
Gary's drunk too. Oh, that's good. Everybody's drunk. I love it.
Oh, wait, Bo posted on Facebook, apparently. No, quit Skype. Facebook. For Christ's sake, Ransdale. Get it together! Uh-oh, Ryan's drunk.
Yeah, he got a big bottle of Myers rum in preparation for tonight.
Saw that. Well, since Bo is not here and he can't figure out how to get in at the moment, I'm going to go ahead and invite Gil in to keep us entertained. May be a bad idea, but you know, we'll see what happens. It's a celebration. Uh-oh. We've been invaded by a Scot.
Gil!
Gil apparently has not clicked all the buttons.
You have to click a bunch of buttons, Gil. Mimi just cracked open her first beer. Hopefully the first of many for tonight, because I have a feeling it's going to require it. Gil?
I have no idea what a Jaffa cake is, but that sounds delicious. Gil, what are you doing?
No, you don't have to, Andrew, no, you don't have to do the whole video thing. I'm not. That's why you see just my picture, because it would be inappropriate for me to do video right now. It's really hot here. Oh, honey, we say get it together, Ransdell, all the time.
Yes.
Don't let him fool you into thinking he's more put together than he is. Aw, well, thank you, Gary. At least he thinks my face is pretty. Oh, I see. Okay, so I've been reading it wrong. Apparently, it's the what they're saying, and then their name is under it. So I have been crediting people with. I've been crediting a lot of people with being drunk that weren't drunk. So I apologize for that.
Okay.
So all you people that I thanked, you probably didn't deserve it.
No! Speak of the devil, there's Bo.
Oh, Jesus Christ, you guys.
Hi, Bo. There's lots of buttons to punch. Punch? What am I, my grandmother?
Grandma Jamie's at it again.
Oh, for the love of Christ.
Well, this is your fucking fault, because you're like, oh, let's do a live show for 100, it'd be fun.
Yeah, I blame myself.
Good.
All right. So what's going on? What did I miss? Who's dead?
No one's
no one's dead yet, but I think we can go ahead and kick this shit off properly now.
It turns out, Bo, that in the chat, because you're going to be manning chat, correct? Wasn't that your job?
Yeah, I am looking at the group chat.
Is
there a YouTube chat I should be aware of?
No, there's the group chat, which is just for us who are in the call, actually physically here in the call. And then Q&A is sort of where people are putting up some stuff, as well as over on the event page itself, because group chat is specifically for people who are actually in the call.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I need to be looking at
Q&A and
Q&A. Okay. I'm on my way.
Well, here's a tip. When you look at that,
I don't need your tips.
Well, fuck you. The words that you see belong to the name that's under them. So not the name that's above them, which is what it looks like it should be to me, but it's to the name that's under them. So make sure you do that correctly, because I fucked up.
Then we've invited Mr. Cross to class to join up and hopefully explain some things, because we apparently don't understand how to Google. Speak of the devil. Hey, maybe John has to push buttons too.
Everyone, just keep pushing buttons until something happens.
Yes.
Hey, it's only 9:16 and we're about to get rolling. That's about right.
I know, right? Somehow this is no different than any other episode of Devour the Podcast.
All right. All right, let me familiarize myself very briefly with this this Q&A deal. Because I typed something out. Oh, okay. I got it. All right. Well, now let me start drinking. That should really move things along.
I was invited in. Should I be here?
Oh, it's John. Yes, you were supposed to explain things to us because we're
okay.
we're dumb.
You want to know what a Jaffa cake is?
Yes.
Okay. Well, a Jaffa cake it's a British cookie biscuit cake thing, I guess. And it's on the underside it's sponge cake, and on the top it's chocolate, and in the middle there is like a slice of Jaffa orange jelly.
I have no idea what that. Okay, if you say so.
Can you see me?
Yes, I can.
Yes.
Okay, but it looks like that.
Ah,
Chocolate, and then there's like jelly in the middle there.
I got it.
Oh,
That makes
looks
sense.
Delicious.
It's really, really good. Has anyone seen the TV show Spaced?
Yes.
Bits and pieces.
Yes.
You know when they show Brian Star Wars for the first time, and then at the very end they're all crying, and Peg goes, "Wait a minute, I've got fucking Jaffa cakes in my pocket." That's what he's talking about. They're like the ultimate stoner food of choice. That was it.
Yeah. So you're sending us some, I assume.
I can send you some, sure. I'll send a gift basket. Where shall I send them to? Shall I send them to you directly or via Jamie?
Send them to me.
Okay.
No. We'll discuss this off the air. You will get an address soon.
Okay, fair enough.
I will make sure he gets what's coming to him.
Believe it or not, they sell them in the Bronx. I couldn't believe they sell British confection in the Bronx, but there we go.
That is incredibly strange.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so thank you, John, for that explanation. I'm going to go ahead and drop you out so we can actually get this shit rolling proper.
Thank
Sure,
you,
no
John.
worries.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Yes, ejecting from the video call.
Okay, and also just a heads up. If you detect audio problems on my end, let me know and I'll swap over to the iPad.
Okay.
Yes, and what he means by that is if suddenly in mid-word he stops and then several seconds...
Oh, like it has
That's
for the
what he's
past 4 or
referring
5 episodes?
Yeah,
I
it
think
has-
it's Skype. I think it's a Skype problem.
Well, we're
Well,
not
if that's the
using
case,
Skype
we're not on
anymore.
Skype, so then you don't have to worry about it. And you haven't been doing it since you've been on tonight, so...
Yeah.
Oh, I've been doing
Alright.
it.
Okay, who wants to get this party fucking
Okay.
started?
So, let's do this like we always do this. Hello and welcome, everyone, to Devour the Podcast, episode 100.
Yay!
Yay!
I am your host, producer, creator, and brilliant genius behind this madness. My name is David, and to my digital right is the lady who's been here for the last 20 minutes with me, and also 90 episodes, Jamie Jenkins.
Hello! I am not drunk yet, but I'm getting
you
there.
will be.
Oh, I will be.
I'm not even quite a quarter through this IPA fucking, what is this, pint? Oh yeah, it's gonna be a good night.
I am sucking down my gin and tonic with a straw because I don't want to wait.
And to my digital left is a man who I have great respect for, even though he's fucking late.
I was trying. I don't understand things.
Do a live show, they said. It'll be fun, they said.
Well, although I feel like my role tonight
Hi, Dave Burke.
is to provide the ambient theme music. So for the duration of the show, I will just be doing this. Bum bum. Bum bum. Bum bum. Bum
Because they're
bum.
different than us, see? Because they're from outer space.
Bum bum. God, I love that movie.
Okay.
Okay. So,
Bum bum.
it's episode 100.
It is. I can't
And
even
Andrew
believe it.
Valdez is apparently doing Muppet arms. That's a thing.
Where are you seeing all this stuff? I don't see any
I
of
have the
this.
Q&A open on the side window of the Hangout.
Get it together, Ransdell.
I'm looking at the Q&A now, and I just see that Gary will get you in soon. Don't worry.
Oh yeah, you have to scroll up to refresh it. The Q&A thing is kind of slow. It's fucking Google. Fucking Google. Brian
Okay.
says time is hard. Yes, it is. Okay, so let's go ahead and start this off with the way we always do it. How are we doing, everybody?
I'm doing well. I have some exciting news.
Uh-oh.
I do. My neighbor saga is about to come to an end. I just found out today that she has been evicted.
Oh, I thought it was going to end because of murder.
Murder. It might. I found out today that she's been evicted. She has till the end of the month to pack her shit and get out, and I'm very excited. I'm very excited. So, yeah. So that's been my day, and then there's this. I am so happy.
Yes. Yeah. No, this is pretty cool. I mean, oh, there we go. All right.
Oh, also, I have a new show that debuted this week.
Oh yeah.
Called the Insomniacs Playlist, and you can now find it. Well, are we telling people about that yet, or should I just tell them that?
I don't know. Bo, do you want to talk about that now?
What are we talking about?
Am I
Jesus
telling
Christ.
people about the website yet, or is it not going live yet?
No. It's live. The iTunes stream is not yet approved, but
Okay, but they can hear it off the website. I know because I did that. So you can go to legionpodcasts.com and you'll look for Insomniacs Playlist, and you can hear my first episode. The first episode was music from horror films, and John was actually instrumental in getting that done. He was my producer, and he's amazing. And there will be more episodes. They're not all strictly horror. It's just whatever I feel like listening to at the time, because if you pay attention to my Facebook post when I can't sleep, they're always themed, but they vary greatly. So it's going to be just kind of random. You never know what you're going to hear, but I'm very excited about that. And so if you haven't heard the first episode yet, check it out, because you guys are horror fans. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here.
yeah. And I listened to it today, and it was really good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Although I did actually learn this evening that, and this is completely my fault, I had wanted to play the Dwight Twilley Band version of Looking for the Magic from Your Next, and so that's what I sent to John, I thought, and it turns out that whomever had created the YouTube link that I sent him mislabeled it, and it was actually the Mind the Gap version. So I apologize to everyone because I said it was the Dwight Twilley version. That's what I wanted to play, and it turns out it was actually the Mind the Gap version, so just ignore that. I will be more careful in the future and not be such a dumbass. But totally my fault. Anyway, but thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah. It was really good. I was doing a lot of work for the site stuff today, and that was great background stuff. It was fantastic, and I got to hear Dream Warriors, which was awesome. So
Yeah. I tried to mix it up a little bit. You got the Monster Squad rap, and you got Dream Warriors, and I don't know, I even put in the instrumental, or it's mostly instrumental, beginning song from the original Blob, which I love. And so it just kind of went all over the place. I had a good time putting that playlist together. And that's me. That's what I'm doing.
Awesome. Bo.
well, she talked about the thing I was gonna say.
Okay, well.
No, I didn't. I just mentioned that it was out there. But they don't even know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So for the what was previously League of Extraordinary podcast that David had worked on, and just time and wherewithal not permitting, so I took over the whole thing and we rebranded it Legion Podcasts, and yeah, it's all up and running. Shy the iTunes feed, which should be available in the not too distant future.
Yeah,
as soon as
a little bit.
Yeah, but all the mechanics to make it much easier for the podcasters to get their shows to you in a very convenient and quick way is in place. And it's a shitload of work, but it's mostly done. And then it looks like Lost After Dark will be released between January and May of next year. I don't have a firm date yet, but that will be the window.
Yay! I am so excited, honey. I cannot wait to see it. I can't wait.
Yeah, me either.
Be fun.
So, so that's what I got going on.
Awesome.
What
Actually,
about you, Dave? Oh, wait, I've got one more thing. One more
shit.
thing.
Oh, Jamie Jenkinson live.
Yes, baby. The table of contents for the book that my story is going to be in has been officially announced, so I can talk about it now. And Bo, I think you've already heard this, but the title of the book is The Summer of Lovecraft, and it is Lovecraft mythos-based stories that take place during the 1960s, and it's being edited by Brian Sammons and Glenn Owen Barris, and that is going to be released sometime after the new year. Like book. So you people, like, just, if you're interested, keep an ear out, because you know me, I run my mouth about everything, and I'm sure you'll hear all the details even if you don't want them. So, but I'm very excited to be able to announce that it's official now, and so, yay. That will be coming out from Chaosium Incorporated.
And congratulations again.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you. It's kind of exciting. I'm so lying. It's totally exciting. Okay, David, how are you?
I'm good. I went to an orthopedic doctor this week to figure out what the fuck is wrong with my knees. Yeah, apparently nothing is actually wrong with them.
Oh, is it because you're really tall?
I don't know. He's like, well, the X-rays are good. There's nothing broken. There's nothing moving around that shouldn't be. So he's like, just do 6 weeks of physical therapy. That should do it. I was like, okay. Cool. Well, not really cool, but strange factoid. The doctor I saw looked just like the creepy German doctor from Hostel, the one who gets sawed in half by what's his name when he's escaping.
Jay Hernandez.
Yes, not the one he kills in the toilet, but the one he kills with the chainsaw when he's escaping. Looked just like that guy, and it was fucking creepy.
Ooh. Did you kill him with a chainsaw?
No, he was very nice.
Okay.
Well, he gets it all out in,
Eastern
foreign
Europe.
countries.
Yes. So, what have we watched in the 2 weeks we were off?
Well, I've got my handy-dandy list right now. Honestly, what I have here is my Netflix queue recently watched list, so if it's not on there, then I'm probably going to forget about it. But I watched the thing from Another Planet, which is basically the original The Thing, and that is such a good movie. It really is good. Like, I remember.
Wait. The Thing from Another Planet, or the Thing from Another World?
Another world. I'm drinking. Leave me alone. A Thing from Another World, the Howard Hawks film. That is so good. I hadn't actually seen it since I was a teenager, and I remember thinking that, I guess it was because I loved The Thing so much, that I remember thinking that it wasn't that great, because I've always been like, oh, I'm so, that's an example of a film that needed to be remade and blah, 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 and John Carpenter does a beautiful job, which of course he did. But honestly, on watching it again, that's a damn good movie. I mean, the dialogue is so well written. It's fun. It's good. And so if anyone out there has not seen that film, then you should do that, because it's totally worth your time.
Who was it that pointed out the number of doors that are opened in that movie?
George Romero.
Yeah, that's very funny.
I can tell you that through the entire film, Brian and I are going, close the door! Because the guy, every time somebody opens the door, he's like, close the door! And I'm like, there's a blizzard outside. Do you really think they're not going to? You think it's necessary to remind everyone to close the door?
Close the fucking door! So,
I watched Paca for direct-to-video connoisseur, the Jason Statham, Jennifer Lopez film, and her butt was not in it as much as I expected it to be.
Absolutely, Jennifer Lopez and Jason Statham were in a movie together.
Yes, they were, and she was the role that you expect to be the love interest, but she wasn't, because he already had a wife or a girlfriend or something, and she wanted to be, but he's a good guy, so it never worked out. But anyway, there was that. I watched the documentary all about Divine called I Am Divine.
Oh, I just had that.
That is really good. If you are a John Waters fan or a Divine fan, then I recommend that highly. I watched The Hills Have Eyes 2 because how can you go wrong with a movie where the dog has a flashback?
I forgot about that.
Yeah, I actually did a flashback count along with Brian when we watched that, and I think there were like 5 flashbacks in that film, including the dog, which he said should count for 2. But I watched Aftershock, the much maligned film from Bo, anyway.
Because it's garbage.
I wouldn't go that far. I think it's bland. I don't think there wasn't enough to upset me in it. I didn't love it, but I didn't think it was all that bad. I just didn't have a lot of, ire for it, but, it was what it was. Watched Galaxy of Terror, Insidious Chapter 2, of course, for a Grave Shift. Been watching this season of Hemlock Grove. We Are What We Are for Grave Shift. Raising Jeffrey Dahmer, which had some interesting points, but it was also a film that allowed me to get up and do other things.
And that's a kid's movie, as I understand it.
It was put out by Pixar. I watched Cujo, because that's on Netflix now, and that movie makes me cry. I watched All Cheerleaders Die, which is also on Netflix. I really enjoyed that movie. I really did. I had fun with that. I watched Night of the Cobra Woman, which then made me watch directly after, or rewatch Machete Maidens Unleashed, which is all about the Filipino film movement.
Yes.
And what's his name? What's his name?
Corman?
Corman, yes, Roger Corman. I watched Psychopathia Sexualis, which is a film that sort of brings to life via vignettes the book, or the couple of books written by Richard von Krafft-Ebing and his textbooks about sexual psychosis. The idea is interesting. The execution kind of right up there with like a basic cable documentary kind of thing. It wasn't all that great. It was okay. Celebrity Sex Tape, a raunch comedy, which heavy on the raunch, not so much on the comedy. It really wasn't very funny at all. I cannot recommend it. Somehow I watched the whole thing.
Who's in that?
No one really.
Oh.
It's just one of those
It's just an empty chair.
Yeah, there are a bunch of names I don't know. They're young kids, and it's kind of like in the vein of like a raunchier American Pie kind of thing, but it's just not funny. Or like Sex Drive, that kind of thing, but it's not funny. I watched The Perfect Host with David Hyde Pierce.
Oh, yeah.
Which was delightful. Now the end, I will say that the end was a little bit convoluted, and there's a lot going on with story toward the end, but David Hyde Pierce playing a psychopath is delightful. It was so much fun watching him just be crazy, and he was really good at it, so I recommend that. I watched Killing Season, where you can see Robert De Niro, and then you playing against Travolta, who is rocking a Serbian accent through the entire film. That is about...
It is so weird.
Yeah, basically, and it makes you want to. Well, I did that for Direct-to-Video Connoisseur, and so Matt and I were talking about that, and he was talking about how he and his fiance were, while they were watching the film, they were basically thinking of all the iconic John Travolta lines that they could force into a Serbian accent. And there's a scene where he and De Niro are throwing back some Jägermeister, so he's drunk and Serbian, and that was it was fun. But the movie is all about the aftermath of the Bosnian War, basically 20 years later, and how it affects these two guys. And then, but it was good. I really enjoyed it. And I particularly enjoyed the end, so I do recommend that. Then I watched Alone with Her, which is a film about a psycho who places cameras in this chick's apartment because he wants to get to know her. So basically, he's stalking her. And that was played by Colin Hanks, who did a pretty good job with the creepy. And that was much better than I anticipated it would be. I enjoyed that quite a bit. And a lot of it was sort of verite style because you're seeing it through the camera's eyes. Actually, all of it, I guess. I don't recall any of it being not. But it's done really well. And it's got its tense moments, and I like the characters. I believe these people. They're very real. And so playing opposite Colin Hanks was this actress. She's a Hispanic actress. And Netflix is being a dick right now, so it's not showing me the name. Oh, Ana Claudia Talancon? I don't know. But she was good. She was really good, and I enjoyed that. I recommend it too. And that brings us here to the movies we watched tonight.
All right. Borillas.
I now answer to Susan. All right, let's roll through this quickly. I saw Under the Skin, which is really good. I saw 1408, which is really, really good. I saw Antisocial, which is terrible. I saw Caught Up on the Strain, which, by the way, is super dumb but super great. I saw The Tortured, which is pointless. I saw the Lego Movie, which is great. I saw Stage Fright, which I really liked. I know you guys were down on it, but I really enjoyed that movie quite a bit. I saw the True Bloods. Almost all caught up on that. It's the last season. The last couple of episodes have been real fun. Been watching The Leftovers, which is super depressing, and the third episode is fantastic. Saw Cheap Thrills, which I thought was okay. All Cheerleaders Die as well. Not the sequel, just I also saw All Cheerleaders Die. And I wasn't over the moon for it, just because Duncan and I talked about this a bit, that I just want Lucky McKee to do movies as substantive as The Woman all the time and not have any fun. And All Cheerleaders Die is no The Woman, you know? But it's fine. Saw Insidious Chapter 2, and Insidious, which we covered on Graveshift Radio, reminded me that I really like a whole lot of Insidious, and I really don't like a whole lot of Insidious Chapter 2.
You were pretty rough on that one.
Yeah, I don't think that's a very good movie.
Yeah.
I saw the 300 sequel, Rise of an Empire, which has the most ridiculous voiceover ever put to film. I would recommend it on that level alone. Not as a good watch, but because that movie is pretty bad in a lot of wonderful ways.
Well, so is the original.
Yeah, but the original has a gravitas to it, I think, that... And I'm stretching to use the word gravitas, I know. But it's way better than the sequel. Way better.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
I mean, Rise of an Empire still has all the homoeroticism that you come to expect from a 300 film, but with a whole lot of expository voiceover that mixes metaphors that don't exist, which I appreciated.
Wonderful.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really good in a completely trashy way. Watched We Are What We Are again for Graveshift, and that's just a great movie. Saw Dickstown, which I love. The Bothersome Man, which is a really fun, well, maybe not fun, that's probably the wrong word, a very, very interesting Swedish film about a guy who lives in a perfect society and doesn't much care for it. Saw a movie called Blue Ruin, which I highly recommend if you like a movie like Blood Simple. Saw a couple of documentaries, one called The Missing Picture, which is about the Khmer Rouge, which was really fascinating and kind of heartbreaking and upsetting and all that stuff. And also a documentary called Finding Vivian Meyer about a street photographer whose work is discovered after her death. And both of those documentaries are well worth your time if you enjoy a good doc. I saw The Conjuring, which I don't like.
I did too, and I like it.
I know. And I like it enough to recommend it, but I don't like watching it. Then Motel Hell we did also on Graveshift Radio, and that's a really fun movie. And finally, last but certainly not least, I saw the Sharknado 2. And I recommend this movie because there's about 15 minutes that are genuinely kind of inspired in terms of just craziness and lunacy. And Tara Reid's performance has not... You haven't seen the likes of this since the performance from the mom in the original Elm Street. Where she's just like, oh my God, Finn, you can't go out there because there's a Sharknado. It is delightful. Yeah, it's a really, really bad movie, but like the first 10 minutes of it are legitimately good in the sense that it seems to really know what movie it is.
Mhm.
And then it starts to whip a little family drama on you at a certain point, and you're like, look, you need to stick with your strong point, Sharknado 2. And telling a poignant family drama is not one of them. So that's all the stuff I watched.
I watched The Purge 2.
Oh, Christ.
It's happening in the right segment, man. I don't know that we can
true.
complain about this.
I totally forgot because it wasn't on my Netflix queue because I saw it at the movies. I'm drinking. But I did see The Purge 2. I had a good time with that. I did. I think it's better than the first one by a lot. And they added some interesting elements to how the rich people versus the poor people deal with the purge. I thought it was very interesting. Apart from some God damn it. Apart from some completely unnecessary exposition that sort of spat at you in the last couple of minutes of the film, where if you had just sat through the entire film like most of us did that were sitting in the theater, then and I say most of us because there was this one guy, he was kind of an older guy and he kept going to the bathroom a lot. But if you sat through the film, you didn't really need this because it basically told you everything that you already knew. But I guess it was there for the stupid people because you know how they think people are stupid. And that really bothers me when films assume that their audience is dumb. I don't like that. However, the film overall I enjoyed quite a bit. And Ryan saw it too. He saw it the very same day I did. And he pretty much feels the same way. So that means I'm right.
Well, all right then. Okay, so then I watched Ghostbusters on Netflix
Who you gonna call?
Ghostbusters because the fucking 4K version is coming out Blu-ray.
Plus, Ghostbusters is Ghostbusters. And
Yeah,
that's
it's fucking
movie.
amazing.
Yeah.
Holy shit! It's forever since I watched that movie.
Yeah, it's the best.
It is. It's fucking wonderful. I also watched
There's
Beverly
never a
Hills
reason
Cop.
to not watch that movie.
True, much like Beverly Hills Cop, which I also watched, which is amazing.
I do love Eddie
That is
Murphy,
a really good movie.
or like early Eddie Murphy. Like
Yeah.
when he got later into the family films, I'm just,
I refer to that movie, or I described that movie to my girlfriend the first time we watched it as, this is when Eddie Murphy was still funny.
Yeah, like I love raw Eddie Murphy. I love delirious Eddie Murphy. I love like Golden Child Eddie Murphy. I love,
I want the knife. Golden Child.
That's a terrible movie. Yeah, but that line is great.
Yeah.
I got some ice cream and you don't have. Okay, sorry.
It's so bad.
And now for our live show, we will just do our interpretation of the stand-up film Raw.
Yes.
Jamie will be wearing red leather.
Was it Raw or Delirious? Where it was Delirious, wasn't where he talked about wearing? He was so poor, and his daddy worked at the toy factory, so he used to have to wear the Twister.
Oh, that's
the
Raw.
Twister Madness was Raw. Okay, and then he's like, when the bullies would beat him up, it was like right hand red,
Left foot green.
left foot blue. That was so fucking funny.
Lillian cannot come to the phone.
Oh, that is the best. Lillian. Lillian, if I show up and there are fire trucks outside, I'm gonna whip that ass.
And then that whole like having to eat a regular hamburger on white bread thing, I had to go through that when I was a kid. They're like, it's the same thing, and their parents are all, it's the same thing. I'm like, it is not fucking the same thing.
Yeah. All right. I also watched Tourist Trap with the Riff Tracks.
Hey, awesome. Oh, how was that?
Very funny. My friend and I watched that because we both love that fucking movie. And I also watched most of Rise of the Planet of the Apes. I did not finish it yet because my girlfriend and I were watching it. We've just been super busy and not able to finish it, but it's good.
Wait, the new one or the
one from 2011
with the Franco?
Yes.
Yeah, that is a great movie.
Yeah.
I was
trying to get the fucking box set because like I saw it. So I saw the box set at Target like a week before I got paid, and it was like $20. And I was like, fuck yeah, I want the Planet of the Apes box set on Blu-ray, even though I've only seen the first one. I don't give a shit.
I don't understand this whole I've been really busy so I can't finish this movie. Like, I don't get that. If you're going to watch a movie...
Well, we started it in the evening, and then we're like, oh, I need to go to sleep because it's like 11 o'clock.
Okay, all right. I
we
get
gotta
it.
have time to do it. You know it.
Yes, sleep. Anyway, so I went to Target the next week, and they didn't fucking have it. And then every place is sold out. And I'm like, you guys are all fucking assholes, and I don't want to spend $40 on this fucking box set. So...
Yeah.
That is my sads about not having the box set for Planet of the Apes. Anyway, so yeah.
It's a good story.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I would whip that one out on Thanksgiving, though.
Among other things, there are lots of things you can whip out at Thanksgiving.
Wah, wah.
You have been on Grave Shift far too much.
Like I wasn't vulgar before I joined Grave Shift.
Right, but I'm just saying it's not helping. Like
Talk
you're
to you guys a bunch.
You're hanging out with a bad crowd, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. Well, if John would stop talking about his big dick. That's all he talks about. Do you know this?
Yeah. Do I know it?
Great show, though. Seriously, people, if you haven't checked out Grave Shift Radio, I highly recommend it. Okay, there you go.
Right. Gather the kids around. They're going to learn some new words.
Lord.
Mommy, what's a blumpkin?
Really gross? Does anybody actually do that?
It's my signature for I'm done.
All right. Okay.
Okay. So I think that is it for our pre-show.
One more thing, because I'll forget it if I don't, because by the time we get to the end of the show, I normally do this at the end of the show, but by the time we get there, I'm afraid I'll forget. Probably. I want to welcome a new member to the Devour family.
Oh, shit.
And that is... And did you guys get the email from Luna?
No.
Oh.
Luna
well,
Lovegood?
No, well, I will forward it to you then. We have a new listener. Her name, I think it's Tiffany, but she goes by Luna, and she's from Louisiana. And she has just picked up on our show and it actually said, hello, Bo, David, and I guess she just sent it to me. But she had found us because she listened to me on another show, and then she found Devour, and she's been going back and listening to the catalog while she's having her chemo treatments. Ooh. And she said that it really brightens her day, which honestly made me tear up. And
that's very awesome.
So I want to thank her for reaching out, because I love getting to know our listeners, and welcome her to the family, because that means a lot to me. So welcome, Luna.
Thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoy this drunken shenanigans.
Yeah.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, we're with you in spirit.
Yeah.
Yeah, see?
All right.
And while you're at it, kick cancer's ass.
Yeah, fuck cancer.
Please do.
Fuck a bunch of cancer.
Cancer's bullshit.
You tell them I said so.
Yeah. You tell that cancer that Devour the Podcast says go fuck itself.
And we do.
Yeah.
She's real sweet. I will forward you guys the email then.
Okay.
Our review of cancer, fuck that disease.
Yes.
Okay. So we're not going to have any sound clips for tonight, but you'll hear it in the downloadable version, because I'm gonna fix it in post.
It's 6 o'clock. Time for the 11 o'clock news.
Yes. So, Jamie.
What?
News us.
Oh man, like we don't have a break or anything.
Yeah, I feel like we should freshen our drinks.
Good thing I already have it pulled up. Oh, do you need to freshen your drink? Bo, also, what's happening in the chat room? Anything going on over there?
You have been accused of slurring your talking bouts.
Who accused me of that? I have not.
That was Chris, and yeah, a little bit, and a lot of folks giving shout outs to Grave Shift and Ryan saying that it is the right crowd, which of course he would say.
Shout out to Brian. I know he's out there. I just want to say hi. I love you.
Yeah, he's been very active as well. I only left him out because he has just been consistently entertaining and, like, well done. Keep it up. So
He does that.
good show.
He
Good
keeps
show,
me
Brian.
entertained all the time.
All
All right. Well, let's take like a 60-second pause,
yes.
and then we'll be right back. And in the meantime, I will sit here and go boom boom.
Well,
Or
if
you
you're
could.
sitting there
Bum, bum.
doing that, you can't freshen your drink. I'll
Right.
entertain people.
Oh, okay.
US there. I just posted our 11 o'clock news sound clip there in the showcase. If you want to listen to that briefly while we dick around.
Oh, that's so clever of you.
I have.
Okay, I
my
might be
moments.
slurring. I might be slurring a little bit.
You're so smart, David.
Actually, says you're a bit slower than usual.
God
Do
damn it!
you mean racial slurs or just in general?
I love you, Ashley. And I'm so glad people are here to witness this. It's going to be my downfall.
Also, the Dairy Queen Slurrier, one of the most delicious desserts you'll ever have.
Well, go get your drink.
All right, we'll be right back.
People don't have all night. We waited for him once, didn't we?
I know. Fuck.
I'm getting my drink as we speak. That's the joy of having a laptop. I'm just taking everyone with me. This is so unprofessional. I would also like to take a moment to thank everyone for joining us tonight, because we would totally not have made 100 episodes without all the people out there listening right now.
Absolutely.
And contributing. And when I say that I love our listeners, I'm really not kidding. Like, you guys have no idea how much it means to me that you not only take the time to devote some time to us when you have so many other choices out there, but you then take the time to let us know you're out there and to contribute and to take part.
And you guys tell us the stuff that you like about episodes, which is great because, like I've said, I edit the shows. I don't remember half the shit that gets said in an episode at any given time. So when people post shit from an episode, I'm like, what? I said that? Really?
Oh, I know. You know who was awesome at that? Dave Burke.
Yeah.
That boy, he he remembers shit, and I'm like, I said that? Okay.
I know, right?
I'm funny. Not really.
Also,
Oh, we do
Duncan.
have a request for the Jamie cackle.
yes, oh yes, hold on.
Oh, do it.
You got to pick your moment. It'll happen tonight.
I just don't get to hear that very often anymore because you've been holding back. And so I actually kind of miss it.
All right.
That and the
The Universal performer,
yes.
Halloween Horror Night performer.
Yes.
Err.
Okay, are we ready for the news?
I believe so.
Okay, y'all, and welcome back. It's time for the news. I know we never left, but that's what I always say, so deal with it. All right.
Yeah, you
And,
guys have seen the sausage made.
It's true. You're about to see what I'm like, completely unfiltered when I read the news. And you may never come back. Okay. First up, Occupant, Deep Silver team for Dead Island film. Occupant Entertainment and Deep Silver, the video game publishing label of Koch Media, announced today they are partnering to package, produce, and finance a screen adaptation of the popular hit video game franchise Dead Island. Occupant plans to attach a filmmaker and fast-track the project for a production start in first quarter of 2015. Set on a tropical island resort, Dead Island revolves around a zombie outbreak and has become one of the most successful new video game IPs in the last few years, selling over 8 million copies worldwide across all platforms. Here is a quote from Occupant partners Joe Norauter and Felipe Marino, and they say, Deep Silver has created a highly successful game franchise based on very cinematic, widely viewed, and well-received trailers, which provide a great template for launching a film franchise with a distinctive and commercial take on the zombie apocalypse. Lionsgate had intentions to do a big screen film adaptation in 2011, but the studio ultimately removed it from its production slate. Now, I'm not really sure about the great template for London. Well, you know, the whole film franchise with a distinctive take on the zombie apocalypse, unless by distinctive you're referring to the fact that you can kick them repeatedly. Because I don't think there has been another film franchise where you just kick zombies. And to be honest,
I think if they're going from the trailers are fucking amazing. Like the first teaser trailer they released, that was like, well, maybe 2 minutes total.
Oh, the reverse one? Yeah.
Yeah, that was great. And then you got the game, and you're like, this is fucking stupid.
Yeah, this isn't really as good as the trailer.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the game is fine for what it is, but when you see that trailer, you're like, holy shit, this is going to be amazing. And that's not at all what you're getting. So if they're going to actually go in the direction of like, hey, here's what we did with these trailers, let's do that, fucking great. If you're going to do what you did with the game, which is just basically first-person shooter, run around, kick zombies bullshit, I'll pass.
Well, and to be honest, that's pretty much all I do when I play those games, and I actually enjoy them, but I find I get much better result from just kicking the shit out of them than doing anything else. So I will wait till I get up on a zombie, and I'll just kick them to the ground and continue stomping until their head blows out or whatever. That's my favorite thing to do. So I don't know, if there's a movie about people kicking zombies to death, at least I will be able to relate.
Yeah, that's good.
All right. Next up, Alex Kurtzman to direct Universal's The Mummy reboot. John's not very happy about this, but I'll tell you why. John Rhodes, Universal Pictures is in final negotiations with Alex Kurtzman to direct The Mummy reboot, says The Hollywood Reporter. He is already producing the movie with Chris Morgan. Earlier this month, it was reported that Kurtzman and Morgan will be bringing all the classic Universal monsters together to form a cohesive cinematic universe, an effort that Kurtzman was previously working on with Roberto Orci. The first film in the series will be The Mummy, which is already set for a release on June 24, 2016. According to the trade, the new film, quote, is set in the present... All right, there's the first one, y'all. It's set in the present.
First one?
All right, fine. It's set in the present and is not a horror play, but rather an action-adventure tentpole with horror elements. It will also feature new characters and not rehash previous incarnations. John Spates worked on the script, as did Kurtzman and Orci. Sean Daniel is also a producer, while Bobby Cohen is executive producing. Over the course of developing The Mummy, Alex has demonstrated such clarity and passion about this character and mythology, said co-president of production Jeff Kirschenbaum. He knows why The Mummy has fascinated us for so long and how to bring that into an inventive, incredible new adventure. It became obvious that he is the perfect choice to be not only one of the narrative engineers of this new vision, but its director as well. Kurtzman previously directed People Like Us, starring Chris Pine and Elizabeth Banks, and is attached to direct Spider-Man spin-off Venom for Sony Pictures. And the reason that John is kind of unhappy about this is that they're doing the whole adventure thing rather than the straight-up horror thing. And I kind of agree with that. Like, I would dig an Avengers-style Universal Monsters franchise, you know, where you bring all of them in, and I think that would really be awesome if they kept it scary and if they kept it closer to the original films. But this is going to be more like the Brendan Fraser film, and that's not really what I want. What I was looking for from The Mummy now is sort of going back to the Mummy that we know from way back when. That's what I wanted. And I think a lot of horror fans would agree with that. I think that we would like for them to aim for the scary. And it doesn't really look like they're planning to do that. So I'm not sure about how that's going to go.
I would also argue that The Mummy is not that scary.
Well, no, it's not. But I think that you could make it scary, and I'd be okay with that. Yeah, if you go back and watch the original Mummy, it's really not scary at all. But, now I think that you could make it scary.
But how do you do that with something that just moves slowly towards you? It's like...
You do that with zombies all the time.
Yeah, but there's a bunch of them. Zombies are scary because there's a crowd of them.
And they're eating you, whereas the Mummy is just going to strangle you.
Well, see,
right. It's like being chased by a glacier.
I was also about to say that I did one thing I never cared for with the Mummy is that all he did was really choke people. I would like to see him get a little more visceral about it, and and which I think would make it a little more frightening. But I don't know, because it doesn't look they're going that way anyway. And my second question is, if you're going to do, like with the reboot of the Spider-Man series, is it necessary to hit Venom again? Like, is there?
Well, but they
there nothing
fucked it
else
up the first time.
Well,
like,
I know,
royally
but-
fucked it the first time.
I know, but would you want to try to redo that, or would you just want to
Because
something
yes,
else.
because Venom, much like Wolverine, is a stupid character that everybody fucking loves from the 90s.
Grrr.
People
All right,
fucking love Venom. I don't know why. Him and Carnage, people are just like, oh my god, man. So
Wait,
good.
all right. So I kind of fell off on my Spider-Man reading at a point. I knew Venom, like the Eddie Brock story.
Right.
What was Carnage?
I want to say Carnage was a spin-off of Venom, and it was
A spin-off of a spin-off.
yeah.
And it's all Spider-Man. That's like a triple pun.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly, but basically Carnage was like somehow more evil than Venom. Like maybe the symbiote got its own consciousness. I don't know, or it found someone who was crazy. I don't know. Didn't read those. I just remember Carnage and Venom being super popular in the 90s.
All right. Okay. Bo, are you excited? Get excited. And everybody out there, you get excited too, because I'm about to tell you what you need to know about Rob Zombie's 31. So hold on to your butts.
All right.
For the last few weeks, writer-director Rob Zombie has been building a modicum of mystery for his next feature film effort, 31. He has released a few production sketches that got fans speculating, and we know 31 is a reference to October 31st, per Zombie himself. Today, however, details have been revealed. Zombie launched an official site, rz-31.com. Again, that's rz-31.com. RZ-30. I'm being that 1-800 guy from commercials. Anyway. And we're now learning 31 is going to be a crowd-funded effort. My, how times have changed for filmmakers, eh? It's interesting to see him, not his. I didn't screw that up. They did. It's interesting to see him adopt this method of financing after previous efforts like Tyrannosaurus Rex and Broad Street Bullies. His hockey film fell through. 31 has no rules. 31 has no boundaries. It is ever so simple, but it has a lot of flavors. Do whatever you can do to kill your opponent before they kill you. Keep this up for 12 hours and freedom is yours. The site is brimming with concept art, videos, and the details you need to know to participate in the project, which tells of 5 people who were abducted on Halloween and face myriad masked maniacal threats.
So it's Manhunt the movie. I'm okay with that.
I've seen some of the concept art, and I think it's pretty cool. It was actually sent to me by one of our listeners.
Yeah. Oh, quickly. Carnage was, according to Brian, according to Gary, he was Flash Thompson, and there's apparently a cosmic spider suit, which was the symbiote. And then Brian says Carnage was Psycho Killer that got baby Venom on him. So.
That got baby Venom on him?
Yeah. So basically,
oh man,
the
those
symbiote,
poisonous babies suck, don't they?
Yeah. So the symbiote merged with a crazy person and got Carnage. Okay. Sure. Whatever. Comics are crazy. Whatever. Who gives a fuck?
Anyone have any?
Got retconned anyway.
Anyone have any thoughts on Zombies 31 or the fact that he's crowdsourcing it?
Everybody seems to be doing it these days.
It's true.
Yeah. I don't know. I
like
judgment
until I see it.
Yeah, I like Lords of Salem more than most people, I think.
Not more than me. I looked at our ratings today when I was trying to come up with. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, please, you.
Tell us why you're a bigger fan of Rob Zombie's.
No. I was just saying. I just happened to see our ratings today when I was going through the backlog of our shows when I was trying to come up with my impossibly long list of shit, and I just noticed. I was actually surprised that you liked it as much as you did because I didn't recall that. But please continue.
All right. Okay. So, yeah, I think that maybe. Is this okay? So, no, I'm not crazy about kickstarting a movie because I don't think like if one of the Kickstarter rewards was that you got a ticket to the movie, I'm more cool with that because you're getting something for your money and not just, here's my money to go make a movie I may not like.
Right.
Yeah, no, that's true. I think it kind of depends. It depends on the perks. And like I said last night, when Brian's book was coming out and they were crowdsourcing it, it was basically a pre-order. I mean, that was what you were spending the money that you would spend when the book came out anyway. So you're just pre-ordering it. And I think if you do your crowdsourcing that way, then it's a cool idea. But I don't know. It just seems to be, it's all over now. Like everyone's like, oh, I need new socks. Let me crowdfund that. I'm like, well, hang on a minute.
Crowdfunding fucking potato salad. So thanks for letting me know.
$55K is where that topped out, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, that made a shitload of money, which is interesting. That's a lot of fucking potato salad.
Right, but it was kind of clever, I mean, I get it. I understand why that.
Oh yeah, I actually think it's
made
very funny.
A bunch of money, but yeah, I still don't. I just have a problem with filmmakers. Like that's what investors are for. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And even if you can't find the investors for the movie, I'm not saying that means it's a bad idea, but maybe you shelve it and do something else until you've got the street cred to do your own thing, where somebody's going to write you that check because they trust that you're a success,
Yeah, also I think that, and like I know that a lot of indie people use it, and I'm more okay with that.
Right.
I'm more okay with indie people crowdfunding their films because it's really difficult to come up with money for an indie project, and that does not mean that the film is bad. It just means that it's difficult to come up with money for that. But if you're like a big-time filmmaker, then if you can't get a studio to back what you're doing, or if you can't get someone, whether it's studio-related or not, if you can't get someone to back what you're doing and you have a catalog under your belt already, then there might be a problem there. That maybe that should tell you something. If you're a seasoned filmmaker.
That one of the perks is if you give him $300, he'll follow you on Twitter.
I'm not paying anyone $300 to follow me on Twitter. That's bullshit.
And also for how long?
And just
because the entire time
doesn't mean he's going to interact with you. It doesn't mean he's going to even read what you say. I mean, big fucking deal.
Yeah.
Get over yourself, zombie. And I actually like him.
I'd want to guarantee that he retweeted everything I tweeted, and all my tweets would be like, Rob Zombie likes to fuck goats. # YOLO.
Oh, speaking of YOLO, somebody said it.
No, Vanessa did the
Thank you.
Devil Baby YOLO. I was almost going to bring it up, and I was like, I feel like we don't want to get, pack the front end of the show with too much of, the greatest hit shit.
Right. But I did want to mention that she said it, so thank you, Vanessa.
By the way, I just want to say, and I know we can't really do this live, but I would really like some leftovers sometime soon. I think our 100th episode is a good time to do something like that, or sometime around there. So I think it would be really, and I know that's a lot of hard work. I get that, but I really love those shows. I love it when I love the Devour Leftovers because
I think I have enough content.
I end up saying a lot of idiotic shit.
Yeah, I think I've got enough content for one. I don't know. I'll have to look. But that is that was a plan to release another Leftovers episode for around this time.
Good, because I think I get a kick out of those. My favorite parts are the outtakes, and you do such a good job with those. So I really enjoy them. We'll fix it in post. It in post, which actually we haven't said in quite a while.
I did say it earlier.
Oh, just kidding. Well, it's too late to fix anything now in post. They've already heard it. It's already out there.
That's true.
Okay, next up.
Go ahead and skip.
The next one?
Yeah, because I don't give a shit about that one.
All right. Okay. Well, I'm not skipping.
I kind of want to know what it is now.
The Vicious Brothers have an alien movie coming out.
Who does?
The Vicious Brothers?
They have an alien movie coming out?
Yes, it's called Extraterrestrial.
Oh, not like Alien.
No. Like a gray aliens alien movie.
So we didn't skip it at all. You actually talked about it. Okay, well then next up, get ready for a nice. You know what's funny is this is not at all. This has nothing to do with my drinking. This is normal bullshit right here.
Yeah.
Okay, get ready for a werewolf rising this fall. Oh, I just got a message from Iris. She's missing the live show. Well, that's okay. You can hear it back later. We love you, Iris. Okay, get ready for
the live show.
She didn't go into that much detail. She just said she was missing it.
All right, stop the show. Let's find out what the fuck is going on with Iris.
Okay. It appears that there will be no shortage of werewolves. Sweet! For this Halloween season. From deep in the Arkansas mountains, Image Entertainment brings us Werewolf Rising. The film, hitting DVD on September 8th, just in time for my birthday, tells the story of
and
Emma.
The next episode of liking it.
All right, now to be fair, you were present for my discussion, my emails about the next episode of liking it. It was not me. It is not my fault that we have not put out the next episode. I was trying in earnest, and you know this, right? Because you were there. You were supposed to be involved in that, but it's somehow.
Yeah, and I told you, let me know when you want to do.
Yeah, and I want to, but Craig has been MIA. I don't know what's happening with him because I don't know if he's not getting my emails or whatever. But
fucking Craig.
Come on, Craig.
I love Friday. All right, but yeah, it may very well be that the next episode of Liking It could be in time for my birthday, although that is not my intent. But anyway, the film hitting Okay, that is because of my drinking.
I like it when you freestyle.
I think that was kind of a form of scatting.
That was almost like ninja rap.
Not the fecal matter scatting, but...
I don't think anyone thought that.
But the Mel Torme.
We'll take it to the Q&A. Like, who thought when she said scatting, she meant pooping?
I guarantee you one person did at least.
Oh, God damn it.
And it's going to be Ryan. Or is it Gary?
Gary's going to fuck this up for me.
Gary is apparently on his third beer, so I'm almost done with my pint.
All right. The film, hitting DVD on September 8th, tells the story of Emma, who returns home to find that a slaughter has taken place and soon finds herself in a fight for survival against a werewolf. Sorry. I'm just thinking about how much fun this is, and we haven't even gotten to the movies yet. The classic beast is coming back with a couple of films, and at least 2 others are still waiting for release dates. No complaints here. That's actually in the story, but I will say that, yes, there are no complaints here. I want some werewolves. Damn it. We've had enough of vampires. We've had enough of zombies. And even though I really think there's never enough if they're well done. You know, like I'll take A Kiss of the Damned any day of the week. But I want werewolves to have their time in the sun. It is time. It's time.
Which, one of the few monsters that can be in the sun.
See, exactly. Just don't get any Lord help me. Don't get any silver near them. Okay. So yeah, I'm ready for Werewolf Rising. Are you guys?
I just want to hear you say the title again.
Werewolf Rising.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to Where as well, which Gil rightly pointed out doesn't seem to be getting a lot of release, although everyone I know who's touched that movie says it's great.
Gil also says that he scats while he scats.
Nice.
That's really the perfect time to do it.
Yeah.
I think I've heard that it helps. Okay, next up, Bruce Campbell to headline Evil Dead TV series. It was revealed during the Screen Gems panel on Friday that Sam Raimi, his brother, and Bruce Campbell are working on an Evil Dead television series. It's currently unclear whether or not the series is targeted to replace Raimi's previously announced plans for a big screen Army of Darkness sequel, but check back for updates as soon as they become available. It's currently unclear whether... Wait. They said that already. All right, well... so anyway, but what we have recently learned is that Bruce Campbell will be in the Evil Dead series. So, how does that make you feel? Do you want to see an aged Ash?
Yeah, I think the idea of like a put upon, late 50s to, early to late 50s, I guess, Ash, who's just kind of fed up with fighting Deadites and just has to do it all the goddamn time, could be really funny.
I agree. I'm down with that.
It's the role he was born to play.
I just got a message from Jason Lloyd of Horrorphilia who says, not available by computer, but congrats, guys. It's an amazing milestone. Immensely enjoyed the time y'all were on the network.
Oh.
So thank you, Jason.
Oh, thanks, man. He was also super helpful in getting some of the tracking stuff set up for the network. So yeah, he's a good dude, man. Solid guy.
I love Jason, and he knows that. And I appreciate everything he does for me. He pretty much lets me do whatever I want, and I appreciate that. And yeah, well, thank you very much for the message. That's sweet. See, it's nice to know our people are out there.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like we're getting it's like getting flowers in the hospital, where it's like, well, they're not bothering to come, but they're making a phone call. That's nice.
Aww.
No, not dissing it at all. I mean, it is better than nothing because that's the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, it's true.
Ryan says my doing the news live is adorable.
Also, the people in chat right now.
Thank you, Ryan.
You guys are the real shit.
Are they saying anything?
Yeah, they're saying all kinds of stuff.
You want to share it with the rest of us?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm interacting, and yeah, I suppose I should. I'll shout out some stuff as we're going. I apologize. I've just been responding and thinking I'm funny, so I'll bring it to the group.
So business as usual.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. That brings us. Here we are. Prepare yourself. It's the last story.
Yes.
That brings us to the last story. This one, I'm not trying to bring the room down, but that's what this story is going to do, at least for me. Do you hear me? I have my serious voice on. Legendary
quit fucking around, David.
Legendary makeup artist Dick Smith has died. He was born in 1922 and died in 2014, so it made him old. Yeah,
that's a hell of a run.
It is, and I love him, and honestly, when I read that he died, okay, all I did, I'll admit, on Facebook, if you follow me on Facebook, all I did was repost the story and then say boo. That was because I was at work, and I didn't have a lot of time to like come up with anything thoughtful, but I actually cried. Anyway, a masterful makeup artist has left us. Dick Smith passed away at the age of 92 years old. Talk about a long, talented, incredible life. Smith was an Academy Award-winning makeup artist who is best known for The Exorcist, but has contributed to films like The Godfather, Little Big Man, Taxi Driver, Amadeus, and Ghost Story. For those who aspired to be a makeup artist at one time or another, and either followed through with it or didn't, Smith's story is well known. This New York native went to school thinking he was going to be a dentist, but then he discovered the art of makeup. The rest is history. He inspired many effects artists throughout the decades, including Rick Baker, who provided an introduction for the book Dick Smith's Do-It-Yourself Monster Makeup. A book I think we've all picked up at a horror movie convention at some point. I actually have that book somewhere.
Sure.
Smith's work, needless to say, was phenomenal. His last actual credit may have been 1999's House on Haunted Hill remake, but Smith remained a fixture in the makeup biz, overseeing his makeup training program, and he will most certainly be missed. And that's true. I mean, we,
Yeah.
um,
Yeah, but what a life. I mean, when you get to 92 and leave behind that kind of legacy, at a certain point, come on, man. You have lived such a life.
Mhm.
no, that's true. I mean, that is absolutely true. And would that I could leave behind a legacy like that and actually live to be that age. It's incredible. And so I think that, once you get that age, it's not really unexpected that you'll go, but it's amazing that you can go and leave behind what he did. But in recent years, we have kind of gotten away from practical effects, much to the chagrin of a lot of us horror fans. And
Oh, great. Jamie's drunk crying now.
it is really sad to me to lose
We're
someone who is such
30
such
minutes away from drunk angry.
Just start calling ex-boyfriends and yelling at them. You're an asshole.
You people in the chat, I'll tell you another thing.
I love y'all. No, I'm serious. No, and I did. Yes, I am tearing up, but that is heartfelt and it's real because it makes me sad where that we're the trend is getting away from practical. For instance, when I was watching The Thing in preparation for this show, there are several fire stunts in that film that are incredible, and these days would be done digitally.
Yeah.
When you see something like that, when you see someone who has the dedication to actually allow themselves to be set on fire, it makes you realize exactly what kind of heart and determination goes into making a film when you really care about it. And that is something that I hate to see go. So I really hope that we continue to have some practical effects artists out there. And I know that there will always be some, but I would like for us to continue to utilize them because it really does make a difference. I mean, I think it makes a difference in the quality of a film. And how many times have we all bitched about digital effects? Sometimes they're necessary because there are things that you just can't pull off practically. And it's nice to have them when necessary. Like, say, with the Lord of the Rings films. Those were done beautifully, and there's really no way you could have done all that practically. And so it makes sense, and it's okay. But there are a lot of times when digital effects are used for stupid reasons, like to save money. When honestly, if I can't do it in that situation, if it's something that needs to be done practically, that would look better to be done practically, if I couldn't do it practically, I would just not want to do it. So anyway, it does make me sad that we have lost Dick Smith, but I do appreciate the legacy that he left behind, and The Exorcist is a shining example of his talent, and it holds up beautifully even today.
A couple of notes from the chat. Gil pointed out that the Digital Fire and the Thing sequel was shite, which I think is Scottish for shit. And then he corrected himself and said prequel because it is a prequel. I think Roscoe was arguing that it was a sequel. And
Roscoe's arguing it was a remake.
And I think you're right. So, and then Gary also pointed out that Dick Smith worked on Death Becomes Her, which was great.
Oh,
and
phenomenal.
also said that you have his number for, I guess, the drunk calls.
It's true, I do. Thank you, Gary. Anyone out there who knows me knows that it is not unusual for me to get emotional. So
yeah, Ryan also pointed out that he loved how passionate Jamie is about this, and I would say it embarrasses the rest of us, but sure.
You're an asshole.
I know.
All right, well, that concludes the news. I'm out, bitches.
All right.
I'll tell you what, before Drunky McDrunkerson over here wants to freshen up his drink before we get into Ask DTP, because I've really been looking forward to this on the live show. So can we... All right, so let's take a quick 60 seconds. We'll be back in 2 and 2, folks.
Yeah. Jamie, entertain the people.
We can continue Jamie's crying, Jack. Jamie, turtles being eviscerated on film. Discuss.
Oh, no. Okay, what he's referring to, obviously, and I'm sure most of you can figure that out, is the Cannibal Holocaust film, which I have never seen. I will openly admit I've never seen that film, but I know that the Scream Factory release has the animal-friendly version on it. So I am actually looking forward to watching that film, the animal-friendly version. And recently on Grave Shift Radio, we have been going through, I say we like I'm a part of that, but whatever, I was there. We've been going through a series of cannibal films, along with the James Wan Ghost Story retrospective that they've been doing. And John Rhodes suggested that we do Cannibal Holocaust. And I said, I will only do that film if I can watch the animal-friendly version. And that's true. I refuse to watch the other version. I know that there are some nasty things done to a turtle. I don't really want to hear about it. I don't want to hear how specific it gets, because that stuff really stays with me. It really does bother me.
Okay, I just got back. So let me tell you guys what happens with this turtle.
Shut up! No! I don't want to hear it. So anyway, instead of doing Cannibal Holocaust, I opened my big mouth and mentioned that Motel Hell, so we ended up doing that one instead. So, haha. Anyway,
So does let me ask you before we get into discussing the thing later, or as the Germans call it, der Thingen. So does the dog stuff in that bother you?
It actually does.
Okay.
It does, and not to the point where I'm bawling, but I was watching it earlier tonight. I watched it again right before the show. Actually, I was to the point where they had just finished doing the blood test, and then David called me on Skype. But and every time I see the dog portion of that film, particularly when they're okay. I don't like the beginning where they're chasing the dog down to shoot him, but then I understand what that's about. And I get that, so I'm okay with that. But then the part in the kennel where you have the one dog who is trying to escape the kennel by chewing through the gate, and then the thing dog sort of starts shooting the shit at him, and you can see that dog is clearly trying to get away from it, but he can't. That really does break my heart. And that's probably the only time I get sad in that film. The people I don't give a shit about, but the dogs, it really does break my heart. So, yeah.
Well, I mean,
I just cried watching Cujo, because it's not his fault. Like, I understand that Dee Wallace has to shoot him in the face, but it's not his fault, and that whole film just makes me really sad because. Seriously, rabies is it's a horrible disease, and they go through so much. And he should have been put down before it got that far. And so the fact that he was suffering as much as he was, it just makes me sad. So, and the whole time, little Jonathan is screaming in the car. I just want to backhand him, But then Cujo, I'm like, oh, Cujo, he's suffering so much.
We call that psychopathy.
Yeah, whatever.
All right, so I'm back.
Did you guys hear the story about the kitten that I rescued? Did you see the pictures on Facebook?
I did, and I've also got something called an Anchor Season Spring Ale in my hand. I don't know what it is, but it was in the fridge. My roommates hopefully won't notice that it's gone because they're gone for a week, so Daddy's going to drink.
We're going to be doing mat shots by the end of the evening.
Oh, we're going to be fucking hammered by the end of this.
Are you familiar with the mat shot?
No.
All right, so I used to bartend. The mat shot is there are these rubber mats that you used to pour the drinks upon.
Mm-hmm.
And over the course of the evening, they get wet with a blend of liquors. And just pour that into a shot glass, and that is a mat shot.
Oh, that sounds horrible.
Oh, I got another message from Iris. She wants to wish Dave, Bo, and me many more 100s.
Oh.
She loves us all.
What is going on with Iris? That's what I want to know.
So
I don't know. She's not telling me that. She's just telling me she loves
me. Secret mission.
She is very mysterious.
Yes.
She's a grandmother now.
Oh, that's right.
I did know that, yeah.
Yeah, baby Victor is adorable. That baby's so cute. And So I don't know. Maybe she's doing grandmother things. She's not saying. She's sort of tight-lipped about that. I'm not really. I haven't asked her. But all right.
Well, my beer has lemon in it, so that's a thing.
Tight-lipped in the. It's like a Bud Light Lime.
Tight-lipped in what?
Tight-lipped in the sense that you haven't asked.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and get on with AskDTP. I don't know how we're gonna do this. Oh, Ryan's apparently hammered, so we're gonna get him in here real quick to have him ask a question. Be prepared, Ryan. Click buttons.
There's a lot of button clicking going on.
Click all the buttons.
That sounds dirty. Are our people still out there? We haven't lost anyone, have we?
Yeah, we have
yeah.
21
No,
viewers.
it's on, yeah.
Okay, good.
And I think instead of button, we all prefer the little man in the boat.
Well, Burgess Meredith does anyway. Did you ever see those outtakes at the end of Grumpy and Grumpier Old Men with Burgess Meredith? He cracks me up. That was a dirty fucker, but I love him.
I would like to see Wilford Brimley and Burgess Meredith wrestle.
Well, considering that Burgess,
Brimley, obviously.
yeah, I was gonna say, considering Burgess Meredith has been dead for quite a while. I mean, he's so dead his jaw has fallen off by now. Which, if you were an O&A listener, then you know that means you're really dead. You're never really dead unless your jaw falls off.
O&A.
Opie and Anthony.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, my money's on Brimley as well.
Yes, Grant, we're out doing Q&A, so I'm sending out Q&A type things.
It's time for SDP. It's time for SDP.
Oh.
That's
Ask
a new
DP?
Ask DP. That's a new jingle.
Okay, Ashley has a question.
Oh, yay, Ashley.
She said, if you could put together a horror con, what is your dream celebrity lineup, living or dead?
Ooh, that's a good question. That's a really good question. Unlike any question we've had before.
Jimmy 2 times.
I'm like my uncle. I'm channeling my Uncle Wyatt. And if you want to hear what that's about, listen to the next Grave Shift Radio. Okay, mine would be Michael Berryman, because he's a doll and I love him. Barbara Crampton.
She's foxy.
She is, and she's amazing. And Felissa Rose. Oh, yay, Ashley.
Oh, shit.
What's happening? Why am I hearing this?
Gary, mic something, or mute something.
Yeah, mute the Q&A.
Yeah, Gary, you need to mute mute your audio. Or mute your mic or something.
Now I'm Jamie 4 times.
Probably not the first time you were called that.
Okay, good. Felissa Rose, Jonathan Tiersten, George Romero, David Cronenberg, and they said dead, so I would love to invite Lovecraft just so he could be like, what the fuck is going on? And
also say something really racist.
Oh, Iris, she loves us. Yay, Iris.
Yay, Iris. Vincent Price. And I'm so drunk. What is his name? The hammer guy. Christopher Lee. Yeah. And Herbert West. What's his name? Jeffrey Combs. And that's all I got for right now. But I think that's a pretty solid lineup.
Okay. Bo.
All right. I would do like a makeup convention, honestly. Like do Robertine, Rick Baker, Savini, Like, just have it be about practical effects.
Dick Smith?
Well, we can't because he's dead, dummy.
Well, no, she said living or dead.
She did.
Oh, fair enough.
Otherwise, Vincent Price wouldn't be able to make it.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, then Lon Chaney. But yeah, I would love to see those guys and just do the panel of those guys telling stories about effects work, and I think that would be fascinating. I'm way more interested in the technical side of filmmaking with horror films than I am the acting, although there are plenty of great actors who have graced horror films, but I love effects guys. That was my first love of when I was a kid and reading Fangoria and Gore Zone and all that stuff. So, David?
Shit. I'm too drunk for this question. Michael Berryman, because I think it'd be awesome to meet him. Barbara Crampton, because she is awesome and still incredibly foxy. The three of us, because that'd be awesome, because fuck you guys, we would be the best live panel ever. Yeah. Vincent Price, because that'd be super fun, just because I'd love to hear him be catty. And I don't know, what else?
So basically, my list plus us.
Yes.
That's what you're saying? Okay. Well, obviously, I agree with that.
Yeah, did I not say us?
No,
it should be us.
Okay.
Okay, next question.
Ryan, since you're here, you've pushed all the buttons correctly.
Ryan!
Tell us your question, Ryan. Push the buttons, Ryan! Push the buttons! Ryan's apparently too drunk to push buttons right now.
Nothing like Dead Air Live.
Yes. Okay. John, Mr. Cross says, Bruce Campbell made a horror Expendables. Who would you cast and what would be the plot?
I think you have to go with the big ones, right? Like it's Bruce Campbell, Robert Englund, Jeffrey Combs,
Gunnar Hansen.
Yeah.
Gunnar Hansen, Jason.
Yeah.
Ted White, or Richard. Oh, what's his name?
Fucking Jason from the one everybody likes from 8 and 9.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Kane Hodder?
Kane
No,
Hodder, yeah.
not
Kane
Kane
Hodder.
Hodder. Not
He's
Kane
gotta
Hodder.
be in it.
No,
This is
Ted
my
White.
list.
Oh, well, fuck you.
You can have two people who play Jason. They don't both have to play Jason for
Okay,
fun.
then Ted White. Or Richard Brooker, but not Kane Hodder. He was Jason who stands around looking. That's what Kane Hodder is.
Also Powers Booth.
Ooh!
And
That'd be
Michael Ironsides.
Oh my god, Michael
Tom
Ironside.
fucking Atkins.
Tom
Yes.
Atkins, of course.
Where are the women? I want some Linnea Quigley.
Oh, sure. You could go like, Linnea Quigley, Barbara Crampton,
Debbie.
Heather Langenkamp, because you would have to.
Debbie Rochon, yeah.
Yes.
Debbie Rochon. What's the
girl who Bo and I are both chasing after?
Don't you know? Tiffany Shepis?
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, she was just in Sharknado too.
Miss
I love how
Shepard.
I'm the one who knows who you guys are chasing after.
Drunk.
Right. And also kind of old. It's like, baby, what do I like? Jeopardy?
What's the name of
Yeah,
that?
I love Jeopardy.
Erin Brown, I believe is her name now instead of Misty Monday. Get her in there because
Oh, I didn't know she changed her name.
yeah, she's going by Erin Brown now.
Well,
I think.
Is
Like-
that her real name?
Yeah.
Yeah, like Misty Monday is the name change. I think that's pretty clear.
Well, no, I know, but I mean, I didn't realize that she was going by her original name now. I guess is what I should have said. Well, what's the plot?
Who gives a shit?
Yeah,
Well, that was part of the question.
What's
That they have to fight a monster.
Yeah. Yeah, basically, just let him fight a monster. Who gives a shit?
Okay. All right, then. Next question.
Okay, Grant Riley says, knowing your hatred of all things Asylum, do you think there are any Asylum movies that, if had been done in the right hands, could have actually been good?
Yes. Freak Show, when it was called Freaks.
Yeah, excellent.
Yeah. Hold Your Breath could have been better if it had a competent script.
I really do think the concept for that film was interesting, but the fact that they had lines in there like, does it count if it doesn't count if you walk through the graveyard? It's only if you're driving by. That just sort of threw the whole thing out the window.
Real quick, Tiffany Sheriff in chat said Jamie Lee Curtis should be in the Expendables horror movie.
Oh,
and that's
yeah.
totally right. Yeah, way to go, Tiffany. That's right.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And Iris can't work Google Plus. I know what you mean, baby.
Yeah, it's okay. Rockatansky asks, if you had to remove one horror franchise from history, which would you choose?
Remove one horror franchise from history.
Yes. I'm going to assume you just mean the franchise itself and not the film that started the franchise.
Right. In that case, I would go with...
No, I think you got to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Oh, you're a bastard.
No.
Run this.
No, that's not fair. Because
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Well, then...
Daddy's getting violent.
I don't... See, because... All right, if I could keep
I'll use my ring hand.
If I could keep the original, I would say Hellraiser. But if we have to throw the baby out with the bathwater, then I don't even know. Okay, I guess I could sacrifice all of Leprechaun.
Yeah.
Sure. Wishmaster, all that can go.
No, I love
Puppet
the
Master, all that can go.
Oh, see, that just makes me sad. Because the originals of those I enjoy.
Yeah, see, I was going to say Halloween, but if we got to throw out the whole thing...
Right, Brittany, Wishmaster. Thank you.
Yeah.
No, the first Wishmaster is fun, damn it.
It's
Second one's
okay.
The ones after that are total crap, but the first one is really
Mim Van Buren says Saw. That's a...
I really like the
fair
James.
enough.
I really like the James Wan Saw. I love the original film.
Yeah.
But beyond that, yes, I'm willing to let it go.
Yeah. The Hostel franchise.
I'm actually encouraging it out the door.
Okay. Anthony asks if you could write/cast the opening death scene in a slasher, a la Drew Barrymore in Scream. What random celebrity would you kill off, and how would you do it?
Wilford Brimley.
Kim Kardashian and for real.
Wilford Brimley, and he would die of an acute onset diabetes.
Diabetes.
Oh, Grant, you shut up about Jaws.
Where's my insulin?
Justin Bieber, also for real.
Oh, Mark says Paranormal Activity. Thank you. I completely agree with you, sir.
I really like the first one.
That first one's a piece of shit like the rest of them. Fuck all of you.
I think there are way better options than Paranormal Activity.
You can suck it. Anyway, so the question at hand of who would we kill in a movie? Not for reals, because that's not okay.
That's illegal.
That is illegal, and that's not. We do not approve of killing celebrities on this show.
Some of them I do.
All right, how about? All right, I'll change my Kim Kardashian answer then. Kim Kardashian of syphilis, and the whole movie is the slow descent into madness and decay.
Danielle Harris's right eyebrow by waxing.
That's a good answer.
That is a really good answer. Shit. I don't know. I don't watch enough like normal movies, finger quote normal movies, to really know who's like who's a big star anymore. To make it be like an interesting one, like, yeah. I don't know. Kate Winslet. Kill off Kate Winslet somehow. I don't know.
Why would you kill Kate Winslet? She's a
Because
national treasure.
I know. Well, it's for a movie, so it'd be an interesting opening sequence. You wouldn't expect her to die?
Fair enough. Okay.
That's the point. You fucking goon.
Ooh, what about Julia Roberts? Pushed out of an airplane.
I like it. Oh, okay, so Vanessa asks, if a real-world style reality show were to be filmed with a horror characters, villain or hero, who would be your 5 characters?
Wait, say that again?
Okay, so we're doing a horror real world. Who would be our 5 characters? Horror, villains or heroes?
Oh, I see. Well, I think it would be kind of fun to just, again, we'll go with the heavy hitters, to have Jason and Leatherface and Michael and Ghostface and Leprechaun all in a house together. That would be fun.
Well, I would take Ghostface out, replace him with Chucky,
Okay.
and then take Leprechaun out and replace him with Pinhead, and that'd be hilarious.
Well, I was going to replace Ghostface with Pinhead
Oh, that works too.
and leave Leprechaun.
As long as there's one short person there.
Yeah, because that just makes things funny. Plus Dwarf.
Yes.
I would go. All right, so we've got to do 5, right?
Yeah.
All right, the 4 primary Cenobites
Okay.
and the drunk mom from Elm Street. We will tear your soul apart. Oh, this tattered old thing, you can have it. Who's got the stolly?
I'm sorry, Gil, I don't know how to get you back into the call.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay. Willis says get rid of Sherry Moon Zombie. Ryan
Willis
apparently
is here?
can't talk. Yeah.
Hi,
apparently.
Willis.
Gary, are you alive?
See. Hello?
Stop watching Stripes.
Gary!
Am I here?
Question? Yes, you're here now. What's your question?
My question is, I have a local horror host that I've watched for years and years and years. What is your favorite local horror host and who has inspired you to watch new stuff?
All right. Good question. Local horror host. Who is our local horror host?
I don't have one now. Well, there was one chick that was here briefly. I don't remember her name. She was some kind of Elvira ripoff, but she didn't inspire me to do anything except want to be a local horror host so I could do it better.
Right.
We used to have, in Atlanta, and I think this show was actually syndicated because it was on the Superstation, but Al Lewis did Monster Vision?
Mm-hmm.
Not Monster Vision. That was Joe Bob Briggs, wasn't it? What the hell was the name of his show? By the way, Al Lewis, the grandpa from Munsters, used to do a monster movie show on Saturdays back in the day, and I really loved that because he would do it mostly out of makeup, but he played a lot of Godzilla stuff, and I always thought that was kind of fun because I was a big Munsters fan when I was growing up, and that inspired me. But mainly, he was really the only local one because he was in Atlanta, but apart from that, the only ones I was ever exposed to were Elvira and Joe Bob Briggs. We didn't have any really other local ones that I was familiar with. So, but I was always a big Elvira fan. And Joe Bob Briggs.
Fair enough. Mr. Lobo, actually, of Cinema Insomnia, which you can find on the Roku channel Zombie TV. Very funny dude, very cool dude to talk to in person. Really dig his show. It's very entertaining. So I would say Mr. Lobo is probably my favorite. I unfortunately am too young to have seen Bob Wilkins or John Stanley. They're both before my time, but those two are big names in my area.
Bo?
Yeah, we didn't really have one here locally, or at least not that I recall. Zachariah one?
Oh, Zachary?
Yeah, Zachary. That was, I think, kind of syndicated.
It's possible.
Yeah.
So
Rhonda Shear from Up All Night, maybe?
No.
Oh my God, I loved Rhonda.
Andrew brought up a nice little quote from our real world of Pinhead saying, "I need to use the bathroom. Open up." Nancy's mom, locked, locked, locked.
Nice.
Brian has a question. He says, "What is your favorite movie that you were about to write off, but it somehow brought it back at the end, and you ended up kind of liking it? Or first, what did you like but ended up dropping the ball at the end?"
Oh, the reverse is Insidious for me.
I get that.
Brian could probably answer that question better for me, because I'm drawing a blank right now.
Yeah, I can't really think of anything that I've watched where I've been like, or I can't think of anything that I liked or didn't like, and then it got saved by the ending, or reverse of that, because of booze.
Well, I mean, Insidious for me was I really loved the movie up until the last 30 minutes.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah. Anyway, so Willis, he says, "What remake would we fix?"
Friday the 13th.
Yeah, or Nightmare on Elm Street.
Elm Street, yeah.
No. There's nothing wrong with that one. No.
Yes, it's shit.
Halloween and Friday the 13th I would fix.
For Halloween wasn't that bad. Unnecessary, but not bad.
But the way to fix the Halloween remake for me is not to make it, because all the things, all the things about it that I don't like are the things that the original did.
Right.
So I've got an answer for the previous question.
Oh, good.
I just Jamie Jenkins DTP. Asked DTP rather. Rosemary's Baby. The remake of that. I would, so that actually answers both questions. I would fix that remake. And that one had promise for me in the first half of that, the first night of that, but then in the second night, it completely fell apart. So that answers both questions. Also, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, there are things about that film, the remake, that I do enjoy, but I think I would fix that in that I think the remake sort of lost the heart of the original and what was there message-wise. I think I would fix that and try to bring in a little bit more of that.
All right, fair enough. All right, let me see if I can find the STTPs from the page. Okay, really quick, so we'll wrap this up. So Sean asked if Hammer could remake one of their movies, which one would it be? Or if you could have Hammer remake one of their films, what would it be?
Oh, Dracula Has Risen from the Grave. It has the best Dracula death ever.
I'd love to see a remake of Dracula. Either Dracula 1980, 1972, just because it would be hilarious, or Satanic Rites of Dracula, I think would be great for a remake.
See, I actually like those the way they are.
I do too, but I think it'd be great I'd love to see Dracula AD 2015 or whatever.
I don't want to see him ruin. That's Southern for ruined.
Oh, and I have to throw in the Iris question because she's actually here.
Oh, yeah.
Which was, if we could be a villain, who would we be?
I would be the woman from Inside. I love her. Or her, or she. What is her name? She, her. I don't remember how she's credited. It's like her or she or the woman. Anyway, she doesn't have a name, but I think that's a really fun role. I would totally do that.
Yeah, I would totally be Daryl Revok.
Oh, good one.
I got nothing.
Well, that's no fun.
I know.
Because I would scan the shit out of people.
Jerry asks, what do you think is the most well-written horror film?
Ooh. Jaws.
Yeah, that's up there. Exorcist.
Exorcist.
Also a contender.
Rosemary's Baby.
Haunting.
Original.
The original 63 Haunting. That's real good.
The Thing.
We'll get into that, but yeah, The Thing is very well constructed.
David Cronenberg's The Fly.
Yeah, The Woman.
Excision is
Excision.
a candidate.
Yeah.
We Are What We Are is right up there. And Kiss of the
Alright.
Damned.
Yeah, Kiss of the Damned. Okay, final question.
Kiss of the Damned, for sure. All right.
Mel Horner says, he can't think of anything horror, but do you think Jenny married Forrest Gump for the free health care?
Oh my goodness.
I may not be a smart man, but I know what Blue Cross is.
Little does she know that would do her no good.
Yeah.
I mean, let's face it, Jenny is one of the most reprehensible characters in cinema.
Yes, she is. Jenny.
Yeah, I hate the fact that she shows up long enough to, like, hey, let me come into your life and, here's your kid. And then I'm just going to fucking die. How about that? Live with that.
She must have been really good in bed, though.
Like he would know the difference.
What would he know?
Well, that's true. That is true.
I mean, you saw the sex scene. He was terrified.
And she was an incredibly selfish character. I never really liked her.
This is true. Oh, and John says the Satanic Rites of Dracula is just fine the way it is, and all remakes are bullshit, so don't remake anything. Well, thank you, John, Mr. Krabby Pants.
Well, but also the SDTP is a purely hypothetical segment.
Yes.
There is no wagering.
No.
Our opinions hold no weight.
Pretty much. All right, so that was all of SDTP now.
Yeah, thanks, Obama, Gil.
Thanks, Obamacare. Thank you, Gil. All right, so we're going to get to the fun part. We have chosen our favorite, best and worst, top 20 films that we've reviewed in the past 100 episodes. This will be interesting. So this is the top 20 films, best and worst, that we've chosen for ourselves of what we've reviewed on the show over the last 100 episodes. So who wants to go first and which list? You want to start?
All right. There must be a break before we do 60 movies. So
Okay.
1 sec.
Bo's going to go tinkle.
I don't tinkle, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. He's going to go make pee-pees.
I make water.
Oh, excuse me.
Did you make lemonade in your pants?
I make water
To quote Silver Bullet.
much like Morgan Freeman from Shawshank.
That day I made water in my pants. That was a terrible Morgan Freeman. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I couldn't even tell that's what you were trying to do.
I'm too drunk to be trying to do impressions right now. Except maybe Udo Kier.
Oh, do it!
I'll do it when I get to it.
Man, you guys.
Don't worry, it's coming. Hold your pants on. Gary's apparently all out of beer. Gary, how did you run out of beer? Oh, God.
You should have planned ahead better, Gary.
Yeah, you should have. Get it together, Gary. Apparently, the Rosemary's Baby remake didn't show the baby?
It did show the baby.
Well, according to Willis, it didn't show the baby.
It showed the baby. Wait, didn't it?
Oh, no. Oh, I'm sorry. He
Baby
says
had
they
blue
did
eyes.
show the baby.
Yeah, they did. And then, and the astounding thing about the baby was that it had blue eyes. Well, fuck, I had blue eyes as a baby. Does that mean I still do? Does that mean I'm the devil baby?
Maybe.
YOLO!
Oh, Gary dropping bombs.
What'd he say?
He says it's hard to tinkle when you work with a fire hose. Wah, wah. That's a dick joke.
Yeah, I get that. One of them was from California.
What?
That's a Sling Blade reference.
Oh. I've still not seen that movie.
You've not seen Sling... You've not seen Sling Blade?
No, I haven't. It's been on my list of shit to watch.
God,
But...
you should. Dwight Yoakam is amazing in that.
That's what I heard. I heard it's really good. I just haven't seen it for some reason.
And
There's a
just
lot of shit.
for the people who are out there listening, this is what we actually do when one of us during a break has to go away. We have these conversations. So you are privy to how this really works.
Yeah.
Not that
And
is
somebody
or anything.
asked about my profile picture. No, that is me with my new guitar that I
I
bought.
love
up
that
in
picture
Portland.
of you, by the way. I
Thank
really
you.
do. I think that's a hot picture. Do you hear my voice? My voice is going.
I noticed. But yes, that is me with my guitar that I play. Not enough. And I haven't named it yet, which is pretty weird for me. I usually name my instruments pretty early on, but I've had that guitar for months and I haven't named it yet.
Don't name it Lucille. That one's taken.
No, I won't. Okay. Are you ready, Bo Willis?
I am. I've got to say it up front, though. I adhere to this list in spirit, but not literally. Because I really felt like there were only about 10 movies worth saying were the absolute worst.
Right.
And of mine, and 18 that I would call the best.
Fair enough. Oh, wait, sorry. Gary wants me to do a drunken Swedish chef again. Alright, hang on. Take a sip here. Lemony. It's where burk. Willis apparently sees Sling Blade every time he goes to work, so I don't know if that's he's saying he's watching it at work or he sees people who are Sling Blade at work. So
I love it when people refer to the people in a film as the name of the film.
yes.
You
Yes.
know, like if you see Robert Englund walking down the street, you're like, oh, it's Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah.
That shit cracks me up.
Okay, who wants to go first and which list?
All right, do you guys have like a legit 20 on your
Yeah.
list? Because if so,
yeah, motherfucker. I
yeah,
did my homework.
you guys start, and I'll come in on 18.
I actually only have 13 worst, but I have way over 20 best, so I'm gonna have to narrow that down as we go. But
All right, so we'll start with the worst, and I'll kick it off with 20. Number 20 was All the Boys Love Mandy Lane,
that totally made my list.
because that movie sucked my
That's
balls.
one of the worst.
Yes.
Yes, that
Oh,
movie.
okay.
That movie is bullshit.
Yes, it fucking was.
See, my cutoff point is like hot garbage, and I don't think Mandy Lane is hot garbage. I don't think it's good.
My criteria was, did this movie piss me off or was it bad in some way? And so it made the list. This was just a movie
if
that
it's
pissed
bad
me
in
off.
some way is that's a pretty liberal.
Mine was just,
But go ahead. I'm
Basically-
the asshole that's only got like 9 movies. So.
Yeah, basically
I-
my worst list was if it was not a good movie, if it pissed me off in some way, or if it was just, basically not good enough that I would have given it a low score and probably did give it a low score, it's going on the worst list.
my
All right,
criteria is simply, do I wish I had my time back?
There you go. And
Aaron
with
says
that,
this boy does not love Mandy Lane.
yes.
Well,
No,
well,
this boy
sir.
does not love Mandy
Who
Lane.
said that?
I did. Or
Brian.
Bo, well, yeah. Okay.
Yay, Brian.
So number 19 is A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 5: The Dream Child, because that movie's fucking terrible. What a fucking waste of time that was. Jesus. Number 18 is Sadako, aka Sadako 3D, because what? I was
Alright.
sober when I watched that movie, and I don't remember a fucking. Yeah, that movie's fucking terrible.
You know, actually, so when I was going through the archives, I saw that movie, and I was like, that we had reviewed it, and I was like, I don't remember what, I don't even remember what the fuck that was about.
Yeah,
So,
I remember a scene where she comes out of a giant TV screen.
Well, and the well, like there,
Yeah.
and there was a bunch of like Sadako spiders.
Right.
see, I don't remember
Yeah.
any of that. Was I there?
Yeah, you were there.
Well, in as much as you are in
Any
general.
other episode. Number 17 is August Underground's Mortem, because
Blech.
fuck that movie.
More dumb.
Yes. Number 16 is Freak Show, because that was terrible. 15 is Dolly Dearest, because that's not a good movie at
Yeah.
all. Number 14, Waxwork 2: Lost in Time, because that was fucking stupid.
It ends with a sword fight, though.
God damn it. Fucking sword fights.
Oh man, that's almost too inside a joke, but still.
Yes, that's true, but whatever, regardless. Number 14, I'm sorry, number 13, Midnight Movie, because I watched that movie twice. Once for the show, once on my own, and it didn't get better the second time.
Nope.
Number 12 is Werewolf the Beast Among Us, or as Bo so eloquently referred to it as, The Fungus Among Us. That's a terrible fucking movie. Number 11, Lovely Molly, because fuck that movie. Number 11, or I'm sorry, number 10, The Fading of the Cries, kicking it old school. That's a movie where nothing happens, and Brad Dourif is horribly wasted and is basically bored out of his mind.
He phoned that one in long distance.
Yes, he did. He was using calling cards for that shit. Number 9, Sleepaway Camp 4: The Survivor, because fuck you, that movie's terrible. Number 8, Massmaker, because fuck you, that movie is also terrible. Massmaker can eat a dick. So can Bill Shetty. Oh, yeah, that's right, I said it. Fuck you, Bill Shetty. I don't give a fuck.
Oh, wow. Freewheeling.
Yeah.
Freewheeling David.
Yeah.
Bill Shetty can kiss my ass.
Yeah. That's what happens when I start drinking. Fuck you, Bill Shetty. Fuck you and your shitty network. Number 7, In Search of Lovecraft, or as Jamie referred to it, In Search of a Plot.
That movie was
2 years ago. I don't remember what that movie was about, but I remember it was bad. Number 6, Nightmare City, because fuck you, Umberto Lenzi.
I actually enjoyed that movie. That was some crazy shit.
Yeah, Umberto Lenzi, I think we've established, is just kind of a rip-off artist.
Yes. Regardless, fuck you, Umberto Lenzi. Ryan apparently agrees with me that Midnight Movie is terrible.
Midnight Movie is terrible.
Willis says he hates Lords of Salem, Insidious 1 and 2, Nightmare Remake, Zombies hate H2, Jason Takes Canada. Yes, Jason Takes Manhattan is fucking terrible. And Texas Chainsaw Next Gen. I've not seen it in forever. Or no, I never saw that one, so anyway. Number 5, The Final. Because that was a fucking bad movie.
I don't think that movie is good. I don't know that it's a worst list kind of movie, though.
Well, Ryan also says Massmaker can suck his balls, so yes, it can. It can also suck my balls.
Suck my balls.
It can wash them, swish them around its mouth a little bit, and then go the fuck away. Number 4, Retard Dead, because that movie was not good. It was just not good. Even though Shannon was in it, it was still not good.
Yeah, I was going to say my good friend Shannon Lark was in that movie.
Yeah, it's not good.
Look, we all love Shannon.
Yes. Shannon is an amazing crazy person.
Yes,
Retard Dead is not good.
Yeah, she is a genuine lunatic that we all appreciate.
Yes. Number 3, Dracula 3D.
Oh, come on. That movie wasn't that bad.
Oh, it was bad.
Aw.
Regardless of CGI, fucking praying mantis, and all the other nonsense in that movie, that was a bad fucking movie. Number 2, and this is no surprise to anybody, Smiley, because fuck that movie in the face. In the face repeatedly. Fuck, I hate that movie so much. And yes, John, Nightmare City is on my list. I know you think it's awesome. That movie was terrible.
I enjoy Nightmare City.
Yeah, no, Brian is pitching for Nightmare City as well.
Maybe if I had been drunk when I was watching it, I might have enjoyed it, but sober, not so much.
Brian and I watched that together, and we both enjoyed it. So.
Well, you're both crazy people. And number 1, and this should be really no surprise to anybody, Sorority House Massacre 2.
Oh, God damn it.
Because
fuck
you, Jim Wynorski, you can go fuck yourself.
He made me get into a fight about strippers on Facebook. Fuck him in the ass. I know John Cross is a huge fan of Jim Wynorski, or maybe not huge, but he actually appreciates, and he even defended that film for reasons that I can understand, but I can't agree.
He's wrong.
I cannot agree. Okay. Is it my turn now?
Yes, if you'd like to go now.
I would like to go now.
All right, then. Go then.
Okay, these are not actually in order because I got distracted while I was...
Wait. Before we get into this, Willis, I'm afraid Suspiria is actually a good movie.
Yes, it is. Oh, wait. Anthony is asking for an Argento impersonation. Shit.
And by the way, Willis, we have not covered Suspiria.
Not
so
yet.
it doesn't count anyway.
Yes. But okay, so Anthony wants a Argento impersonation. Shit, what was it? Okay.
Aja. Yeah. That's
Oh,
where
no, you get naked, and the Dracula flies in and go blah, 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 blah. You blah, blah. Okay, Jamie, go for your worst.
Okay. You actually named quite a bit of mine.
Blah, blah.
Mask Maker definitely makes the list because that movie's crap. But,
It's a shit sandwich.
Okay, Freak Show.
Yeah.
Creep Vion.
Yeah, that almost was on my list. That got bumped off.
The best thing about that movie is me going, Creep Vion.
Yep.
And I love any opportunity to say that way, but that movie is really bad. Elfie Hopkins.
Ooh, yeah. That almost made my list too.
Not a fan of Elfie
All right.
Hopkins. Hold Your Breath.
Yeah.
Which was total crap. The Nun, which I watched twice and did not need to do that.
Oh, I forgot. You know what? I looked at the list, and I saw that on the list, and I was like, what? Did we watch that movie?
Yeah, it's so god-awful. Okay. And you know what? The Bride actually made my list, and that's because it forced me to watch a very long movie where nothing really happens, and I don't really care about a midget and Frankenstein's monster joining the circus.
But Sting had magnificent hair.
And it looked pretty.
Hard to argue.
It did look pretty, but it bored the shit out of me, and I had to watch it in like 6 installments, so it's making the list.
Sadly, Sting did not walk through any fields of gold in that movie.
If he had, maybe it would have improved it, but
Maybe.
probably not. Paranormal Asylum. And that was where, if faithful listeners will recall, that was Bo and my punishment for being assholes. We talked shit about David when we didn't think he could hear us.
Yep.
And he punished us by forcing us to watch Paranormal Asylum. And when I was going back through the archives, which, by the way, you cracked me up with your show notes. I just want to make that I love reading your show notes. It's so funny because you're like, Jamie goes on about some Southern bullshit. It's whatever. But you actually put, this is Jamie and Bo's punishment for being assholes.
And punishment it was, yeah. No, that was dead on.
Yeah.
This is one that I don't think you guys hated as much as I did, but Dread.
Oh, yeah.
Dread's
actually,
good.
I like
It
that
is
movie.
not good.
Jamie was the only one who didn't like it.
It is not good. All the Boys Love Mandy Lane.
Yep.
All the boys might love her, but I sure as hell don't. August Underground.
Gary says, don't stand so close to Jennifer Beals. Gail says, Sting was the star of that film, but nobody wanted to stand so close to him. I honestly, if he had named her Roxanne, like, if you guys had heard my internal monologue watching that movie, like, it was every couple of minutes I was just like, Jennifer Beals, don't stand so close to me. Like, it was just police songs throughout. It was great. It was great.
I must kill I must kill my monster. It will be murder by numbers.
Oh, shit.
Every breath you take might be a last.
Yeah, all my jokes are totally going to be Synchronicity 2 album.
Yeah.
That is such a great album.
Oh, it's so good.
Okay.
The telephone is ringing. Is it my monster on the phone?
Okay. August Underground and August Underground More Dumb. And thankfully, we did not have to continue that series because I might have had to open a vein.
Yeah,
It was just, oh my God. They were so bad that Brian, and he will watch anything with me for any show that I have to do. He sacrifices his time and himself and himself regularly. But those movies are so bad that he refused to watch them with me, and because he'd seen them before, and I can't blame him. Sorority House Massacre 2, for reasons that were made well known when we were doing the show. And finally, I know you guys are not going to agree with this. I know this because I was there.
Nice massage in a bottle.
I know because I was there when we reviewed it, and I was the only one that felt this way. But Toad Road, fuck that movie.
Fair enough.
And that's my list.
All right, Bo, your wish list.
Okay, I actually just added Dracula 3D.
Nice.
Come on! It's not that bad.
Yeah, it's really bad.
It's really bad.
Angela, please to undress. No, he's not creepy.
No, Dracula turned into a giant mantis. Go blah, 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 blah. I should turn the. I should have. Well, there's no.
We see a little bit of your vagine.
You know what? I
so
apologize. I want to make a quick
If I
apology.
can turn the lights on and the webcam on, you can see me do the hand motions, but I'm too drunk to bother with that. So.
I want to make a quick apology to our listeners because typically most of my laughter, or some of my laughter, is filtered out so they don't have to hear all of that crap. But tonight they're getting it completely unfiltered, so I apologize for that if my cackling annoys you, but suck it up. Continue, Bo.
Apparently your cackling is a point of interest. And by the way, I would like to point out that we have actually increased in viewers over the course of the evening, which is weird. Okay, so Dracula...
Do we know how many we have? Like, is there...
33?
Oh, well, I have 18 viewers at the moment on my list. Oh, but 33 watching, according to the page.
Awesome! Yay!
Okay, so so Dracula 3D is where I start. Dolly Dearest, because that's a real dumb fucking movie.
Yeah, it is.
All right, here's where shit gets controversial, y'all. Elm Street 4.
That's not controversial.
No.
It's just bad.
Yeah, that movie is garbage.
Yeah.
I kind of skipped over when we did the Nightmare retrospective. I was going through the archives. I just skipped over most of those because I was just like, that's just sort of understood.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Elm Street 4, I think, is a particular kind of bad. So, yeah, anyway, Elm Street 4. Creep Van, of course.
Creep Van.
Creep Van. Freak Show, of course.
Yeah.
Werewolf, of course.
Of course.
Paranormal Asylum.
Fair enough.
August Underground, because that movie is garbage.
Yeah, that movie was so bad for Bo that you opted to watch an Asylum film in its stead.
Yeah, it's true.
Which was better than August Underground. Not great, but better. And then my last of the awful is, of course, Sorority House Massacre 2 for being barely a movie.
I can't argue that.
Oh, wait. Oh, one more. I'm sorry. Because this could have also been on my top 20 list. Blackenstein, the Black Frankenstein, is terrible, and yet I love that movie.
Real quick, just got a message from Andrew Huff. He's saying that he's listening live, and it's so cool.
Ah, thanks, Andrew.
Yeah, I wasn't there for the Black Frankenstein review.
But I think it's worth repeating. Blackenstein, the Black Frankenstein is the greatest title in movie history. Because I think Blackenstein says it all. And yet we point out it's the Black Frankenstein, which is still not right because the doctor is not in fact black.
Well, that right there is
It's genius. The science in that movie is so ridiculous. I love Blackenstein, the Black Frankenstein, but it's also just the worst.
That almost made my list.
Blackenstein, the Black Frankenstein's monster should be what it was called.
Well, no, it should be called Frankenstein, the Black Monster, maybe.
Oh, yeah, okay. That's better.
But
even Ashley agrees with us that Blackenstein, the Black Frankenstein. Yes, thank you. Thank you,
Who
Ashley.
does?
Ashley.
Oh, Ashley, yeah.
But
I love Ashley. Have
and
I said
there's
that? I've said that.
also there's also a point where they're just like the way they throw around the DNA science of this, like it goes to the DNA level of like we're gonna inject some DNA into somebody, like that's science. Oh, it's just
I got a tiger leg now.
oh, wow, it is just the most scrumptious kind of dumb.
Didn't you actually propose a remake of that film?
I'm
yes,
sure
probably.
I did. And just call it Blackenstein, the Black Frankenstein. But you could do that like Dr. Heidenstein, the Black Dr. Hyde. I mean, whatever you want to call it.
wanted to do a shot-for-shot remake of Blackenstein, the Black Frankenstein.
Yeah, that's right. Because it ends like it just kind of stops. There's no real ending to the movie. Oh, it's just the best. The only thing that's accurate in this film is that apparently German Shepherds don't like Black Frankensteins.
I think No, that's not even true. Never mind. Okay. Was that the end of your list?
That's the end of my list. And I'm happy to end it with Blackenstein, the Black Frankenstein.
That's such a great wasted title, though.
Yeah, it is.
Well, it's the most inaccurate title that I could conceive of.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing about that title that's correct. It would be like calling the movie Halloween like Thanksgiving.
Fair enough. Sorry, I have my full pizza.
What are you doing?
yeah, no, you're the host, man. You got to keep this thing rolling.
I'm eating pizza. Fuck you.
It's time for your list of the best.
Yes.
Yeah.
All
Do
right.
best stuff.
I'm going to. So, the best. Number 20.
I'll tell you what's the best pepperoni. Am I right, everyone?
It's chicken. Thank you very much.
You're eating chicken pizza?
Yeah, it's fucking good.
All right.
You shut
I
your
had
whore mouth.
I didn't argue.
And what's cool, so random pizza tangent for anybody who gives a shit. So
That's no one. All right.
pizza joint around the corner. Very cool place. I go in there, plan to order a small. There's a medium chicken ready to go. They're like, hey man, $10 you're out the door. I'm like, fuck yeah. Save myself $3. All right.
You are a savvy pizza buyer.
I am.
No one would argue that.
Yes. Okay. So.
Oh, Anthony, Haunting in Connecticut 2, Ghosts of Georgia is terrible, but not so terrible that it makes the worst list.
Also, it's not a movie that we reviewed on the show.
Yeah, we did. Didn't
No,
we?
we did not.
You mean I just watched that for the hell of it?
Yes, you did.
Oh, I did too.
Oh man.
Here comes the shame.
Good job, fuckheads. Okay.
No, I remember that was an example. You know how I was making fun of you earlier for like not finishing a film?
Mm-hmm.
That's an example of that. And I remember because I watched Ghosts of Georgia. It was on Netflix, and so I watched it while I was house sitting back in November, and I was watching it with Brian, and we were both just like, "Yeah, I'm tired," so we didn't finish it. I actually went back and finished it on my own, and there were things about that movie that I didn't think were so terrible, but completely not as good as I really enjoy the Haunting in Connecticut. The original one, and this is not at all as good as that, but anyway. Okay, continue.
And Gary also says that he often likes to inject some DNA into someone. 14 kids in 7 states.
A little protein shot.
Yeah. Okay. Best of. And number 20 is Dolls, because that movie's fucking great. And it's coming to Blu-ray soon thanks to Scream Factory, so thank you, Scream Factory.
Yeah, that is a good movie.
Yeah. Toad Road, because Jamie is wrong.
Oh, no. No.
It almost made my list too, but
You guys can...
but it is really good.
Oh, my God. If I had a
Number
cock,
18.
this is where I'd tell you to suck it.
You
To
can still
quote
say
Betty
it.
White.
Yeah, you can
Quote-
tell us to suck it, but, you know.
I was just quoting Betty White.
Okay.
Put it in your mouth and suck it. You can even sing it.
Number 18 is Rawhead Rex, because that movie's delightful.
Ow!
Delightful nonsense. Oh, I fucking love Rawhead Rex. I want that on Blu-ray so bad.
It's really wonderful.
Number 17 is JD's Revenge, which was, I think, one of the surprise hits of the Blaxploitation series we did.
It was. It also made my list. Spoiler.
Yeah. I mean, I like Sugar Hill was good, but like JD's Revenge, I was going into expecting it to be like a schlocky exploitation movie, and then it was actually really good. So, good on you. Number 16 is The Bleeding House, which I'd actually done previously with Corey, and that's a fucking great movie.
I love that movie.
Number 15 is Excision, my best movie of the year for whatever year it was that came out.
That was last year, I want to say.
Think so? Maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was last year. No.
Year before,
because Cabin in the Woods was the same year. So yeah, Excision. Holy shit. Great movie. Fucking watch that shit. And I have that on Blu-ray. I don't know why the fuck I haven't watched that yet. Number 14, Senor Dracula.
Really? That's on your best list, Senor
Yeah.
Dracula.
Yeah,
It's
it was
actually
really good.
it's better than the American Dracula.
Mm-hmm. Very
But
good.
even with that asterisk, still on the best list. Okay.
See,
I've
I
watched
don't,
a lot of
my
garbage in this
criteria
show.
for this, some of these are like really good movies on my list, but some of them are just reviews that I enjoyed us doing. You know?
Yeah.
Because like it's even if the movie wasn't like the best movie I've ever seen, if we had a hell of a good time enjoying the, or rather, if we had a hell of a good time reviewing the film, then I put it there anyway because that that to me is the essence of the show.
Mm-hmm. Number 13 is Black Sabbath, which I watched in Italian, and that movie's fucking great.
Yep.
I apparently missed the hilarious dubbing in English, but that's okay. Number 12 is The Baby, another surprise hit from Bo's first episode, actually.
Man, I love The Baby, and that's also one of my favorite reviews.
Yeah, that was a really good one. Number 11 is Absentia. That was a surprise hit. Really, goddamn, that was fucking good. Number 10 is The Loved Ones. That was another one I really, really enjoyed. Creepy that the girl in that movie looked a lot like a friend of mine, and that fucking song is like ridiculously gets stuck in your head easily. Number 9, House of the Devil, because it's fucking House of the Devil.
Dear House of the Devil, I am fine. How are you?
Exactly.
And,
Still my-
when you froze frame and flashed the title, I kind of loved you.
Still, I mean, yeah, that is still one of my favorite ever written reviews by Bo that he did on Last Blog. Because he's like, please, I was in there, please tell me that you're going to do the titles in yellow. And who is calling me on Skype right now when I'm doing a live show? Who does that? Fucking Mike Merriman. What the hell?
God damn it, Merriman. What are you doing?
Pay attention, Merriman.
Get your shit together, Merriman. God damn it.
Get it together, Merriman.
Okay, sorry. So sorry. Continue.
Oh, okay. Number 8, The Woman, because that's a fucking great movie.
Sure.
With also an equally great soundtrack. I love the soundtrack
Yes.
to that film.
That's a movie I need to watch again. I haven't watched it in a while. Number 7, Big Bad Wolves, a recent one we did, because holy shit.
So good.
So good. Oh my god. Fuck, that movie was amazing. Number 6, Pulse, which I'd seen prior to the review, but another film that I really enjoyed regardless, and wanted to, glad that I got to bring it to the DTP table, as it were. Number 5, Peeping Tom. Very good movie that I was really glad to get to check out because of the show. What? Oh, sorry. Gil says that the baby is a shitload of fun. Yes, it is. And Ryan says excision is the definition of fantastic filmmaking. Yes, it is. Gil also says if I was the guy in The Loved Ones, I'd not have been putting up a fight. Okay. Oh, look, it's crying. Oh, Gil, you silly bastard. Number 4, You're Next, because that movie is fucking great. Number 3, Maniac 2012, because fuck, that movie's good. Number 2, Kiss the Damned. Bo brought the thunder with that one. And number 1 is The Battery, because that movie is fucking amazing.
Also bringing the thunder.
Yeah. Bo bringing the thunder with two films there on the list. So.
Because I'm thunderous, y'all.
Yeah. Bo goes beyond the Thunderdome.
Okay. Awesome.
We don't need another hero.
We don't need to know the way home. All we want is life beyond the thunder bow.
Okay. My turn. Again, these are not in order because I didn't feel like putting that much work into it, but...
Basically lazy. Jamie is lazy.
I am. Dude, 40 movies is a lot.
It's so hard.
But you know what? I'm going to start off with Waxwork because you guys are fucking wrong. Waxwork is awesome. That is, and if faithful listeners out there will recall that is the first time that you guys broke me. I was broken after that review.
Last.
It wasn't the last, but I was fucked up after that review. I mean, I was angry.
We still said it was good. I still enjoyed that movie despite its stupidity.
Yeah.
It is that movie is fucking excellent, and y'all can suck it. Excision for mentions already reasoned. I mean,
wow.
You know what I meant.
I don't know. Did I?
Well, you know what? I don't care. JD's Revenge, because I really enjoyed that film. Blackula.
Yeah.
Because, by hearing the title Blackula, and you kind of expect it to be. I don't know. The first time I saw that film, which was not for the show, I actually owned it before we covered it on the show. But, if you hear a title like Blackula, you kind of expect them to not take it seriously, I guess, just based on, whatever. But what I love about that film is that it's legitimately scary, and they took it totally seriously, and I love it. It is such a good movie. And for people out there, if you have not seen Blackula, please do, because it's really, really good.
You mean Blackula, the Black Dracula?
Yes.
Okay.
That is a good film, and I don't think it gets enough play, and it should. Night of the Creeps, because it's Night of the Creeps, and it's Tom fucking Atkins, and I don't need to say any more. Pontypool.
Yeah.
That's an amazing film. Evil Dead, the new one, because I just love that movie.
Yeah.
All right, David's not going to agree with this one, but I know Bo's got my back on this. The Dead. Because that is an incredible movie. Lords of Salem, because I loved it. Kiss of the Damned, because it's fucking Kiss of the Damned. Because
Thunderbow.
Because Thunderbow. If you think you're sick of vampire films, watch Kiss of the Damned, because they bring it back, and they bring it back right. That's how a vampire film should be made.
Hashtag okay. Thunderbow.
Okay, now this one it's not.
We don't need another hero.
Okay, this one is not.
Sorry, continue.
This one is not strictly for the film as much as it is for the fun that I had. This falls under the category I had a hell of a lot of fun reviewing this film with you guys, and that is Blood for Dracula.
The blood of this horse is killing me.
Thank
Oh
you.
yeah,
That's what I was
that
hoping.
almost made my list too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was hoping to elicit from that from naming that film.
Oh,
So
the blood of this horse.
I had such a
Oh, who
good
don't
time.
care? Why are you so wonderful?
I had such a good time watching that movie, and then I had a really good time reviewing that film. So
That is a great review.
okay, the Nightmare remake, mainly because I had a hell of a good time with that review. Now, considering the fact that you guys broke me with Waxwork, I think that I redeemed myself with the Nightmare remake, and that is one of my favorite reviews that we've ever done.
That's
No,
the
we-
mommy and daddy have an argument episode.
Yeah.
Yes.
Redemption comes when you admit that movie is broken.
No, I don't. I actually really enjoy that film, and I think I stated all my reasons during the review. And anyone who hasn't heard that review, you can go back and listen to it. I won.
That is the one episode that we got the most feedback from people going, "Oh man, that was really uncomfortable to listen to."
Yeah, it actually, I did get a lot of feedback saying that, but it was still an enjoyable review for me.
I got
Mainly
none because I was the dick in that episode.
Well, you totally were.
Admittedly, because it's a dumb movie, but like nobody, like it was hands off. Nobody like touched, like, Bo, you were kind of an asshole in that episode. It was like,
Yeah, like I said, that really was the mommy and daddy are fighting episode where people were like, "Are you guys okay?" Like, yeah, we're totally fine, guys.
Yeah, no, and I get that because I got a lot of feedback where people were really uncomfortable listening to that episode,
Yeah.
and they were like, are you guys all right after that? And I'm like, yeah, we're good. I mean, we do that. We're close enough so that we can do that and then be okay after. And I
Yeah,
still love you guys, even though I have every right to not.
yeah, no, we can have those "what is wrong with you" conversations and come out the other side. So yeah, it was fine, but really, what is wrong with you? Why do you like that movie?
Really, what is wrong with you? Why were you so mean to me? You
Mike,
were
get your
mean.
shit together.
You were
Why
mean.
are you showing up with Sharon? That doesn't make any sense, Mike. Get it together, Merriman.
What did he say now?
Merriman is appearing as Shannon for some reason.
Shannon Lark?
No, Shannon Barnes. Oh, he's posting from a friend's PC.
Oh, I see. Well, ask him why he fucking called me on Skype when he knows I'm doing a live show.
Yeah. Dumbass.
And Brian is sticking up for you saying that you did win that episode. I still contend no one is a winner
Yeah.
who supports that movie.
Thank you, Brian.
Everyone in that episode was a loser.
Thank you.
We all
Including
won.
we all lost that episode, including the listeners.
Thank you. I love him so
That
much.
episode with the Katamari, or what the fuck was it?
The
Katamari.
Kobayashi Maru.
Thank you.
Okay.
What they call it, the
I thought you were
Katamari
gonna say
Damacy.
I thought you were going to say the Count of Monte Cristo.
What?
Sandwich covered in powdered sugar?
That's
Whatever
not the
anybody
Count of
says.
Monte Cristo.
I know it, but it is the Monte Cristo, which, by the way, is a really awesome sandwich. Totally not good for you.
Sometimes you just break my brain.
That is my goal.
Well, we've
God, I love
established that Jamie's brain is essentially Mr. Toad's Wild Ride.
Yes. Where at the end there's a fox and like ushering you into hell. Yes.
What does the fox say? I don't fucking know.
What does the fox say?
What does the fox say?
Oh, yes, Larry Flint has made an appearance.
Cat meow.
What does the fox say?
That video is pretty amazing, by the way.
Woo! Okay. I want to mention Stalled,
Oh yeah, that almost made the list.
because that is
My
a film.
nemesis. Yes.
That is a,
Yes,
right.
yes.
That is a film that I brought to the table.
Yes.
And I thought that was a really fun, well done zombie film. So I enjoy that one quite a bit. Rosemary's Baby, because it's Rosemary's Baby, and I love getting to talk about stuff that is just that damn good. The Day of the Dead also falls under that category.
Yeah, that was kind of shooting fish in the barrel.
Totally, but it's just awesome. Captain Kronos.
Kronos.
Kronos?
Kronos. I mean, they say it like 14 different ways in the film. You can say it however you want. I don't care, but I love that fucking movie. If we're gonna, the one film that I hit from the Nightmare retrospective that we did was Dream Warriors because it is my favorite. Not just
Rightfully
because
so.
just because of the Dawkins song, but mainly because it is made of awesome.
Of the Dawkins song. It not totally because of that, but kind of because of Dawkins.
Okay, here is me not being able to read what I wrote. I don't know what that says. It either says the Ramones, which I know we didn't cover a movie about the Ramones, or Remains, or Ravenous, which we did not cover. I don't know what that says, but it's something like that.
Okay. Oh, and the Banana Laser Boys, or a Banana Laser Boy, I don't know which one, says, happy 100th episode, so thank you, guys.
You know what? If it's Wessel, then hi Weasel. If it's Dave, then happy birthday, Dave. It is Dave's birthday, and if he has been able to make it on his birthday, which I did not expect him to do because of birthday, then I'm so glad you made it. I love you.
Good on him.
Okay, Rawhead Rex, mainly because I was pleased that it was David's first viewing of that film, and I was so happy to be able to bring that to him and that you enjoyed it as much as you did, because Rawhead Rex is indeed one of my, it is a guilty pleasure film for me, and if you heard that episode, you understand why.
Yeah.
Poltergeist, because of awesome. Tourist Trap, same thing. I think that was your first viewing, wasn't it?
No, I'd seen it before.
Okay, I was just kidding about that, but it's a fun thing. Slumber Party Massacre, because that was part of my, and that this also goes for Visiting Hours, because those were part of my slasher retro that I did, and I had a good time doing that, and those are two really excellent films. And this, again, Big Bad Wolves, is just a really good movie. Tucker and Dale, a really fucking good movie. And this last one falls under the category of me just loving the time that we spent doing the review of it, and that is Deep Rising. That is one of the most fun reviews that I remember us doing in a while. I had a really good time with that. I had a really good time watching the film, so that one makes the list.
Nice.
And that's it.
All right. Really quickly, Banana Laser asks, if we could take back one rating, what would it be?
I would take back the rating that I gave for Scream 4. Because when we covered it on the Devour episode, I gave it a really low rating. I bitched about it a lot. I hated that film. Then we later did a Scream retrospective on the Skeleton Crew, and upon subsequent viewings of that film, I realized that I actually kind of like it. So if I could take back a rating, it would be for Scream 4.
I can't think of anything that I would take back. I pretty much stand by all of my ratings. Especially Scream 4, because fuck that movie.
Whatever.
I'm sorry, I went into that movie the first time defending it, and the second time I'm like, nope, this movie's just garbage. Just not good. Not good, don't like it.
If anyone is interested, my extremities are kind of numb right now.
Jamie's wrong.
Yes. I have officially crossed the threshold into drunk.
Nice. Okay. Borillis, give us your best of.
Okay. I'm going to start at the bottom. Deep Rising is one of my best ofs. I know it was recent, but goddamn, that movie is fun.
That movie is fucking great.
So, I stand by that.
Oh.
The Crow.
Oh, yeah, that is a really good one. Oh, and it is Dave. Dave is with us from Banana Laser, so hi, Dave.
Hey, happy birthday, Dave.
Happy birthday,
I love
Dave.
you. Mwah.
Yeah, happy birthday, Dave.
But yeah, The Crow. Fuck, I don't know why I skipped over that one. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just
Mike Merriman says happy 100th.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. But The Crow.
Yeah. Fucking Crow.
Fucking Crow. Yeah, that's a great movie.
Oh, bang! Fuck, I'm dead!
Oh, man. Just one of the best villains ever. Like, that is, to me, the Hans Gruber of horror movies.
Yeah.
Okay, so Pontypool,
Yeah.
which I think is fantastic. Night of the Creeps, for obvious reasons. The Dead, I think, is a great zombie film.
Yes. I said
Um,
you'd have my back on that, and I knew
House.
it.
Oh yeah, House almost made my list.
Yeah, oh, man, that movie is so weird
Yeah.
in a really wonderful way.
Yeah.
Behind the Mask,
Oh yeah.
I love that movie.
That is
Oh
a
man,
good fucking movie.
yeah. You're Next,
Yeah.
Poltergeist as well.
Okay.
Fright Night.
Yeah.
I love Fright Night.
Friday Night's good.
Fright Night.
Sure.
Also a song that I played on the first episode of the Insomniacs playlist.
You did, and I really enjoyed that. Especially you pointing out that Jerry Dandridge is not the vampire you say no to. It's not
totally true.
Yeah, it's not like Nosferatu, where you're just like, oh no, you look kind of like a rat. It's like, oh wow, you can pull off a sweater.
A V-neck sweater, no less.
Yeah, and do it well. And as I pointed out on the episode, the movie Fright Night had formative breasts for me. Where like as a kid, that was one of the first times I'd seen naked woman flesh on film.
Right.
And I was like, oh, I think I'm into this. Which has turned out to hold true.
Yes. And you are correct, Ryan. The Crow is a movie that you cannot get tired of. I actually bought that on Blu-ray fairly recently. I've not watched it yet.
Oh, I want to say I just got a message from Cody Robinson, who says, Night of the Creeps, we're about to do a live watch tonight. You should join us. I'm like, we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
And then he says, happy 100th, and fuck the Nightmare remake. He had me until fuck the Nightmare remake.
Fucking its face.
But somehow
Yeah,
I'm still responding that he's adorable.
Shit. Anyway, sorry, Bo. Go continue.
Hostel is on my list.
That actually made my list
Yeah.
too, but I ended up cutting it out because I had too many on my list.
Yeah, I really like the original Hostel a whole lot. Man, all right, here's some movies. Big Bad Wolves.
Yeah.
Sure. Why wouldn't you? Rosemary's Baby. Because babies and devil.
Devil Baby YOLO.
That's right. Carrie, I think, is an exceptional movie that we covered.
Yeah.
And, oh man, my top 4. Holy shit. How could these movies get any better? Kiss of the Damned.
Yep.
The Woman.
Yep.
Excision.
Yep.
The Battery.
Yeah, those are all amazing films.
Right.
Gary says that his formative breast film was just one of the guys.
That came up, I think, on Grave Shift not long ago.
I don't think I've seen it. I'm aware of it, but I've not
Well, I mean, there's no reason for you to watch that movie now, but if you were a teenager at the time, there is a breast reveal in that movie where you're like, ooh, movies. So, I don't think that movie works beyond the age of puberty, but if you were 13 and saw that movie, it was a revelation.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's my list.
Oh, all right, nice.
Yeah. Now, all those movies I can watch right now. Thank you, Anthony. Hostel is great.
Whatever. All right, so that is it for our best and worst. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break. I'm going to go find some more booze, and then we'll be right back to review Hardware from 1990.
Hardware?
Yeah.
Yeah? Oh, the hardware?
All right. Enjoy and entertain the people. We shall return shortly.
So we have to entertain people for a minute. So, to the chat, ask us anything while David is off getting booze, and theoretically, a handjob from a Taiwanese boy. We have no evidence to say that he's not. And I think Jamie's gone too. It's just us. Oh, chat room, it's me and you. Let's do this. Let's get sexy. Oh, yeah, Ryan. Yeah, oh, yeah. All right, Last Grave Shift, that's when that came up. But, yeah, those were amazing teenage breasts. I don't know the actress. I wish I knew the actress who did just one of the guys. I don't... oh, God, if only we had monkeys, Arthur. All right, Gary says, I will not listen to you guys besmirch the name of Billy Zabka. I don't think anyone's besmirching. We are a non-besmirch zone. Not all the time, but sometimes we smirch. Gil says, Hardware is the longest Fields of Nephilim promo clip I've ever seen. I think that movie soundtrack is like if Tangerine Dream and Nine Inch Nails had an awkward love child, is the soundtrack to that movie. And also there are robot skulls for no good reason. But you got to think that they saw the Terminator, right? All right, so yeah, sorry, Gary. Arthur says, I'm loving the show and drinking red wine, and you got a free bottle. My question is, how? And I would like some. I like red wine. I like, her name is Dish Rag. Come on, Ryan. I like red wine, but I like a dry red wine. I like a nice Cabernet. To paraphrase Sideways, Merlot is for assholes. Oh,
Can you hear
Jamie's
me?
back.
Okay, good. I mean, I never left, not on purpose anyway, but suddenly my microphone was muted. I was trying to say things for the longest time, and you guys were just talking all over me, and I'm like, what is happening here? Why are these guys being such assholes? But something apparently happened to my Hangout thing, and I was not aware of it until you said, oh, looks like we've lost Jamie as well. So...
I was trying to keep the train rolling.
and I'm sure you did a good job, but I didn't actually hear a lot of that because I had to refresh everything. So,
right.
But I'm sure you're...
Yeah, well, let's not push it. Arthur, are you saying that the red wine is Merlot? Is that what you're admitting to us
Arthur
now?
would be John, by the way.
Oh, should I not call him Arthur?
Well, no, that's just his... I don't even understand, but that's his email thing. But that's actually John Cross.
Oh, okay, fair enough. John, yeah, no, Cabernet is the best. Rich in tannins, the Cabernets are. I like a good Cabernet. There are actually a really nice. I want to say it's 89 was a good vintage for Cabernets. If I drink wine, that is usually what I drink. If not,
Not as much a fan of the
Chardonnay,
Cabernets.
you know.
I am a Shiraz fan, or a Syrah. And 2012 was actually a good year for those. But
I also the Phantasm concert. I really like fortified wines. I think are delicious. I like my liquor malt, as many people have stated.
I am drinking the hell out of some gin and tonic, that much I can tell you.
Roscoe Baked Cunt. Okay.
I'm actually trying for the first time tonight a new Amsterdam gin, which is not so high on the juniper as a lot of gins are. It's a little bit sweeter than some are. So you can actually make a gin martini without the vermouth because it adds its own sweetness. But I'm enjoying it, I have to say. A lot of people don't think that the New Amsterdam gin makes a good gin and tonic, but I am here to tell you that I disagree.
Very quickly, since we're waiting for David, I'm going to tell a quick liquor story involving my grandparents, who were very Irish. And I've told you this story before, Jamie, but I think it bears repeating. So I'm 17 at the time. I'm with my girlfriend at a pre-Christmas dinner. It's our family dinner prior to a lot of relatives showing up and ruining everything for everyone. And my grandmother trots out. She likes to send baskets of like cookies and cake and stuff like that to relatives in Michigan. And so we're sampling some of what she has sent to all these relatives. One of those things is a rum cake. And my grandmother did not realize that the rum needed to be cooked. So it's just sponge cake with rum poured on it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So we all take a bite of it and we realize oh, this is just straight booze poured on cake. And my girlfriend at the time rushes to the kitchen to grab some water to wash it down. My grandfather, in one of the funniest lines I've heard in real life, says, "Oh, I guess she needed a chaser."
What?
And then perceives my grandmother that her shipping this cake is illegal because you can't ship this across state lines. And yeah, so that was one of the greatest Christmases ever, where we got loaded on cake.
So for anybody who cares, having my third drink of the night is a Port Brewing Older Viscotti. And yeah, I put some.
You were all over the place tonight. You went through your IPAs pretty quickly, huh?
I went through my IPA, and then I had a lemon something or other, which had lemon and ginger. Ooh. And now I'm having this poured thing, and smells good. Got it in a glass with some ice. Looks like cola. It's got a nice kind of a nice caramelly flavor.
COLA cola.
No, it looks like cola, but it's not. It's not. It's just ice in the drink, and I'm fucking drunk, okay? So let's get on with this shit.
Why must you ruin my Kinks reference?
Why don't you shut your face?
Shut your face! Yes! Yes! You haven't told anyone to shut their face in several episodes.
That's true, I haven't. Alright.
But is anything good happening in the chat room? Because I feel like I'm missing out on stuff, and I don't want anyone
there's a lot of drink recipes happening right now. Which I really support. Like
alcoholics.
I honestly have never loved our audience more.
I love them so much. And that is not because I'm drunk. It's because I love them so much. And I say it all the time. And I usually don't drink when we're recording.
Apparently John says that rum cake from Jamaica is amazing. He had fresh rum cake.
That's true. I have had rum cake from Jamaica, and it is amazing.
Jerry is the one who pointed out this recipe, the guignol, named after the old Theater of Blood in Paris. 5-part champagne, 1-part Chambord. You pour the champagne first, then pour in the Chambord.
Is that Esposito, or is that Mosley?
It just says Jerry E. I don't know.
Oh, then that was probably Esposito.
So then you pour in the Chambord, and it looks like the drink is bleeding, and that sounds fucking delicious, too.
And Rocketance points out that Germans apparently like red wine chilled for some reason.
Well, because they're Germans, man.
I will tell you that when I was underage, I enjoyed a bit of port with cherry Coke. It was very delicious.
White wine doesn't have to breathe.
Because that's
for anyone who knows, that is a quote from the Clue VHS game.
You're right, Arthur.
Well, thank you very much. All right. So, it came from the Instant Queue. Hardware. It's released in 1990. Synopsis is, the head of a cyborg reactivates and rebuilds itself and goes on a violent rampage at a Space Marine's girlfriend's apartment. Directed by Richard Stanley. Written by Steve McManus, based on the story Shock. And by Kevin O'Neill, also based on his story Shock. Written by Richard Stanley with additional dialogue by Michael Fallon. Starring Carl McCoy as Nomad, Iggy Pop as Angry Bob, Dylan McDermott as Moses Baxter, Joe Lynch as Shades, Mark Northover as Alvy, Stacey Travis, who's incredibly foxy, as Jill, Paul McKenzie as Vernon, Lemmy as the taxi driver, Michael Hutchins as Lincoln Weinberg, Mac McDonald as the newscaster, and Chris McCallum as the Premier Bogoloff. So, Bo, why don't you tell us about Hardware?
I kind of like this movie, but not a ton.
I was entertained by it.
Oh
Yeah.
my God.
Dermot Mulroney is in it,
Dermot McDermott.
and he's not masturbating and crying, which is a good sign.
Yeah.
No, but you get that shower scene which focuses mainly on him, which is just bizarre.
Why are you
I mean,
complaining?
I'm not complaining. It's just bizarre. It just doesn't make much sense. Because when do you see movies do that? When do you see movies focus on the guy? In a
But it's focusing on his hand.
sex scene. But he's hot, so that's okay. But it's just weird.
Well, all right then.
Right, but it's about like the fact that he's got this metal hand. That's
He's got a cool
the point of
cyber
that scene.
Yeah, that's what that shower scene's about.
But it is.
and whatever her name's Booty. She got
Yeah.
a flat butt, but whatever.
So
Goodbye, Gary. You'll be able to hear the rest of this on the download.
yeah. Thanks, Gary. The bird has his beard, but we have his heart. I kind of want his beard. Anyway, so
Get together, Ransdale.
yeah, I know. I have facial hair envy. I got an Irish splotchy beard syndrome.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway, so I think this movie thinks it's a little bit cooler than it is, but I think it's cool enough to kind of recommend it. I like Dermot McDermott,
Yes.
who I think plays kind of an interesting character. It reminds me a lot of like Tony Scott before he got really action movie.
Right.
Like if The Hunger were a dystopian robot movie,
Yeah.
then it would be Hardware.
Gil says Hardware is great when you're stoned at 14 and watching it in 1991.
Yeah,
And that's
it's
about
weird.
it.
I think this movie, like if it had come out in like 1984, it would have been amazing.
Look, this is no Blade Runner.
No, and here's
If you want a dark, crusty, gritty, dystopian future, watch Blade Runner, not this.
Well, here's my take on Hardware. Now,
Yeah, but he was asking me stuff.
What?
No. Go ahead.
Anyway, so I first saw this on VHS about probably 2 or 3 years ago, I want to say.
Seriously, Merriman, what are you doing?
Knock it off, Merriman. Goddamn. So I watched, like I said, watched on VHS, and it was good. It was entertaining. Watched it again yesterday or the other day. I don't remember when it was. A couple days ago for the show, and it's not great, but there's enough things about it aesthetically that I really enjoy. Like I really dig that early 90s, late 80s industrial, post-apocalyptic industrial look that this movie has, and it kind of carries over into the Johnny Mnemonic, which is a dopey ass movie, but I love it. I really dig the monster in this. The titular Hardware is a cool robot, I think. Dermot McDermott is pretty good in this. The big fat creepy guy is fucking creepy. And
Yeah,
goofy.
if they had done something with him, but that storyline went nowhere. There was no point to that. If that had been carried on to actually come to a head, I think it was interesting. Like I wanted that to be something, an actual something. But what happened was nothing with that. So it was totally useless.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but I think it all serves the point of the overarching theme. And I don't want to argue too much that the movie is great or anything,
Right.
but I do think the whole idea is this insertion of technology. I mean, keep in mind that this movie was released almost 25 years ago now.
Yeah.
And so a lot of the themes of the film, I think, have to do with the idea of technology becoming a bit of a solution, whether it's Dermot McDermott's hand, or whether it's the robot that is supposed to be the population solution.
Right,
Yeah, so, our central character is making art out of technology, or the remnants of technology, and all the others are using it in some way. And even she does too, whether, with her use of the Geiger counter to measure the rads and all that stuff. And also, I mean, she clearly has a very technical setup for this dystopian future in her own place.
Right.
And so the creepy fat guy character is using technology to kind of get his rocks off. And I think that a lot of and this also goes back to the tagline of the movie, which is, I think you can't stop progress.
Yeah, I think it's something like that.
Yeah. And so I think a lot of the movie is dealing with the idea of technology becoming this thing that is a part of all of our lives, and in a way that, again, 25 years ago was sort of interesting. Yeah, I mean, as a modern viewer where we have the internet and we're doing shit like this, where we're doing a live show, and a bunch of people are listening and all that stuff, it's like technology is, a much more commonplace sort of thing. Not that it wasn't then, but it wasn't as influential. I mean, this is pre-smartphone and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So I think it's trying to forecast, in a way, the idea of technology being both the thing that can help us and destroy us simultaneously.
Right.
And so on that level, I think it's interesting. I think it's very stylish. I think a lot of it is real dumb. Like, there's way too much. Like, be warned, if you are an epileptic, don't watch this movie.
Yeah. No shit.
But I think it's interesting, and I think it's just stylish enough to get by. I think that Dermot Mullen is good in it. I think the lead actress is okay.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's a lot of like dumb shit that happens in the movie, like, her swinging by the power line into the Chinese family's place, and then taking on the robot with a baseball bat, which is stupid. But at the same time, I also like her communicating with this robot with fragments of conversation it's recorded.
Mm-hmm.
I think all that's kind of cool. So yeah, I don't think it's a great movie, but I think if you've never seen it, I would kind of recommend watching it, just because it's an interesting footnote in cinema dealing with technology.
Yeah. Absolutely. And for some reason, the comments on the main feed thing are not working, so go ahead and post. If you have comments, post them in the questions thingamajig.
Okay, good, because I just got a message from Brian saying that he got a message saying he was not allowed to post on the comments anymore.
Yeah,
and,
I think we may have reached a limit for that.
Okay. Well, that makes sense.
Yeah, but yeah, I think hardware is. It's an interesting sort of oddity of the time. I don't think it necessarily holds up as well as it could, but I still think like the effects are pretty good for it. I do really dig the robot in it, and it's kind of an interesting little story. I mean, it falls into that wheelhouse of what I really enjoy for, sort of post-apocalyptic industrial punk of the 80s and early 90s that I really dig aesthetically. So yeah, I don't think it's a great film, but at the same time, I lump it in with like Johnny Mnemonic as a movie that I enjoy despite its flaws. So, yeah.
Okay. The performances, I don't have a problem with. The story, I don't have a problem with. I mean, the basic idea that you have this bit of technology that suddenly goes haywire and starts, just like freaking out and killing people or whatever. I'm cool with that. What I have an issue with is the execution. This movie is boring as fuck. And it has about 20 false endings before we finally get to the real ending. And I'm just, by this point, I don't give a shit anymore. I'm sick of it. I mean, we have this interesting storyline where this guy is using technology to spy on this chick, and he's being really creepy about it. And then, he comes into play and then suddenly gets wiped out just like that. And so that storyline is completely useless and goes nowhere. And then the rest of the film is spent like, well, here's a would-be ending. 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 And I'm sitting here going, well, fucking end already.
Yeah.
I mean, the idea is an interesting idea. I will give it that. The look of it is fine. The performances are fine. I am a big fan of Dylan McDermott. I mean,
Dermot McDermott.
I defy you to find a person who does not do that. But Dylan McDermott is fine in this film. And the lead is fine in this film. There are some interesting points, but then we get to this just never-ending, over and over, and then in the end, what I find is that this film is extremely pretentious. I think that it feels that it has a lot more to say than it actually says, and I think that it thinks it's a bigger deal than it actually is. And so what I get from this is me sitting here going, please hurry up and be over, and it says, fuck you, I'm going to keep going. And I, in the end, was bored to tears by this film, and I said earlier that it's not Blade Runner, and I think that, and what I mean by that is that I feel like if you want a dark dystopian future, I think Blade Runner does it right. This film thinks it's far more important than it actually is, and it just continues to go on and on and on to the point where I just don't give a damn anymore. And I do like the character. I do like the villain in this. I think that the robot is actually a cool thing. I think the entire idea is an interesting idea, but it just continues to plod on way longer than it should with nothing interesting to say. And so I find myself checking out of this movie far before it's over. And I don't understand the whole point with the creepy guy, because it doesn't go anywhere. And I would, if they had taken that plot point and gone a little farther, then I think I may have been able to maintain interest a little bit longer. But they nipped it in the bud so quickly that there was really no point to that. I mean, that particular plot device was completely unnecessary.
Mm-hmm.
Once you get to the end of the film, it meant nothing. And it was just wasted time. And so that pisses me off, because I feel that it was a plot device that could have been used to an interesting end, but it ended up meaning nothing.
Real quick, if the Google chat is not working for you guys, if you go to facebook.com/groups/ booze / Devour the Podcast, just hit us up on the Facebook page and we can respond there.
Yeah.
So sorry about the Google chat problem, but and sorry to interrupt Jamie.
No, I was pretty much done. I mean, the basic point of that is that it had an interesting premise. It blew its wad way too early and ended up fucking it up in the end, and I really don't give a shit about this film. So there you go.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, I understand. As I was watching, I was perfectly entertained, even though it's horribly dated and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But anyway, But I can also see that perspective completely.
I think that, unfortunately, I don't think that being dated is its problem. I think that even back then, if I had watched it fresh, and to be honest, this is the first time I've ever seen this film. But if I had watched it back then, I think I would have had the same problems with it that I do now. And is that I think it should have ended way before it did. You know, it had some interesting characters. It had an interesting idea, but it just didn't know when to stop. Incidentally, Gary says he will send out locks of the beard as long as no voodoo dolls are made.
I can't make that promise.
Yeah, sorry, can't do that.
And he's sorry he couldn't make it to the end of the show.
That's okay. We are running super long tonight. All right. So, Bo, what is your rating for hardware?
You know, I gotta say this is a conditional recommend for me.
Okay.
I would give it 3 stars.
Yeah.
I think it's just good enough to tell people, like, if you've never seen it, give it a chance. You might have Jamie's reaction, and that's totally reasonable, but I kind of dug it enough that while I was watching it, I was, entertained.
Yeah, for sure. Jamie.
Nope.
That's not a rating, Jamie.
I know it. My
Jamie
rating,
says wrong.
I say wrong.
Jamie says no.
I say this is a 1.
Oh, all right.
1, because I just, in the end, by the time we finally got to the fucking end, it's just, oh my God, I just got this feeling of pretentiousness from this film that I could not shake off. And as much as I'm a huge fan of Dylan McDermott, especially from like American Horror Story, because he had those 2 personal trainers, and holy shit, he was hot. So even back then, like, I appreciate the shower scene that focused on Dylan McDermott. I love him to death, but it just did not know.
Dylan Mulroney.
So
yeah.
I actually am a fan of Dermot Mulroney and Dylan McDermott, so I love them both. But neither one of them could have saved this film, so it's a fucking 1.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm going to go with Bo on this one and go with 3 out of 5. It is a conditional recommend. I don't think it's a movie that everyone will enjoy. Admittedly, I enjoy it because I enjoy it for much the same reason I enjoy movies like Johnny Mnemonic, which again is not a very good film. But it has enough elements to it that I really appreciate. And like I said, I really dig that kind of late 80s, early 90s industrial apocalyptic aesthetic.
Yeah, and I think it does, not to interrupt you, David, but I think it does the dystopia right.
Yeah. And really quickly, Ryan says, this movie had a great premise but failed miserably. It's not a dated film issue. It had so many false endings that it just got irritating. Yes, I will agree.
Thank you, Ryan.
There were way too many false endings to this fucking movie.
He is correct.
That's true, but
again, I still enjoy it overall. It's not.
Return of the King has 4 fucking endings.
Yeah,
and I'm not saying Hardware is Return of the King, but
no,
I'm saying I don't think that sinks a movie.
No.
Also, do you not see that it just reeks of pretentiousness?
I think it has a lot of big ideas that doesn't quite live up to its ideas, unfortunately.
I really feel like this film thinks it's a bigger film than it is. Like I feel like it feels like it says a lot more than it actually has the right to say that it says.
But I think it does say some stuff.
Yeah, it's
really
got something to say, but it doesn't. I think for the time
I think it's got something to say, but it doesn't speak English.
So you're racist. Is that what you're saying?
Perhaps.
No,
1 star because of racism.
Yes.
Are you going to tell me that there was no point in this film that you wished it would just be fucking over?
Towards the end, yes, I do kind of wish it had ended, but I do also really enjoy the Dylan McDermott's fucking psychedelic dream sequence. I thought that was really cool. And admittedly, I am very forgiving of this film because it is sort of what it is, and I dig it for what it is because it's like I said, like Johnny Mnemonic, like Tank Girl, these movies that kind of have a certain aesthetic, and they just hit the right buttons for me. And I'm not saying it's a great movie, and I'm not saying that everyone's going to enjoy it, but as a relic of 1990 and like the post-Cold War sort of here's the apocalypse viewed through late 80s industrial aesthetic, I kind of dig it. So I give it a 3.
Yeah,
Wow,
I would
okay.
agree with that.
All right, then.
Yeah, so yeah, that's that. Give me a minute. I'm still looking for next week's fucking movie. Next week we're watching Manhunter, because fuck you, the movie's awesome.
Oh, the William Peterson.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, let's fucking do that.
Yeah.
Joan Allen? Joan Allen. Yeah.
Yeah, it's on fucking Instant Queue, so fuck yeah, we're watching Manhunter.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Yeah. Fucking Manhunter. Goddamn
Oh, that's
Tom
right.
Brady.
I just realized that since we are a live podcast, we have to tell people what we're going to be watching next time, and we did not come up with that.
Yeah. That just happened. That just happened.
That just happened.
So, yeah, we're going to be watching Manhunter. And,
Yeah, this is real, y'all. This is real life.
right up next, we're going to go ahead and knock out John Carpenter's The Thing, which, spoiler alert, we all think's pretty awesome. But I got some shit to say about it, so might be controversial. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
All right, all right.
Bye.
And also, if you're listening, and I'll just say it for the sake of repeating, if you go to the group page, facebook.com/groups/Devour the Podcast, there is conversation happening there, and we're responding. So, sorry about the Google problem.
Yeah, Google kind of fucked us, whatever. So, do we need to take a break, or should we jump into next movie?
I'm good with jumping in, but, I'm also flexible. I'm very flexible. I can put my...
We know.
All right, Grandpa.
Drinky.
Our listeners might be interested to know what I can put where.
Says you.
You don't think they don't know by now? I guess new listeners, maybe.
That's
New
a good
listeners,
point.
Jamie is very flexible to put things in weird places.
Maybe Luna doesn't know. She's new.
Yeah. Jamie can do impressive things.
Do you really think that's going to help her recovery any?
No, probably not.
We're trying to make her feel good.
I'm sure some of our male listeners are Ryan, thank you very much.
What did he say?
He says, jumping y'all, Jamie is flexible, LOL.
Thank you, Ryan.
Oh, and Brian is threatening me because I'm possibly going to talk shit about Carpenter's Thing. I will make my points shortly.
I think you better, because it doesn't sound like you have a whole lot of time left in you.
Yeah, I'm pretty fucked up. So, John Carpenter's The Thing. This was released in 1982. Synopsis is: scientists in the Antarctic are confronted by a shape-shifting alien that assumes the appearance of the people that it kills. Directed by John Carpenter. Written by Bill Lancaster, based on a story by John W. Campbell, starring Kurt Russell, who has a manly beard, as R.J. McCready.
Oh,
Wilford Diabetes Brimley as Dr. Blair.
Diabetes Brimley.
T.K. Carter as Nollis. David Clennon as
Knowles.
Shut the fuck up. David Clennon as Palmer. Keith David as Childs. Richard Dysart as Dr. Copper. Charles Helen as Vance Norris. Peter Maloney as George Bennings. Richard Masser as Clark. Donald Moffat as Gary.
Richard Mazur.
Shut your face.
No, it's Mazer.
Joel Polis as Fook.
Mazer, you're right. You're correct, but it's still not
Fuchs.
what he said.
Fuchs, thank you. Thomas G. Waits as Windows, also known as Fox in the Warriors.
What does the fox say?
Nothing. He gets thrown in front of a fucking subway train. Spoiler alert.
Man, I love that movie.
I know I do too. Norbert Weiser is the Norwegian. Larry J. Franco, possibly related to James Franco, is also a Norwegian.
Probably not, though.
Probably not. Nate Irwin is the helicopter pilot. William Vern Zeman is the pilot. So, preface by saying, regardless of what any of us say about this film is a classic. It is an undeniable classic. Its importance on the genre and pop culture itself can be felt throughout pop culture. This movie was was a financial failure when it came out. Tanked to the box office. Pretty sure it was a critical failure too. Totally got butchered. But has become a classic in its own right in the past 20-odd years. Almost 30 years it's been since it came out.
32, I think that would be.
I think so. Yeah, I think you're right. 32 years.
Yeah, I mean, if math holds up.
Yeah, which maybe it does. I don't know. Booze. So, yeah, this is an undeniable classic. And not just in the sense of, oh, horror fans fucking are saying it's a classic. No, like, legitimately, this movie is a classic in the truest sense of pop culture has accepted this as a classic film. You can see its imprint in 100 different movies. To the point where I didn't see this movie till about a year ago.
What?
Yeah.
For the first time?
Yes. There's an episode in the archives, I don't remember which one,
Wow.
where I'm like, hey, I saw The Thing for the first time.
Oh, well, I mean, that happened with Poltergeist, too.
Right.
I mean, yeah.
So, and this is one of those movies that having seen it for the first time recently, unfortunately, it's a movie that I've seen 100 times since. And I know I made the joke that Leviathan was basically The Thing underwater. That was a joke until I rewatched this movie, and then holy shit, Leviathan literally is The Thing underwater.
Yeah, it totally is.
Like,
it's like The Thing
it's absurd.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And this movie is really fucking good. Like, if you look, I mean, and like I said, this movie has permeated pop culture. Look at something like Dead Space. Dead Space is basically The Thing in space. Simple as that. There are parts of this movie that I'm kind of not crazy about. I think it's really good. I think that it has a very deliberate pace that works if you're prepared for it. And maybe it was just the way I was watching it, because I did start it kind of late. I wasn't super invested in it when I first started, but as the movie progressed, I got more into it. Unfortunately, the only thing going against this film is that because it is so important to the genre and so important to pop culture, it's been repeated and stolen from so often that you've seen a fucking ton of movies that have already done this movie before. So when you sit down to watch this, you're like, oh, right, oh yeah, I've seen all of this stuff in other movies. Not necessarily done better, but I've seen all of the stuff this movie does in other movies, unfortunately. First off, the fucking effects in this movie, holy shit, are they awesome.
My God. Botine is, it's fucking amazing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Rob Bottine's work in this movie is fucking amazing.
You watch this film and you wonder why anyone ever chooses to do digital effects, because anything you want, I mean, if you watch this film, then you can imagine that anything you want to happen can happen practically.
Yeah. Because
he makes it happen.
The only thing I would say is a bit dodgy about this movie is the tentacles that tend to fly about. Those are a little bit dodgy looking. Otherwise, the practicals look really great. The fire effects in this movie, like, there's a couple of
I mentioned those people being set on fire. That is fucking impressive.
Yeah, there's a couple of sequences where I'm like, holy shit, that dude's burning for a while. They should probably put his ass out.
Yeah, I hope somebody's nearby.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was actually a scene where the guy runs out in the snow and he's set on fire. And he runs out in the snow, and then it cuts to McCready, and then it goes back to him. And I'm thinking they must have done that in 2 cuts, because otherwise he would have been on fire for way too long.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks as if he was continuously on fire. But it's just, and that right there is the moment that I was referring to earlier when I had the whole Dick Smith breakdown. That's the moment that I was referring to, because it is just a long bit of a guy being seriously set on fire.
It's a long burn. And I think this movie's strange because it doesn't feel like a Carpenter film. And I think a lot of that has to do with the soundtrack. Like, I think Ennio Morricone's soundtrack is really, really fucking good, but it just does not feel like a Carpenter soundtrack.
Well, it's an Ennio Morricone soundtrack,
Right.
and so he is one of my favorite composers of all time.
Right.
But honestly, it doesn't, because if you know Ennio, he does a lot of spaghetti westerns. He does a lot of things like that, like Once Upon a Time in America, things like that. This is not typically the sort of thing that he does.
Right, and he did an Argento film, which is vastly different than his western stuff. And I think that's what's interesting is that when I think of a Carpenter film, I think of a Carpenter soundtrack.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when I think, even if I'm
expect that.
Yeah, when I think of Halloween, when I think of, vampires, when I think of, the few times I think about vampires, when I think about, In the Mouth of Madness, Escape from New York, I think of that synth-heavy score, and then you get this soundtrack, which is almost non-existent for most of the film, and when you do hear it, it's like, oh, wait, that's not synth, what the fuck? It makes it not feel like a Carpenter movie. But yeah, it's a really, this movie's really, really good. Like, I mean, it's fantastic.
I concur.
There are bits of it where I'm like, I'm not super into it at times, because it is a very deliberately paced film, and some could say it's a little slow.
No, they couldn't.
Depending on how you're feeling about it, it could be a little bit slow.
No,
but it is very deliberately paced. The only thing I think going against it is that people have been trying to remake this movie since it came out, essentially. So they've been ripping it off for 30-odd years, to varying degrees of success. And I think, like, Leviathan is basically the thing without all the paranoia. That's basically it. That's all it is. Same movie, none of the paranoia. Otherwise, I think it's fucking great. Like, the practicals are really good. The visuals are fantastic. The practical effects are great. The soundtrack is really good. The funny bit of trivia, apparently at the beginning, the Norwegians, if you speak Norwegian, they basically ruin the twist of the film, because they reveal the plot of the film because they're telling you what happened to them.
Well, that makes sense.
Right.
I mean, if you run across some people and this has already happened to you, you're going to be saying, "Hey, this happened to me."
Right.
I like the idea, though, of a Norwegian being in the theater when this film premieres, and
just standing up.
Are you kidding me? Spoilers.
Spoilers. Bork.
That's Swedish. Okay, what are you, Childs? That's Swedish, not Norwegian.
Same difference. They're all white people with
Childs
blonde hair.
keeps referring to them as Swedes, which cracks me up.
Yes, I know. No, it's McCready who refers to them as Swedes.
Oh, is it McCready? Oh,
just kidding. McCready.
Yeah. All right, let me break off a little bit here.
Oh, shit.
So this is my favorite horror movie ever in the history of horror movies.
Yes, every time when we used to do Last Blog, Bo would do a top whatever horror movies of all time, and the thing always made the number one spot. It never got unseated. Just thought I would add that.
And here's why. So I think this is, while you say it's deliberately paced, I think it takes a group of... All right, first of all, about the soundtrack. I think it's very Carpenter. It's the repeated theme throughout the thing, whether it's the, tinkling piano of Halloween or the kind of bass in the thing. I think the idea is like, okay, here's the mood of the movie, right, and I'm going to give it to you right now, and I'm going to repeat it over and over through the music of the film. I love the setup of this film in that you've got, a group of people in an isolated location. That's always great. And the film is simplicity itself. Here's this creature that can assume your form, and now who can you trust? And that's obviously pointed out in the scene with Kurt Russell and the recorder of, no one trusts anyone anymore. We're all very tired. that kind of stuff. You're right, the effects are great, but I think that what makes this movie work for me is that it feels very grounded. All the reactions to the situations feels very real to me. I know all the characters, like from very simple setups, whether it's Knowles or Fuchs or Childs or whoever, I know these characters, and that's tough to do. You've got an ensemble cast, and I think Carpenter said it in maybe director's commentary or something, where you're basically dealing with a bunch of people talking in a single room for much of the movie. So how do you make that interesting? And the camera moves in an interesting way throughout those scenes. The characters relate to one another in very real ways. The scenes with the dog, like that scene with the dog coming down the hallway, is just one of the best scenes ever, as far as I'm concerned. Where you see the shadow profile in the room, and you don't know who it is, but you know that some shit went down. I mean, I just think everything about this movie is, even if it wasn't thought out on set in a way that you might expect, where everything's perfectly planned and storyboarded and so forth, the execution of it all feels just like perfection to me.
Right.
Like I love all the characters. I think McReady is one of the great characters, not just in horror cinema, but in cinema. From the point where he throws his drink into the chess computer and says "cheating bitch." Like I feel like that guy, and he's only a half step removed, I think, from like Snake Plissken in a way.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, like there are moments in this, like when they're talking about going to the Norwegian base, when they come to him and they're like, "Hey, you need to take us up," and there's about to be this storm, and the scene ends with him looking up at the sky and then looking back, and you fade out of it, and it's like, well, we don't have to talk about this. You get everything you need to know from that look. And I think it's to Carpenter's credit and to the actor's credit in this film that every emotion that these characters go through is very well conveyed. It's clear. I never feel like there's any muddy motivation or anything like that. I think this movie is beautiful. Yeah, I mean, not just aesthetically, where the photography is great, which it is, I think.
Right.
It's hard to go wrong with this kind of Arctic Canadian landscape and everything that looks gorgeous, and the matte paintings, I think, all look great.
Yeah.
But I just think the way the camera moves is amazing. There's just nothing about this movie. My biggest problem with the film is that when you get the big reveal at the end of, like, here's the big thing monster, it's not all that impressive, but it's also like, well, and Roy Scheider shoots the air tank and the shark blows up at the end of Jaws.
Right.
It's like, well, that's not terrific, but everything else about this movie is so fucking good that I don't care. I mean, I think this is, like, as much as Halloween is hailed as, Carpenter's great contribution to the world of horror, I think the Thing is far and away his best contribution. It's the beginning of his Apocalypse trilogy and all that stuff.
Right,
and
right.
I think it's his best by far.
Well, I think that's kind of the point I was trying to make when I said that regardless of what we say, this movie has transcended and become part of pop culture and is important. That whether or not we like this movie or if we shit on it or whatever, nothing we're going to say about this movie really means shit in the long run, because it is what it is and has completely transcended what it was. For all the shit that it took when it first came out, it has stood the test of time and is the movie that it is, and is respected as it is because of what it is.
Yeah.
Can you say it is one more time?
It is.
Well, it's just an astounding achievement. Like John was pointing out, the widescreen the use of widescreen. What is it? What's the aspect ratio? It's not 16:3. It's John, hit me up in chat. But yeah, and Gil also pointed out, like, hey, these guys aren't friends,
Right.
you know, from jump. Like, McCready is a loner and is forced to kind of lead these guys. And one of my favorite moments in the movie is when he shows up, like, after Knowles has cut him loose, and he breaks into the supply room, and they bust in, and he's all frozen as shit, and has the dynamite and the flare, and he's like, look, motherfuckers, I'll take us all down. I don't
You can see
give
the
a
frost
shit.
in his beard. I mean, do you feel how cold he is at that moment? Because I totally do.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, like, it's just, and in the very next scene, like right after he shows up,
absolutely.
the very next scene, you see him sort of trembling. He's standing there and he's trembling, like trying to warm himself up. I totally feel it.
Yeah, and you know, Brian's pointing out it's the most Lovecraftian movie ever made, and I think that's true. I mean, it is body horror in a way that Cronenberg is kind of pure body horror,
Right.
but this is that kind of more Lovecraftian body horror of the universe doesn't give a shit about you.
Yeah.
And at the end of the movie, you know, when it's just Childs and McCready looking at each other.
Oh my God.
And having that conversation about, like, you know, fire's not going to last long. It's going to get cold. Well, I don't guess
God.
if anyone has any surprises for each other, you know, I don't think we're in much shape to do much about it.
Right.
I love the ending of this film. I really do.
Yeah.
And I
So
love that
good.
Brian loves this movie as much as he does, and he calls. I mean, like, he is the Lovecraft guy, and for him to call this the most Lovecraftian film ever, which he does all the time, like, he just loves this movie. I think he's totally right. You
Well,
know,
and I
like,
also
Lovecraft
think that-
never saw this movie coming, but if he
Right.
did, Lovecraft would be like, "Yeah, you got it."
Yeah, this is it.
What I
Right.
find kind of interesting about this film is that it's a remake of a 50s sci-fi movie, much like Invasion of the Body Snatchers, that takes the original source material and does something incredibly interesting with it,
But it's
And-
much more like the short story. Like, Who Goes There is
which
very
I've never read, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Like,
Like The Thing from Another World is this weird interpretation.
If you're me, drunk.
Sure. All right.
and I
The
find
Thing
it
from Another Planet
right.
is a weird interpretation.
And I think it's kind of funny that, like, the creature kind of screeches like the Invasion of the Body
Oh,
Snatchers characters
yes.
do in
Yeah.
the 70s remake, which I fucking love.
Of course. How can you not?
And
It's right up there with this
yeah.
and The Fly.
I was thinking that this morning when I was taking my shower. I was like, you know, it was like this, The Fly, and Invasion of the Body Snatchers are all three movies that I think of as being kind of
Absolutely. They are
in the same
universally
vein of
exactly.
being kind of telling the same story in very different ways.
And they are all universally accepted as amazing remakes.
Yeah, and they're all really great remakes, and they're all kind of body horror in their own way, you know. And this one seems to kind of borrow very heavily from Body Snatchers in the sense of the screeching, and the scene where the one character is being, like, actually kind of converted. We see that one character in the chair being converted, like the tentacles and stuff, is very reminiscent of Body Snatchers. But yeah, like, if you had said, like, oh yeah, fucking David Cronenberg made this movie, I'd be like, alright. That's believable.
I feel like it's very Carpenter. Like,
this
movie reminds me strangely of The Fog in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I get that.
Whether it's the music or just this sense of, like, this impending dread that builds to a point where, like, shit's just not going to work out for anyone.
Right. But if, like I said, if it didn't have John Carpenter's name in the title, and you're just, like, offhand, like, you're like, oh yeah, this is a fucking Cronenberg movie. Like, that I could see this being a Cronenberg movie.
I said,
on first pass, if I was catching it on cable and you're just like, oh yeah, it's a Cronenberg movie, like, okay, that makes sense.
yeah.
But, like,
I can see it being a Cronenberg theme,
Yeah,
but it doesn't have the visuals of a Cronenberg film,
Right.
in my opinion.
right.
But I can totally see it being something that he would tackle.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. It's sort of like this is one of those movies where it's like this feels like Cronenberg through the eyes of somebody else.
Okay.
Like if Cronenberg had written the script and been like, "Here, John, you do this." You know, that's kind of how this sort of feels in a way. And this is such a good movie.
Yeah.
Like,
And the blood scene.
Oh, the fucking blood!
Like the way that Carpenter, the way that he fools you into thinking, like, the first time you see it, that Childs is gonna be the thing that fucks you up, and and the kind of like, even though you've been dipping this iron or this copper wire into blood and getting nothing for a while. When he finally makes that leap to, like, oh, here's this, crazy effect all of a sudden, it's not the point you expected. And that's kind of genius. And the other thing that I just absolutely adore about this movie is the rivalry that happens between McCready and Childs throughout the film, whether it's, like, hey, I'll take over because maybe we need somebody a little more level-headed or whatever, or Child's locking him out and that kind of thing. That there's this unspoken rivalry that you totally understand and is never once directly addressed in the film.
Yeah.
It's just this is, I mean, there's no other way to put it. It's a masterpiece. This is Carpenter's best movie. It's the best movie he will ever do. But that's okay. It's like Wells doing Citizen Kane. That's the best movie he was ever going to do, and that's okay because it's that good.
Right. All right. So I think we filleted this movie.
Well, wait a minute. I haven't got to say anything.
Yeah, fillet.
I mean, I've commented, but I haven't actually said anything. I agree with everything you said. No, I'm kidding. Okay, Bo, you actually made mention earlier of the scene where McCready pours the drink into the chess machine, like into the computer, and he's like, cheating bitch. For some reason, that scene always sticks with me. Like that moment when he does that. Every time I watch this film, I think, oh man, like he's just fucked himself up because he's going to be here for a long time, and now he can no longer play chess. And that really kind of sticks with me. But it makes him real. It makes him a real character. And that's what I love about this film, is that everyone in this film is a real character. It's a character that you can relate to. It's a character that seems normal. And another thing I love about this film is that every time we get to the blood scene, no matter how many times I've seen this film, and I couldn't even tell you how many times it's been by now. I mean, like, it's completely off the charts. I can't count it. It's right up there with Jaws. I have no idea how many times I've seen this movie. But every time we get to the blood scene, for some reason, I can never remember how it plays out. Like, I can never remember who it is that ends up being the actual alien. And so it's always a surprise for me. And I don't know why that is, but there are some movies that just do that for me. Like, sometimes it doesn't matter how many times I've seen them. I can't remember exactly how it goes down. But I like it. It's a good thing. And with this film, it's always a good thing because every time I'm like, who is it now? Who is it that's going to be the thing? And then when I watch it, I'm like, oh, yeah, duh. But until it gets to that point, I'm like right there with him. I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm like, who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? And I know certain people that it's not, but for some reason I can never remember exactly who it is. And so that's one of my favorite things. And like when South Park did their version of this, I fucking love that episode of South Park. Well, I love it. I love South Park anyway, because apparently South Park just loves Carpenter. Like, if you guys haven't noticed. But that when they did their version of like the blood test from The Thing, I was totally giddy. But that's one of my favorite scenes. And I was actually watching it again before we did the show tonight. And that's the scene that I got to before David called me on Skype to like test his levels or whatever. And that's my favorite part of the entire film. But whenever I watch this film, I can't tear myself away. I mean, like, I can't. There's not one scene that I feel is wasted. There's not one scene that I feel is unnecessary. There's not one scene that I feel is gratuitous. Everything is important. Everything is necessary to watch. The practical effects are just astounding. And I can't watch this film and think, oh, that would be much better today if they did blah, 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 blah. You know, that doesn't happen. Because there's nothing about this film that I think would be improved by current technology. And that happens to very few films. You know, like The Fly, the Cronenberg's The Fly, I feel is that way. I watched The Fly, and I really don't think there's anything that could be improved by current technology. And that's the way I feel about this. So it sort of seats it as a permanent classic. I mean, you cannot improve on this. And so when they came out with the prequel, remake, whatever it was of this, regardless of what they called it, and regardless of what it was, I didn't think it was necessary, because there's nothing about this film that I think that you can improve upon. I just don't. And watching it tonight again, and then this is also a film that I don't get tired of. Like, I never get tired of it. And watching it again tonight, I'm thinking, how could you make this better? You couldn't, because at the core of it, Cronenberg is the only director who consistently can make me cringe. And that's why I love him so much. That's why he's my favorite, because he can always get to the root of what bothers me. But with this film, Carpenter manages to really make me like skeeved out. You know, when we watch the dog scene where you see all the little like tentacles like freaking out, and there's like blah, 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 you know, I have to look away because it's disturbing to me. It's just visually disturbing. And Carpenter doesn't usually do that to me. But in this particular film, he does. And if you can do that to me, like Cronenberg consistently does, then I have to give you high marks. But what is amazing to me is this film is, 32 years old?
Yep.
Something like that.
And I can't watch this film and think of anything that they could do better. I mean, when I watch this film, there's nothing that I complain about. There's nothing that I think, well, that could have been a little bit better if they... No, it doesn't happen, because it's perfection. And I can totally understand why, Bo, when you would do your top 10 horror films of all time, and this one would consistently rise to the top and never be unseated, I really can't dispute that, because time has done nothing to this film. I mean, there are some films that you look at 20 years later and you think, well, you know, it was probably good when it came out, but or I remember it being good when it came out, but right now it doesn't really fly. This is not one of them. And there are a very few set of films that fit into that category, one being The Exorcist, one being The Thing, one being The Fly. And I don't really see it ever reaching the point where I think, it could be better. You know, it's not going to happen. I just don't see it.
Yeah, before we grade this, a couple of quick points, one from chat. The line... I know you gentlemen have been through a lot, but when you can find the time, I would really prefer not to spend the rest of this winter tied to this fucking couch.
That's a great line. Oh my
Genius
God.
line. Also, the delivery of "You gotta be fucking kidding" is just one of the best deliveries ever. But the more important point is that I think the fact that it opens with Antarctica 1982, and it sets it in a time and place.
Right.
And so that, like, with all the computer technology and, like, the simulation of the cells and stuff like that, where you're like, that looks like old shit. It's like, yeah, it's 1982. You know, the movie told you it's 1982. I think that's kind of smart to fix it in that time and place. so that you can't really complain about the technology too much.
Right.
And it's just like, here's a thing that happened 32 years ago, and
Yeah,
know,
even
whatever.
if you could, though, I don't feel like you could. Like, I don't feel like this film allows you to complain about the technology.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't feel like anything is ever dated in this film.
Well, but like when they're doing the computer simulation and like, here's the dog cell and stuff like that, that all looks like Atari 2600s stuff.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
again, it's 1982, so what are you going to do? But that aside, and like I said, I will fully acknowledge that the thing monster at the end is not great. And it was a concession because of budgetary reasons and the fact that the stop motion monster that they wanted to use kind of looked shit.
Right.
So that's fine. Again, it's the shark being blown up at the end of Jaws. I'm fine. I'm
but that's
with you to
the
that.
And
end
up
of
until
the
that
film.
point, the monster had been shown enough times that it was awesome that we didn't really like for the monster to be shit at the end. Is like fuck it.
Yeah, it kind of doesn't matter because the real ending of the movie is
Right. That's what I was going to say.
Childs and McCready.
Fucking staring at each other.
It's Childs and McCready staring each other down, being there, the last two left, and we're left with that.
And
And there's
I
bleak fucking ending.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I kind of love the fact that there are all these theories about who could be a thing in that scene. Maybe it's McCready because he kind of smiles when he gives him the drink, and maybe it's Childs, and maybe it's neither, or maybe it's both, or like all that stuff. The fact that the end of this movie is so ambiguous.
What do you think it is?
I
I don't think it's either, to be honest. I think they're both pure.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that, and that they both just freeze to death, which is the happiest ending of this movie, maybe. But I can also see the argument for McCready being the thing.
Oh, see, I just don't get that. I mean, to me, and maybe it's a what I want to see kind of thing. I could concede that, but to me, when I'm seeing the two of them sitting there together, I don't picture either of them being the thing. I picture both of them being pure, and to me, the horror of it is that they're both pure, but they're completely skeptical about one another. And that, I think, is the most horrible thing.
Well, yeah, but like I said, that's the happiest solution, or the happiest resolution of the potential horrible resolutions. Because the other side of that is that one of them freezes and is the thing.
Right.
And when the rescue team comes, the world ends.
Well, Jerry just presented the idea that Childs is possibly the thing at the end, saying that it's subtle, but McCready is such a deep character. The first things we learn about him is he's a chess player, and we see his strategic mind serving him throughout the film. He thinks of the wire test, and even at the end, he's able to determine that Childs is the actual thing. Childs wore a dark coat all through the film, but it tears through your clothes when it attacks. And when we see him at the end, he's wearing a different colored coat, and he gets Childs to drink from the bottle without thinking twice.
Yeah.
But the other side of that
interesting
is...
theory.
Yeah, but the other side of that is that McCready could be the thing.
Right.
Getting him to drink from the bottle when he gives that smile at the end
I really
is,
think
I've infected you now.
Well,
I
and
really
think
think the most horrific ending is that both of them are pure,
yeah,
and that they
obviously.
suspect one another. To me, that is the most horrific part.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's how I choose to see it, because I think that would be the most horrific thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
We've sufficiently filleted this film.
Do you think?
Yes, Borealis, give me a grade.
To quote Jamie Jenkins, a motherfucking plus. This is one of the greatest, not just horror films, but one of the greatest movies ever made.
Aww.
All right, Jamie.
A motherfucking plus. What the hell? It's one of the first Blu-rays I bought. And because when I first got Blu-ray technology, I was like, what movies would I like to see on Blu-ray? And The Thing was right at the top of the list.
Blu-ray. Okay.
Blu-ray.
Blu-ray. You got the Blu-ray. I'm also going to give this an A+. Not as enthusiastic of the motherfucking plus, but the plus nonetheless, because I do really think this is a great movie. One I don't watch very often, though, just because I don't really think about it, but it's a good film. Really enjoy it. Ryan says A motherfucking plus indeed.
Yay, Ryan!
So next episode, episode 101, will be Below, rounding out Mr. Ransdale's underwater horror franchise. Which
Yeah.
thing.
See what a monsters.
That's a good choice. That's a good choice.
Or whatever, I don't fucking I'm drunk. So we've been talking about some
What's our
horror
instant cue? What's our instant cue?
We decided that already, goddammit. It was fucking Manhunter.
Manhunter.
Oh, that's
Get it
right.
together, Jenkins.
Oh, David's the angry drunk. We've established
David
it now.
is so drunk right now. I'm loving it.
Alright. So that is it for our feature presentation. Jesus Christ.
That you guys, that is. So we're gonna do movies, and that was the
face
feature one,
Ransdale.
and it was The Thing, and it was good. So
I'm
everybody's
gonna
good.
stab you in your sleep.
So
Go
who's
fuck yourself, Ransdale. Just shut your fucking face.
Can
I'm
I
just
take a
gonna
moment?
say The Thing is good.
Can I
Hate
take a
you,
moment
Ransdale.
to thank all of our listeners who participated in our 100th episode?
Oh, we're not
Yeah.
done.
I know.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
just
wrapping up the
saying.
show, baby.
I just want to say that. I love
I
everyone.
just want to say thank you.
You Americans
Christ.
with your I just want to say
I
and
should say. Go through me.
I honestly feel like I'm the most sober one here, and I am not sober. Like,
It's-
if anyone asked me
it's
to drive them
probably
home,
accurate.
I would turn them down.
because here's a tip right now, every part of me is fucking numb. Like
Just
you
the
could
tip.
you could stab me in the calf right now and I wouldn't have a clue.
Well,
Let me Jimmy Jenkins one last thing
pint
about The
was
Thing.
6.6.
Wait a minute, Bo wants to Jamie Jenkins a thing about The Thing. Go
Do
ahead.
All
it.
right, I gotta say one other scene that I have to mention for the record is when McCready goes to Blair's cabin where he's been locked up. When Blair is making the argument like, "I'm okay, I'm not gonna hurt anyone. Let me back
Just
inside."
have diabetes.
He's got a fucking noose hanging from the ceiling.
Yeah, he does.
That is just the best.
Yeah, it is.
So,
I'm fine except for the diabetes, goddammit.
I cannot just tell you how much I love that movie. God damn!
So,
Every character
I'm all right.
every character in that movie is amazing. Windows is amazing. Fucking what's his name with the
The roller skates.
TK Carter with the roller skates. Fucking amazing.
Knowles, yeah.
Palmer
Yeah.
is amazing. I just, god damn it, that is one of the most. And do you know what else I love about this? When I was
Do you know what
watching,
else? Do you know what else? Do you know what else I love about this?
when I was watching A Thing from Another World,
Do you know what else?
there are women in that film, but with The
Oh.
Thing, there are no women, and I really love that about this film. I mean,
Yeah.
the thing that I often
it's so
do
pure. Yeah.
No ladies there to nag him.
is it. I mean, it's like Predator to me. Like, I am totally okay with seeing guys and guys' element. That is fine with me.
They got 99 thing problems, but a bitch ain't one.
But a bitch ain't one. That's right. Things, it does exist when there are no women around. I mean, that does happen. It's not necessary for a woman to be in every fucking film. Just like in The Descent, there are no men. Well, apart from the beginning.
Oh,
He is
fuck,
taken
why
out
haven't we
pretty
done that
quickly.
movie yet?
I know, good point. But in The Descent, it's all women, and that's okay. Like that's perfectly fine. Like I see the Thing and The
Totally fine.
Descent being a beautiful shut up. Being a beautiful double feature. But no, I totally forgot my point. Fuck you, Ransdell.
I would just like to say that my first beer was 6.6% by volume, which was a pint. And the current one is 12%, So I'm a tad fucked up right now, and that's okay with me.
Alright, so we're gonna be right back to you close the show or something. And the next movie is gonna be whatever.
You shut your face, Ransdale.
Happy 100, y'all! Yay!
You son of a bitch.
And
Alright.
thank you to everyone who joined us on our 100th episode. That really
Yes.
means so much to me. You have no idea that people actually cared enough to be present for multiple hours. I mean,
Yes.
seriously.
Oh shit,
so much.
Ryan's apparently 80 proof rum. Holy fuck, sir.
This is just wait.
God
Boom.
damn it, Ransdale.
And Ryan wanted me to say earlier, and this was like an hour ago, that his not being able to join the conversation had nothing to do with him being drunk. He just didn't see any buttons to push.
How do you miss the buttons, man? They're all fucking there.
What are you gonna do with the buttons?
Can I
What?
just tell you? Wait a minute. I want to be
Hang on.
serious for a minute. Wait a minute.
Yeah, alright. Let me make it real for a second, everyone.
David and Bo, I want to tell you publicly in front of everyone.
Uh-oh.
I
We're
love
not
you
the
both.
fathers.
I love you both so much.
Oh.
And doing 100 episodes of Devour the Podcast with both of you. Okay, well, I didn't actually do 100, and neither did Bo.
None of us have done 100. David
David
missed some.
did. David did.
No.
Oh, you're right, because David wasn't there for... Okay, well, none of us have done 100. But anyway, being at the 100th episode of Devour
Yes.
the Podcast with both of you is an incredible highlight. And I love you both so much. I just want to tell you that from my heart. It has nothing to do with the gin. I seriously love you both.
Come now.
And it's...
Please
and,
don't start
know,
crying again.
I wasn't going to. I love you both so much, and it's
Aw.
totally sincere. Totally sincere.
Well, we love
were
you
the
too.
reason,
Yeah.
David, you were the reason that I got back into podcasting, and it means so much to me.
And you're
And
a big reason the show is as successful as it is.
Aw, thank
I
you.
just wanted to say that you guys.
Shut up, Ransdale.
And Bo, you know how I feel about you. You're one of my favorite people on the planet.
Well,
And
likewise, baby.
I'm so... Aw.
I know Jamie's getting real, right, John?
I'm so happy. I'm so happy.
Well,
And for our
John
listeners
says there's
out there
no
who have
buttons.
stuck with us, you don't have... I mean, I tell you all the time, like at the end of every show, I'm like, oh, I love our listeners, you know, and then it probably sounds like, oh, that's just something she says, but it is totally real. Like, we would not be here without our listeners, and I cannot
Yeah.
tell you how much I love you. I mean, my heart swells so much that we had so many people involved tonight. I'm done talking now. Drunk rant over. I love you all, the end.
Yeah, Gil says, now talk about the Nightmare remake. Oh, yeah, this would turn from, like, sweet to sour in a heartbeat.
Fuck you, Rockatansky.
Bo, I love you so much. David, I love you so much.
Oh, I love you too, Jamie.
Oh, guys, look, somebody's going to have to drive me home. I love you guys so much. Will you drop me off first, though? Because sometimes my parents get mad.
We're gonna go off the air. We're gonna have an orgy. It's gonna be great, except we're not in the same room, so we're all just gonna be masturbating, thinking about each other. It's gonna be creepy and weird.
No, that's cool, guys.
That's going to be totally not different from any other episode.
Right. Everybody come back for the next episode and be like, "What the fuck happened last week?"
Right. Like, why are all our listeners telling us that they're kind of skeeved out by the fact that we masturbated on the air?
Right.
Does anybody remember that? And if so, is it recorded? Because I could jerk off right now. I'm not
And
saying
I
I
would-
have to, I'm saying
You know
I
what?
could.
And I would totally catch it.
Literally.
Metaphorically, it's worse than a million Hitlers. All right, all right.
Gil
all right.
says that there would be no Bodacious Horror podcast without us. Thank you, Gil.
Aw, that's
We
really
appreciate
sweet.
that.
Oh, like we need that on our back.
Well, if it wasn't for us, there would be no Bodacious Horror, and without Bodacious Horror, there would be no podcast Under the Stairs.
And without no podcast Under the Stairs, there would be no. Oh my
There
God, I
would be
love
no
you guys
Duncan
so
and Bo
much.
Come Correct.
Right.
That is true. That is
And there
true.
would be no mini of me on Podcast Under the Stairs.
This is true. And without
And
us,
Andrew is proposing a Google search
I
circle
wish
jerk.
Duncan was
Yeah.
here. I love Duncan so much.
I know. And without us, there would be no Grave Shift.
And John just assures us that masturbation is happening. Thank you. Thank you.
And you know what? Without Devour, there would be no Brian. And
That's true.
yeah, and
Even though
I-
he's
That
often
does-
wrong.
I mean, I think
You know, he
Brian
would-
seems like a nice guy, but that.
I mean, he would exist without Devour, but there would be no Jamie and Brian. Is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
And that's kind of a thing.
That is kind of a thing.
I've heard.
We've heard about that.
Oh, and Jonathan Orr joined the conversation as well. So, hello, Jonathan. And all right, so
Jonathan
David,
likes to give me shit, but I really do love him.
John or Ryan, I just said that. I said there would be no Grave Shift without us. God damn. Get with the program, man. Fuck's
Yeah.
sake, man.
I got a fuck you, Bo from Gil. What?
Gil,
What?
what, man? Come on,
What?
man.
You
What?
got a what from Gil? You got a
What?
fuck you both?
You gotta
must
fuck
be
you,
talking about you
Bo.
and David. Oh,
No,
fuck
it
you,
was
Bo.
the
Okay.
fuck you, Bo. What? Gil, what?
What?
Gil, I love you. I have wee legs.
We go from Thunderbow to fuck you, Bo? All I want is a life beyond fuck you, Bo.
Oh, fuck you too, Brian.
What did Brian say?
He said fuck you, David.
He
I'll
didn't
fuck you
mean
in the face.
it. He didn't mean it. I don't even know what that comes from.
Oh, and he's getting likes on it. Oh my goodness.
I was
All right,
literally
I feel like
God
you.
damn it.
I feel like you should end the thing segment. We should take a mini break, and then we should come back to close out the show. That's my.
I thought we were closing out the show. I thought the thing
No.
segment.
No, apparently the
Not
thing
happen?
segment is still going on.
Oh, all right. All right.
So that's it for the thing. We'll be back
The
to
thing
review.
is over the end.
in
How
2
about
and
that?
2.
The thing is over the end. We'll be back to review below next episode. We'll be right back to close out the show. That rhymed because I'm fucking awesome.
I
Right,
should probably
right.
do the drunk show more often. I mean, do the show drunk more often.
Do the drunk show more often.
Yes.
David is going to speak in nothing but haiku for the rest of the episode. And yes, Gil, we are at war.
Nightmare Remake rules.
Oh shit! Gil posted a video where they talk shit about my dad, and I just laugh about it because it's true. My dad is a bastard.
All right. I'm. I don't know what you guys are doing. I'm stepping away for 30 seconds.
I'm
Okay.
going to be here entertaining the people. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Oh yes, I know, Ryan. I know the delay. I forgot. I'm a little drunk. Okay, I've been drinking, sir.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Just picture me doing the Jesus finger thing from Family Guy. That's what I'm doing right now to entertain you.
Oh, the dance, right?
Yes, the little
Yeah.
finger disappearing thing. Do-do-do-do.
So yeah, I'm like halfway. I've got about a quarter left of this port that I've been drinking.
I seriously
now.
don't want to listen back to this episode. I'm scared.
It's gonna be a fucking nightmare to edit because it starts out fine and then it gets drunker and drunker, and I have to edit this shit and put fucking sound clips into it and put promos in, and it's gonna be a fucking nightmare. And I gotta edit.
Well,
up
we're
the
not
parts
going to
where-
promo. You know what? We're not going to promo fucking Bohopo because they said fuck you.
Also, we don't have a promo from them.
Oh, that's a good reason.
You mean Gil and Roscoe? Because they
What's
said
that?
"fuck you, Bo." Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And no fuck you, Bo allowed. I love you, Gil. I mean, god damn, Gil knows I love him. I love you. But you can't say fuck you, Bo. That's not cool. I miss Duncan.
I know, right? Oh man, this is gonna be a fun one to edit because I'm gonna get like through the show and I have to edit all the times I've dropped my microphone by accident. So my microphone's falling over.
The poor listeners, like my version of the Thing review was like blah 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 blah, drunk talk, blah.
Well, we apparently have 10 viewers. 10 viewers currently watching this live. From, I think that the top was like 20-something live.
Well, I mean, it is after one.
Something.
It is after 1 o'clock in the morning. I mean, people do have to go to sleep at some point.
For some people, yes. Oh, and sorry, I forgot. Ryan's been drinking a half bottle of rum now. So Ryan is fucked up. I'm fucked up.
Brian tells me to check his last comment, but I seriously don't know how to do that right now. Brian,
it's on
baby,
Facebook.
If you can hear me, just post it here because.
Fuck you, Rockatansky.
I love you, Gil.
Apparently, I think Brian was insinuating that he's fucking you.
Fuck Duncan? Wow.
Wow, that got violent.
Wait a minute, who said fuck Duncan?
That was Rockatansky.
Gil? What's up with that?
I know.
I mean, I love you, Gil. I seriously love you, Gil. Right. And Roscoe, too. And Roscoe's new girlfriend, who I'm totally, partially responsible for.
Where is Roscoe in his frowny face? I'm disappointed, sir.
But, I mean, Duncan...
I was expecting frowny faces for this show.
You cannot say that. Duncan is Duncan, and you cannot... He is untouchable.
You know, at first I felt offended, but the more I've thought about it, I'm kind of on Gil's side now.
No!
Anyway,
no.
Brian's comment
Duncan.
was that he was implying that it is his job to fuck you, which I guess...
Oh, well, that's totally true.
Yeah, right. That is a thing.
It is a thing, and it's a glorious thing. Thank you, Brian.
Thumbs up.
Should we lead into the last segment? I'm just asking.
You know what? I think that's what's happening right now.
Okay,
I think so, but if I want to be honest with you guys, I could do this all night long.
Oh, I got you guys. I could totally do this forever.
I mean, it's been 4 hours.
Can someone give me a cheeseburger?
It's been 4 hours, almost 4 hours since Bo joined us.
Yeah, I know, right? Because fucking Bo shows up late. Fucking Bo.
I was trying, man. I couldn't out. Google was fucking me.
You had to push a lot of buttons.
I mean, I'll take the hit on it. Don't get me wrong.
No.
But Google makes you push a lot of buttons.
Roscoe says, Gil says Roscoe's fronting at his new lady just now.
Well, Roscoe's new lady is fucking awesome. That's Karen Sangster, and I love her so much.
So many swears. Why are there so many swears all of a sudden?
Wait a minute. By whom?
By everyone.
But
because we're fucking drunk, that's why.
We swear, our listeners swear. That's the way it goes. I don't trust anyone who doesn't cuss.
I imagine
that includes Spencer.
Yeah. Who doesn't...
If you can't say ass, I don't trust you.
Spencer.
McBadbutt.
Cool guy McBadbutt.
I heard the podcast. That should be the name of this episode, Andrew.
What?
Is that Andrew Huff?
No, Andrew Valdez.
Oh, hi.
I'm sure it's Valdez, but I like saying Valdez.
Oh, hang on. Andrew says we should do a drunk of the podcast. That is a good one. And Jonathan says this is one huge fuckfest. Yes, it is. Rockatansky says we should do a Skype after show. Maybe.
This is the after show.
This is the after show. I mean, a lot of the stuff that took place while we were taking our breaks, that's going to get cut out and put into bonus episodes. So the people who weren't here, we're going to get a much more pared down version of this nonsense. But yeah, I'm still pretty fucked up right now.
Yeah, you're so fucked up because you're dipping into your housemate's liquor.
Yep.
Booze.
Why, Brian? Why are you deeply offended, bro? Why are you mad, bro?
Wait, what'd Brian say?
Brian says
he said I'm deeply offended.
I don't know why he's deeply offended. I don't know.
The fact that he's fucking me? How can that be offensive?
I have no idea. I don't understand.
I think that's between the two of you.
Yeah, you guys gotta sort that shit out.
That really hurts my feelings if that's offensive.
Oh, wait. Facebook blooped at me.
No, Jerry was just posting the list of Carlin's dirty words.
I just saw that.
What is it? Cocksucker, motherfucker.
Shit, What is it? Cocksucker, motherfucker, shit, tits, fuck.
Wait, why did Rockatansky say "fuck you, Jamie"? That was apparently a while back, but I missed it. So,
Because Rockatansky's starting shit.
Gil.
Gil's new porn name was hardly romantic. I like it. Well done, sir. So this ridiculousness is the end of episode 100, where I'm incredibly drunk, and we're all fucked up, and what?
And apparently it's offensive that Brian is fucking me.
Apparently.
That should be the title of the episode, really.
It's offensive that Brian is fucking me.
Fucking Jamie, offensive. And if you want to get really dirty, fucking Jamie in the colon.
Oh.
Offensive.
Indeed.
Hey.
So
you
thank
have to
you.
agree with it.
That's a grammar burn.
Have a joke, y'all.
Yep. So thank you to everybody who listened. I'm trying to rein this in slightly to episode 100, which is a lot of fun.
Grandpa's job is to rein it in. Continue, Grandpa.
Wait, hang on. I'm sorry. Ryan is talking.
Oh.
Jamie can't possibly be Yes, Ryan, you are fucking drunk. Cause I don't know how to... What?
I think what he's trying to say is that fucking Jamie can't possibly be offensive.
Okay, that makes more sense than what I was trying to... Because it didn't make sense in my brain when I was reading it. I'm sorry.
I honestly
Thank you,
I feel like I'm at a frat party, and the two people I came with have gotten much drunker than me.
Oh, yeah.
Does that mean you have to drive us home?
Oh, I'm not driving anyone home. It's like...
Are you going to take
fucking
advantage
Uber
of
that
me?
shit up.
Okay, the two choices are you can either drive me home or you can take advantage of me. Pick one.
Option C, you call Uber and I fucking bounce.
Rude.
Hella rude.
Right?
Because clearly there is an orgy about to break out here, and you're just like, no, fuck that, I'm out, y'all.
And if you listen to Ryan, it would not at all be offensive.
No, I'm the Costanza in that situation, or maybe the Seinfeld of like.
Okay.
No, like I don't want to be involved in orgy lifestyles.
Oh, wait, hang on. So, Gil says that if we have an after show, he'll tell a story that you and Bo apparently know about me, but pretend not to know for ages.
Wait, what?
I don't know. It's some shit he posted on the Facebook page.
Who said that?
I don't know what that would be.
Rockatansky. I don't know. Is it the story where you fucking like shit on my dad in like an off segment? Because that shit was very funny to me. I don't like. I know you cut it because you didn't want to offend me, but you can make fun of my dad all you want because he's a dickhead. I don't give a shit.
Your mom is gay.
Yes, she is. That's true facts.
Wait, your mom is gay? I don't know any of this.
Yes,
I feel like so
totally
much is coming to light.
No, she totally is. And
Yeah.
it's cool.
She's legally married in California now.
To a woman.
Yes.
You know that Jesus doesn't like that, right?
Do I look like a person who gives 3 shits what Jesus thinks? I'll give you 2 guesses, and one of them does not count.
All right. So
I
one
would
guess.
say no. My guess is no. Am I correct?
Yes, and apparently
Oh, I was gonna go the other way with that.
Rockatansky has Jaffa cakes in his pocket, which is not a good...
So I guess Rockatansky has watched Spaced, and he has Jaffa cakes.
Bill Rockatansky.
That sounds delightful. Why would you have Jaffa cakes in your pocket?
By the way, Bill
David.
Rockatansky, my porn
David.
name.
What?
David.
What?
David.
What? Jamie,
I love you so much.
I love you too.
You are the very reason that I am podcasting again.
I know, right?
And you are the very reason that Bo is podcasting again.
I know, right?
I love you so much.
So true.
Every other show should be fucking thanking me all the time, you fucking asshole.
I suck you off every second that I can.
No, I know you do. It's amazing.
Oh, I know. I'm very talented.
I'm not arguing that point. This is the filthiest this show has ever gotten.
And strangely, the most decent grave shift ever got.
Ah. Oh wait, apparently Rockatansky has 4 beers left and some medical grade amphetamines.
By
I'm
medical
on my
grade,
way. Gil,
does
I'm
that just-
coming.
does that just mean higher dosage?
I don't know what medical grade amphetamines are, but okay, that's cool, dude. Like that's cool if you want to fucking roll that way. That's cool, man. That's not my deal. That's not my deal.
David, do you know really?
You know what's hard on amphetamines?
What?
Your dick.
Meditating.
Rockatansky says we should delete the rest of the show and just put this section up.
Yeah. Of course he does. Don't listen to him. He's
Jonathan
Scottish. He's Scottish. What does he know?
Jonathan says, "Why don't you all just fuck each other? We'll watch." Because you had to pay for that shit.
Yeah, that's premium subscribers.
Which let me say, big shout out to listener Vic. He gave us $100, and that was Canadian money. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, he gave us like money in our PayPal. It's fucking crazy.
Is that Sid McVicious?
Yes, thank you. That's who it was. Sid.
Oh my God, he is awesome. Like he asked me if it
is.
worked, and I said I have no idea. You have to talk to Dave because I don't handle that shit.
Yes.
I think this would be a good
God.
time to point out the donation button on the LegionPodcast.com page.
I think it would be a good time to welcome Sid McVicious to the Devour family.
Wait. Did he also send you guys some shit?
No, he put $100 into my PayPal.
Well, yeah, but
Which
I
is
thought he was sending
$96
something, too.
after. No, nothing I know of. Which is $96 after PayPal takes its cut.
Oh, and I should point out, I mean, I mentioned this earlier, but I would feel remiss since you guys are kind of drunk and sloppy right now. That a big thank you, Dave, for getting the League of Extraordinary Podcasts up and running. And I hope I do you justice, man. I mean, I know I've kind of taken it over.
Way better than I was, and you're getting things to where I wanted it to be way faster. And as Gil pointed out, Gil and Roscoe actually both pointed out that there was a lot of good groundwork set, but things just weren't quite where they should be. And I completely agree. The league was a lot of good ideas and good intentions that I just didn't have the skill or the time to devote to as I wanted to. And so far, you've already gotten things to where I wanted it to be 6 months ago.
Well, I appreciate it, and I mean, again, it's your baby. I just feel like I'm a foster parent in a lot of ways. But yeah, I mean, I'm proud of where it is right now after a very short time. But
yeah.
Again, like Jamie said, it wouldn't be, it would be nothing without you. So, and Brand says, I like my baby sloppy. Drunk is optional. Kind of gross, but okay.
If that's how you want to roll, Brian, that's cool. I mean, whatevs. I'm not gonna argue with man.
But
you
yeah.
do you.
Wait a minute. If I am how Brian wants to roll, you're gonna say whatevs?
You do you, bro.
I think
You
sloppy
do.
is the adjective in question.
Wait, sloppy? Oh.
Jamie is a classy lady, Mr. Ransdale.
I didn't say it.
You were implying that she was a two-bit whore. Is what you're implying.
Brian's quote is, "I like my baby sloppy."
Okay, so Brian was implying that she was a two-bit whore. That is not how we roll here, sir. We are a classy establishment.
Thank you, David. I appreciate the sentiment.
Jamie is a classy lady.
Oh, you can
saying dirty things.
You can fuck off.
What? I didn't say. I was repeating something your boyfriend said.
I know, but
And Jamie says dirty things on a regular basis.
I
So
kind of do. Yeah, I do.
That's a thing. That's a thing that happens on the show. Wow.
I mean, I feel like if anyone is Morgan Freemaning this place up, it's me. By which I mean adding some class, obviously.
Clearly. This is the greatest show ever.
Of course. Because if anyone is Courtney loving this place, it's me.
Right.
Or Elisa Lampanelliing this place, it's me.
I don't know how to take that, Brian. That's more information than I need, maybe?
What'd he say?
Well, the word gusher came into play. I mean...
What?
I mean, if that's what's going on, man. Good times for you.
You said you'd never tell.
We're all special.
And I don't
in
think
our
it was
own
gush
way.
in the sense of, like, being overly complimentary.
No, we know what we were talking about, Rockatansky. Ransdale. Where the fuck you are.
I'm kind of okay with being called by Gil's name. I feel like I'm the Gil of this show.
And that you talk a lot about shit that no one's really sure about?
Maybe?
I'm sorry, Gil, I love you, but man, there are times when you say shit that you go off on tangents that don't make any sense to me.
There are times, Gil, when you are just speaking and it makes no sense to me.
And not because you have an accent.
No, it's totally because he has an accent.
Yeah, no, I mean, he speaks
kidding,
garbage language, sure.
Right. Besides that, but there's the points where he's like random tangent about something that I don't know about. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro, but I'm going to listen.
What I can never forget is the time when they were reviewing my film, and it ended up being a story about him working at Pizza Hut. I'm like, wait, what happened to the review of my film?
Wait, Jerry, why are you buying... Oh, you're buying Brian a snorkel. Okay.
A snorkel?
Oh, and that's Jerry Esposito joining in.
Okay.
You know what? I love it.
At first, I thought he was
awesome.
buying a snorkel for himself. I was like, what? But then I read the rest of it.
Jerry Esposito was the person who provided the T-shirt. Do you guys remember when we had the T-shirt giveaway?
Yes.
The Halloween.
Brian ended up winning.
Okay.
The one that you provided flop sweat for?
Right. That Brian ended up winning. So
Which I think
Jerry
was rigged.
Esposito is directly responsible for Brian being in my life. How about that?
I think you rigged it.
How am I going to rig that?
Oh, that's right, because I chose their winner, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
Shit. I'm sorry, Brian?
Wait a minute. Don't.
David made a love connection.
I did.
That's not the first one. I mean, it is the first one, but it's not the only one. We are directly responsible for Roscoe and Karen Sangster being together.
Oh, shit. So we gave him a podcast and a lady.
How
Where's
do I
my
not
check?
any of this stuff?
God damn it, Roscoe. With your frowny face.
He now has a lady friend, and it's because of us. La la la.
Look at that. Aren't we special?
Yes, we are.
Ryan, what are you doing over there? Ryan, wake up. Stop dying on me, Brian. Ryan, don't die on me.
Can I just tell you how much I love Drunk
anything
David?
that happens on this show.
I fucking love Drunk David.
Okay, Ryan's alive.
And Bo, maybe you would have more of an idea of what happened on the show if you weren't too busy talking about how much of it. What's happening?
I'm knocking things over.
If you weren't too busy talking about... I forgot my sentence. Never mind.
Jamie Jenkins had a problem with her talking about.
Yeah, I feel like there was a criticism coming that I was curious about, and then it just turned into, like, JJ, like, I don't know what's going on.
You know what? The other night when we were on Grave Shift, and you said, this is just Jenkins freestyling.
Which it was.
It was the most awesome thing. I love you so much.
No, you don't. You don't rap to a beat. You just rap.
And you realize you have known me longer than anyone in the podcast universe.
Oh, okay. Well, with that qualifier, sure.
I mean, you've been in my life for a very long time, and you've managed to stay there. So that should give you some kind of points for resilience.
I'm sedentary.
Jonathan says Jamie's too drunk to explain.
I am. I fully admit I am drunk.
My girlfriend's gonna kill me.
I have had approximately,
so nice.
what is 32 times 3?
That's 96?
96. I have had approximately 96
100 and what? Where are you going with that?
I've had 96 ounces of gin and tonic.
Oh shit!
Oh, wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, if Jamie doesn't come back next week for the next episode, it's because she's fucking dead.
It's because her liver was evicted.
Yep.
Like
Abrams
my neighbor.
Jenkins.
Like my neighbor. Oh my god, I'm so fucking happy that she's fucking gone. Did I tell you guys about I didn't tell you guys about the gas tank thing.
No, you didn't, but she told her she was being evicted.
Okay, well, the other day I came home and I have a new car, like a brand new car, but my other car is still in the driveway because I'm waiting to get rid of it.
Right.
But I came home and the gas door was open, and I looked up onto the front porch and there was a gas tank, and a gas can on the front porch, and I was like, that fucking bitch tried to steal my gas. So I went to close the gas door on my other car, and there was a huge wasp nest in the gas, like covering the gas tank. And I just started laughing hysterically because I know that as soon as she opened that door, she was attacked by wasps. I'm like, fuck you, bitch.
All right, I'm speaking only to the chat right now. Yeah, you're right, John. I don't understand what's happening.
John even knows that story. I've told him that story.
Jerry says it's like devouring the consciousness. This is what happens when I don't edit. This is what you fuckers are missing.
That's the whole point of this live show, is that you get to see exactly what it's like when there's no editing involved. It's a scary, scary thing.
And I usually don't drink at all when I do shows.
Yeah, I would invite you guys to ask anything right now, because these fuckers will answer honestly to anything.
Yeah, it's like sodium pentothal. Seriously.
I
This is Devour the
cannot believe you got
Podcast with
pentothal
more
out of your
sodium.
mouth.
This is Devour the Podcast with more sodium pentothal. Bo, you know I love you, right?
Yeah, we talked about this already.
Like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, I love you too. You're the best.
I just like to hear you say it, that's all.
All right.
You're the best.
Would you like it? Would you like it said like
Thank you, Dave.
Lou Ferrigno?
Yeah, yes, please! Oh my god, do Lou Ferrigno.
Damie, it is really important that you understand that.
What are you, fucking Corky now?
No, he's Lou Ferrigno. Shut up.
It's different. It's different.
It's really the same, but it's different. Go.
Shut up. Jamie, I know that you have been saying some nice things, or at least my translator have been saying that you have been saying some nice things. I just want to say that the feeling mutual. Perhaps, maybe you could write it down, or maybe send it in an email that would be easier to read. Because I feel like I get the sentiment, but not totally. Because sometimes my translator not. Let's be honest, he's a bit of a prankster, and will say some crazy things sometimes. And with you that have been drinking, I don't know if you've been like saying the thing honestly, or if you have been maybe the translator have been maybe adding some things. Because did you talk about pandas just out of curiosity? Because there was a lot of panda talk.
Could you please regale the people with Nan and Corky talking, please?
Wait, what is the Nan? Oh shit. I'm forgetting the Nan voice. I can do the Corky, which is not that different from Lou Ferrigno.
No, it's totally the same. I've actually pointed that out before on Grave Shift. But, it's okay. I still love them both.
Well, Nan is just slightly more together than Corky.
Who is Nan?
From fucking Coven.
Oh, right. Okay. Oh, my
All right,
God.
all right.
Syndrome Nan. There you go.
Yeah, because it's a little more aggressive.
Yes, Nan is aggressive and Corky is whimsical.
Well, so Dan, would you ever want to maybe go on a date with me? Oh my God, Corky. Why would I go on a date with you? If I want to go on a date with you, I would make a potion. That's crazy.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. Why would you make a potion?
There you go. That's it. You found it there with. That's crazy.
But that's crazy.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's where it has to live. That's crazy, Nan. You don't need a potion. I'm asking you out. Oh my God, Cookie.
Oh my God, I don't know if I saved any of that. I hope I did. I don't know if any of that made it into my folder of leftovers. I don't know. Oh God, that shit was the best.
I want some leftovers.
Oh, I'm gonna give you some leftovers.
Oh, all right.
Oh, it's gonna be turkey legs, maybe some spaghetti.
All up in your face.
Spaghetti.
Did I ever tell you guys my idea for the restaurant called the Drunken Hungry?
Oh shit.
No. But
It's
please.
open. It's open from 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. and it serves only things that are leftovers. Like you get spaghetti and jello, a cold slice of pizza, and like a scoop of like orange sorbet.
I totally have some pizza in the refrigerator.
I have pizza right next to me. You already heard my story about pizza.
I have barbecue pizza, which means
And I
have
don't think
one
any of
special
us will
case on
ever
my-
forget the pizza story.
You goddamn right, it's amazing. Those guys are the greatest. Because there's a fucking Little Caesars not even 20 feet from where that place is.
How much?
They hooked me up with a delicious medium pizza for fucking $10, like $5-10 less.
You should call them and tell them how much you appreciate it.
I think they're closed now, so I can't.
Oh, I got you guys. That's our. What was it? Horror nerd girl.
Oh my
horror
God.
Girl nerd?
What?
There was this movie about this guy.
Oh yeah.
What is that?
I'm gonna play with. It's horror nerd. You're right.
We're just shitting on people left and right now.
That's what
Oh my
happened.
God, you guys! I saw this movie.
Look at look at this movie.
I'm gonna play with my tits for a minute.
And
play with
some
my
people
tits.
died. And oh my God, guys, look at my tits. They're so great. Oh my God.
I'm considered reasonably attractive by the general public.
Oh my God, guys. So like this movie was so stupid. But look at my boobs because they're so amazing. Oh my God.
I don't know that much about Francis Ford Coppola, but apparently he's a good director.
I think he did The Deer Hunter.
Riot apparently needs.
No, she
pizza.
wouldn't know that.
Well, he didn't do the Deer Hunter.
I know, but she wouldn't even know the Deer Hunter is what I'm.
Oh,
trying to
okay. I see. Francis Ford Coppola was originally the director of Nightmare on Elm Street.
John Cross says, "Fuck horror nerd, ugly and shit at reviewing movies." I don't know who the fuck we're talking about, John,
I
but sure.
recently introduced him to her
Okay,
a few days ago, so he is aware of her as of a few days ago.
If Brian says some people deserve to be shit on. I'm not entirely sure who we're shitting on,
Brian, I love you.
but sure, I
love
agree
him.
that some people deserve to be shit on.
I love
Because, well, we know that.
Mostly prostitutes.
Skeet, skeet, skeet! You know what's great about skeet, skeet? Why people don't know what it means?
Oh, John says she is quite possibly the worst person on YouTube affiliated with horror.
Wow. Now I have to know who this is. All right.
No, baby, Have
Do
you not?
I?
She's on Horrorphilia, the blonde chick with the glasses who does the video podcasts.
Oh, her. Yeah.
Yeah, see.
We're
So-
this is the episode where we stop giving a fuck and we're just shitting on people.
Yes, fuck Bill Shetty.
Yeah. Well, we knew that.
I don't know who Bill Shetty is.
Yes,
Yeah, you weren't there
well,
for
all
that.
right, Kogi, you don't, but you should know because he's the asshole who kicked us off a network because we
Yeah.
had the nerve to say that Mask Maker was bullshit.
Oh, that's who that is. Okay, yeah, I know who we're talking about now.
Bill Shetty?
No, horror nerd.
And also, if your name is Bill Shetty, you know that all your life you were called Bullshetty.
I
Dude,
call him.
okay.
I actually call him bullshitty.
Gil Rockatansky, with the quote of the night, says, "This is just a podcast that everyone would love to be on, but couldn't press the buttons properly."
Thanks,
Thanks, Obamacare.
Which I got a message from Ryan saying that his lack of being able to participate in our podcast had nothing to do with him being drunk. He saw no buttons to push.
No. And then Brian says, "The one with the tits." That's about it.
That's the horror nerd girl.
That
Yeah.
describes a lot of people.
I've yet to see her.
She spends the majority of her show, which is about 3 to 5 minutes long on the average. She spends the majority of her show playing with her spaghetti strap tank top, like, with her tits. Sometimes her little kid climbs all over her. In her Wolf Creek 2 review, she actually got a call from her grandmother.
Wait.
Left it in
She
the
has
show.
a kid?
Yeah.
So how is she attractive?
That's not hot at all. Which,
Oh man, I just
actually,
spilled my gin in my cooch.
And that's the title of the show.
Gil says, "I watched this film with my vagina." That's good to know, Gil. Thank you for telling us about your vagina.
Oh my god, you guys! I saw The Great Inferno,
I'm so
and I
glad.
watched
I'm
it
glad
with my
to
Brown
know.
Inferno.
I'm glad to know that Gil has a vagina. That's a good thing to know. Thank you for opening up to us.
Here's a tip, Gil. Don't spill gin in it. It's fucking cold.
Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with women who've had a couple of kids, man. That's nothing wrong with them. They know what the fuck they're doing, man. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, they know that.
Hey, I know what I'm doing.
They
It's
know
just
nothing about like birth control, obviously.
I know what I'm doing. It just happens to be a whole lot tighter.
Fair enough.
Like you squeeze the sperm out? Is that what's going on?
It can happen, yeah.
I don't know what goes on down there, much like a Republican senator.
Oh, you know what goes on down there. You know.
John Cross says she is not attractive. She is the antithesis of attractive.
And then she has a child. I understand.
Thank you, John. I'm trying to stand up for the MILFs of the world and saying that they're not all terrible. Sometimes they're okay. Not saying all of them, just some of them.
I just don't want to know that they've had a kid.
That's a story for another day and not for the air, because I'm not going to tell that story on the air, because fuck you. My
People-
girlfriend might listen to this, and I don't need her yelling at me for that shit. So
If
There's
your
this-
girlfriend were going to listen, she'd be listening right now.
yeah, that's true.
But instead, she kicked you into the house out of the cottage.
Yeah, it's true. She's probably asleep right now. Ryan says, "No, not Kush-Jin." But it's the best, John. Don't you understand? It's the only time the gin is good.
What do you mean not cooch gin? What's wrong with
You
cooch
pour
gin?
it on the machine.
It makes it even yummier.
Exactly.
No, Aja.
I mean, you've got the juniper notes, and then mix it with a little peach.
You pour it on the machine. Blah, blah. Totally went into Argento there. I don't know what's happening.
Aja.
Yeah, that was amazing.
No, you put the gin right on the vagine, and you stand up in the tub. And everyone see what God gave you. And
Oh,
so he
wow.
said,
Do
Dad.
you guys really think it's weird that he would ask his daughter to be nude in his films? 'Cause
Yes.
It's totally weird. Yeah.
It's fucking
Yeah.
creepy.
Okay. I'm just trying to make sure I'm not the only one.
So John also says horror nerd can go fuck herself with a 3-speed lawnmower. That's a very
love John.
colorful description, John. I don't know how much of this is going to make it to episode 100, but who knows? We'll see what happens.
Who gives a shit? I'm
Who
having a good time right now.
Yeah, basically, who gives two fucks about what's actually going to make it and what's not? Oh shit, that's a piece of my computer that just came out.
It's a piece of what?
My computer. I forgot there's a flash card reader right there, and I pulled a little fake flash card out.
Does anybody believe that I'm making a fresh drink right now?
No, oh no, I totally believe that. Cause it sounds like fucking what's his name from goddamn Butterfly, like clink 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 clink.
Oh, the butterfly effect.
Clink 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 clink.
Clink, clink.
That's been
Actually,
Jamie all
like-
episode.
Actually, speaking of We Hate Movies,
I've only done that like 3 times.
the line from this week's episode is there are only
Oh, he's doing that
2
audio
reasons
thing.
to go to Central Park after dark. To give someone a hand job or to get a hand job.
Or to get murdered. Oh,
When they were saying that, what were they discussing?
Turtles 2.
Turtle
Secret of it.
stew.
Yeah, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, Secret of the Ooze.
Oh, I thought you said turtle stew, like as in soup, but thick.
No.
I was like, what the fuck is turtle stew?
Also, if you guys aren't listening to F+, holy shit, get on that, because F+ is amazing.
I have officially gotten to the point where I'm adding more gin than tonic to my gin and tonic.
Wow. I'm going to go...
What is fap in Italian? Like el fapo, el fapo, el fapo.
I have to
El
go...
fapo, el fapo.
I'm going to go do that. You guys amuse yourselves. Oh, God.
Are you leaving?
Well, I think he's coming back.
Oh.
I don't want you to feel abandoned.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Especially since stuff I'm going to say off air.
I think like jerking off in Italian would just end it with like bellissimo.
Probably.
John is right. There are many people in the room that are going to be a mess tomorrow. I'm going to go see Guardians of the Galaxy tomorrow.
Are you? I've actually heard good things about that. One of our listeners reported good things about that. I don't remember which one because I'm pretty drunk right now, but whomever it is has a son. That much I remember.
I feel like you're presenting me with a mystery.
Well,
all right,
of course.
one of our listeners with a son.
It's up to you to figure out which one it is.
Right. All right. Was it one of our listeners
Yeah,
with
this
a
is really
son?
late for you, Grandpa.
It is no. Yeah. No. You're right. You're right. But I. Oh man. But I was working a bunch today, and so it feels like
So much.
What?
I really love you.
Oh. Sorry, I'm drunk as fuck right now.
I'm not.
Well, that sounds like a personal problem to me, Miss Jenkins.
It's a lie, is what that is.
Gil said tomorrow.
Well,
Gil, tell us what the future is like.
Please tell me
Can we teleport?
what future Jamie is like.
Oh, apparently Ryan drank that whole bottle of rum, so Ryan's gonna feel like shit in the morning. I'm gonna probably feel like shit in the morning because I'm fucking wasted right now. Holy shit! I'm gonna finish this fucking glass of port right here.
I'm supposed to go help a friend make dog beds for the shelter tomorrow, but that's gonna not go well.
Yeah.
I told
No.
her that. I
Fine.
was like, "Please
At
don't
this
make me
point.
poorly. I'm having a
That's
leg.
12% alcohol right there going down my tummy.
You know, I feel
Nom,
like
nom,
I'm
nom,
with the
nom.
listeners now, where I'm just like, I like seeing the host get drunk.
Do we still have any listeners out there? Are there?
There are
people?
apparently 7 people viewing this right now, according to the.
Wow. Wow.
I know.
Good for them. They're hangers on.
It's probably Gil.
And that's like plural, like passers-by.
Yeah, it's probably like Gil and Ryan and Ryan. And
Well, I know Brian is still out there.
he's
Because he
got
just
nothing
told
better to
me.
do.
What did Brian just say? This is my good boyfriend thing, but don't overdo the drinking. Okay, well, too fucking late, baby. And my response to him was, ha 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 ha, too late.
Did he miss the part about the orgy in the?
He must have.
Yeah, that's the thing that's gonna happen, Brian. I'm sorry, man. We're gonna figure out how to fuck through the internet. 'Cause it's just gonna.
I
what's
can
gonna happen.
guarantee you, if there's a way to do it, I have figured it out.
There you go.
Isn't that right?
I
Bill?
really
And John
admire the
Cross
fact
is
that all
apparently
the
still
UK
listening.
listeners are still in.
All the UK listeners are just now getting up.
And Gil is telling me to take this to Skype.
Duncan's going to join us any minute because he is like the earliest riser. Have you guys noticed that?
No, I don't.
Duncan is up at like 7 a.m. on a weekend. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing up?
Well,
All right, Gil, for your sake, I'm gonna put Skype on. John Cross is apparently still. Okay, so.
Well, John Cross is from the UK. He just happens
right,
to
and
live
so is Gil, and then Josh Stewart said
Oh,
I showed
Josh
up.
Stewart is here. Hi, Josh.
Oh, hey, Josh, what are you doing?
No, he's not. I'm just making it up.
You son of a bitch.
What did he say? I'm sorry. What did he say?
He said I showed up and you guys are still talking. How the fuck does this thing work? I want to comment on it. So, Josh, if you go to the actual group page, facebook.com/groups/Devour the Podcast. Then yeah, find us there, and you'll see that a bunch of Europeans.
Because they're the only ones up by
I'm a
now.
PN.
Okay.
Okay. So John lives in New York. Okay.
So, Bo, get your ass on Skype.
Yeah, John lives in the Bronx. He just happens to be from England.
I'm transferring this shit over to Skype momentarily. So.
All right. Well, so should we wrap the show?
Yes, this is going to be the end of episode 100 right here.
Aw,
Thank you guys for listening. But we're going to go and party on Skype for a while until one of us decides that it's a bad idea we should go to sleep.
That's probably going to be me.
Which will probably be when my friend shows up and tells me to get the fuck out of here so we can sleep on the couch.
I thought they were going to be gone for the week.
No, one of my friends is coming over because he has to open tomorrow morning, so he's going to crash on our couch.
Oh.
So whenever he shows up and tells me to get the fuck out of here, that's probably when it's going to end. So, thank you for listening to episode 100.
Thank
oh,
you.
Shit, Ryan's calling me. And now Ryan is
Lewis?
talking to me. Yes. Oh shit, Ryan's talking. Okay, now I gotta open up fucking. Okay, call graph is now. Okay, yeah, call graph is opening. Call graph is opening. Open, god damn
Can I
it!
just tell you how much I love Drunk David? I love Drunk David so much.
It is incredibly entertaining for anybody who's never seen it before.
Drunk David is so much friendlier than Sober David.
Yeah,
Who
that's
doesn't
true.
allow us to do anything. Sober David is like grandpa.
Yeah. Okay. So now call graph is recording, and I've got Ryan on the line. So I'm gonna get Jamie and Bo into that call. So bye everybody.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.